cross deities in his inscriptions of whom no mention is found elsewhere. It is probable that such gods were purely local deities, some of them, if not many, being at the same time personifications of the powers or phenomena of nature, while others may be familiar gods, masquerading under strange attributes. Unfortunately, most of these gods are written in ideographic fashion, so that we cannot be certain of the reading of their names. Among these are Ninlilana, a goddess called by Nebuchadnezzar the Lady Who Loves Me, 336, and Turlilan, 337, a god who is described as breaking the weapons of enemies. As for Bel-Sarbai, or Shar-Sarbai, the god of Baz, 338, they appear to be titles rather than names. Debara, Nergal and his consort Laz, and Zamama are also included in the pantheon of Nebuchadnezzar. In regard to none of these deities do we find any conceptions different from those developed in the period of Hammurabi, any more than in the conceptions of those gods who occupy a more prominent place in the pantheon. Shamash is the judge, Sin is the wise one, Ramman the thunderer, and so on throughout the list. It was not a period favorable to the production of new religious thought, but only to the more or less artificial revival of old cults. With the conquest of Babylonia by Cyrus in 539 BC, we reach the close of the period to be embraced in a history of the Babylonian-Assyrian religion. True, the Marduk and Nabu cults were upheld by the Persian rulers, and the policy of the latter in not disturbing the religious status was continued by the Greeks when they in turn succeeded the Persians in their control of Babylonia, but the presence of strange civilizations with totally different religious trains of thought was bound to affect the character of the old faith, and in time to threaten its existence. At all events, it ceases to have any interest for us. There are no further lines of development upon which it enters. The period of decay, of slow but sure decay, has set in. The cuneiform writing continues to be used till almost the beginning of our era, and so the religious cults draw out their existence to a late period, but as the writing and the civilization yield before new forces that entirely alter the character of Oriental culture, so also the religion, after sinking ever lower into the bogs of superstition, disappears, much as the canals and little streams of the Euphrates Valley, through the neglect which settled over the country, become lost in the death breeding swamps and marshes. Footnotes, 331, Babylonian Chronicle B, Kernel 4. LL 34, 35. 332, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, 2. 72, Kernel I, LL 2, 3. 333, see above, page 127. 334, see a paper by Thiele, on Cyrus and the Babylonian Religion, in the Proceedings of the Amsterdam Academy, 1896. 335, for the identity of Ninkarek and Gula, see the Sherpu Incantation Series, 4. L. 86, edition Zimmern, where the former is called the Great Physician, the epithet peculiar to Gula. 336, East India House Inscription, Kernel 4. L. 44. 337, Vr. 34, Kernel 2. L. 26, or simply Turlil, East India House Inscription, Kernel 4. L. 49, not Turi, as Winkler, Keel's BIBL 3, 2, 18, reads. 338, i.e., King or Lord of Sarbai. Pognon, Les Inscriptions Babyloniennes de Wadal Brissa, page 46, is of the opinion that Sarbai is the palm, but he fails to bring sufficient proof, and his theory is improbable. The stem Sarabu means to burn, and the fiery lord is certainly an epithet belonging to some solar deity. Chapter 15. The Religious Literature of Babylonia. The pantheon of a religion presents us with the external phases of the religion in question. In order to penetrate further towards the core of the religion, and to see it at its best, the religious thought as manifested in the national literature constitutes our most valuable guide. The beginnings of Babylonian literature are enveloped in obscurity. We have seen that we are justified in passing beyond the period of Hammurabi, 339, for these beginnings, but exactly when and precisely how the literary spirit first manifested itself in Babylonia will probably remain for a long time, if not for always, a matter of conjecture. The great political and religious centers of Babylonia, such as Ur, Sippar, Agade, Eridu, Nippur, Uruk, perhaps also Lagash, and later on Babylon, formed the foci of literary activity, as they were the starting points of commercial enterprise. This intimate connection of religion with literature left its impress upon all branches into which the Babylonian literature was in the course of time differentiated. In a certain sense all the literature of Babylonia is religious. Even the legal formulas, as embodied in the so-called contract tablets, have a religious tinge. The priests being the scribes, a contract of any kind between two or more parties was a religious compact. The oath which accompanied the compact involved an invocation of the gods. The decree of the judges in a disputed suit was confirmed by an appeal to the gods. The terms in which the parties bound themselves consisted largely of religious phrases, and finally the dating of the tablet often contained a reference to some religious festival or to some event of religious import, such as the building of a sanctuary. Science, so far as it existed in Babylonia, never loosened the leading strings that bound it to the prevailing religious thought. The observation of the stars was carried on under the belief of the supposed influence exerted by the heavenly bodies upon the fate of man, and surprising as we find the development of astronomical calculations and forecasts to be, mathematics does not pass beyond the limits of astrology. Medicine was likewise the concern of the priests. Disease was a divine infliction supposed to be due to the direct presence in the body, or to the hidden influence, of some pernicious spirit. The cure was effected by the exorcising of the troublesome spirit through prescribed formulas of supposed power, accompanied by symbolical acts. There is indeed no branch of human knowledge which so persistently retains its connection with religious beliefs among all peoples of antiquity as the one which today is regarded as resting solely upon a materialistic basis. As a consequence the Babylonians, although they made some progress in medicinal methods, and more especially in medical diagnosis, never dissociated medicinal remedies from the appeal to the gods. The recital of formulas was supposed to secure by their magic force the effectiveness of the medical potions that were offered to the sufferer. As for the historical texts, the preceding chapters have illustrated how full they are of religious allusions, how at every turn we meet with the influence exerted by the priests as the composers of these texts. Almost all occurrences are given a religious coloring. That these texts furnish us with such valuable material, and such a quantity of it, is indeed to be traced directly to the fact that the historical literature is also the direct production of the religious leaders and guides of the people, acting at the command of rulers, who were desirous of emphasizing their dependence upon the gods of the country, and who made this dependence the basis of the authority they exerted. Such being the general aspect of Babylonian literature, it is not always possible to draw a sharp line separating religious productions from such as may properly be termed secular. For example, the zodiacal system of the Babylonians, which we shall have occasion to discuss, although presenting a scientific aspect, is in reality an outcome of the religious thought, and so at other points it is necessary to pass over into the region of secular thought for illustrations of the religious beliefs. Bearing this in mind, we may set up a five-fold division of the religious literature of the Babylonians in the stricter sense: 1. The magical texts, 2. The hymns and prayers, 3. Omens and forecasts, 4. The cosmology, 5. Epics and legends. It will be apparent that the first three divisions represent a practical part of the literature, while the two latter are of a more purely literary character. The magical texts, as well as the hymns and prayers and omens, we can well imagine were produced as circumstances called them forth, and one can also understand how they should, at an early age, have been committed to writing. The incantations serving the practical purpose already referred to of securing a control over the spirit, it will be readily seen that such as had demonstrated their effectiveness would become popular. The desire would arise to preserve them for future generations. With that natural tendency of loose custom to become fixed law, these incantations would come to be permanently associated with certain temples. Rituals would thus arise. The incantation would be committed to writing so that one generation of priests might be certain of furnishing orthodox instruction to the other, and, once written, they would form part of the temple archives, finding a place in these archives by the side of the contract tablets, for which the sacred edifices of the country also served as depositories. The large quantity of incantation texts that have been found in Ashurbanipal's library, 340, as well as the variations and contrasts they present when compared with one another, are probably due to the various sources whence the scribes of the king, who were sent to the libraries of the south, collected their material. It is only reasonable to suppose that each great temple acquired in the course of time a ritual of its own, which, while perhaps not differing in any essential points from that introduced in another place, yet deviated from it sufficiently to impart to it a character of its own. In the case of some of the texts that have been preserved, it is still possible to determine through certain traits that they exhibit in what religious center they were produced. With considerable more guarantee of accuracy can this be done in the case of the hymns and prayers. Addressed as the latter were to certain deities, it stands to reason that they were written for use in the temples sacred to those deities, or, if not to be used, at least composed in honor of certain sanctuaries that contained the images of the deities thus exalted. Again, in the historical inscriptions of the Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian periods, prayers are introduced, and we are as a general thing expressly told on what occasion they were composed and in what sanctuary they were uttered. We may therefore conclude that those which have been preserved independently also served a practical purpose, and were written, not merely for certain occasions, but for certain places. The practical purpose served by texts containing omens and forecasts derived from the observation of the planets and stars, from monstrosities, human and animal, from strange occurrences, accidents, and the like, is too obvious to require demonstration. But while duly emphasizing the practical purpose that gave rise to the incantation texts, the hymns, the prayers and omens, we must be careful not to press this point too far. The rituals of the various temples once being fixed, the impulse to literary composition would still go on in an age marked by intellectual activity. The practical purpose would be followed by the pure love of composition. The attachment to certain sanctuaries or certain deities would inspire earnest and gifted priests to further efforts. Accordingly, while we cannot be certain that among the actual remains of magical texts and hymns we may not have specimens that belong to this class, there is no reason to question that such must have been produced. The guarantee for this hypothesis is furnished by the compositions that reflect the cosmological beliefs, the epics and legends that form the second half of the religious productions of Babylonia. Speculation regarding the origin of the universe belongs to an early period in the development of culture. There are few people, however primitive their culture, who are not attracted by the spirit of curiosity to seek for some solution of the mysteries which they daily witness, but the systematization of these speculations does not take place until a body of men arises among a people capable of giving to the popular fancies a logical sequence, or the approach at least to a rational interpretation. This process, which resulted in producing in Babylonia compositions that unfold a system of creation, is one of long duration. It proceeds under the influence of the intellectual movements that manifest themselves from time to time with the attendant result that, as the conceptions become more definite and more elaborate, they reflect more accurately the aspirations of the various generations engaged in bringing these conceptions to their final form. When finally these beliefs and speculations are committed to writing, it is done in part for the purpose of assuring them a greater degree of permanence, and in part to establish more definitely the doctrines developed in the schools, to define, as it were, the norm of theological and philosophical thought. In examining, therefore, the cosmological speculations of the Babylonians as they appear in the literary productions, we must carefully distinguish between those portions which are the productions of popular fancy, and therefore old, and those parts which give evidence of having been worked out in the schools. In a general way, also, we must distinguish between the contents and the form given to the speculations in question. We shall see in due time that a certain amount of historical tradition, however dimmed, has entered into the views evolved in Babylonia regarding the origin of things, inasmuch as the science of origins included for the Babylonians the beginning, not merely of gods, men, animals, and plants, but also of cities and of civilization in general. Still more pronounced is the historical spirit in the case of the epics and legends that here, as everywhere else, grew to even larger proportions, and were modified even after they were finally committed to writing. The great heroes of the past do not perish from the memory of a people, nor does the recollection of great events entirely pass away. In proportion as the traditions of the past become dimmed, the more easily do they lend themselves to a blending with popular myths regarding the phenomena of nature. To this material popularly produced, a literary shape would be given through the same medium that remodeled the popular cosmological speculations. The task would have a more purely literary aspect than that of systematizing the current views regarding the origin and order of things, since it would be free from any doctrinal tendency. The chief motive that would prompt the literati to thus collect the stories of favorite heroes and the traditions and the legends of the past would be, in addition, perhaps, to the pure pleasure of composition, the desire to preserve the stories for future generations, while a minor factor that may have entered into consideration would be the pedagogical one of adding to the material for study that might engage the attention and thoughts of the young aspirants to sacred and secular lore. While the ultimate aim of learning in Babylonia remained for all times a practical one, namely, the ability to act as a scribe or to serve in the cult, to render judicial decisions or to observe the movements of the stars, to interpret the signs of nature and the like, it was inevitable that through the intellectual activity thus evoked there would arise a spirit of a love of learning for learning's sake, and at all events a fondness for literary pursuits independent of any purely practical purposes served by such pursuits. In this way we may account for the rise of the several divisions of the religious literature of Babylonia. Before turning to a detailed exposition of each of these divisions, it only remains to emphasize the minor part taken in all these literary labors by the Assyrians. The traditions embodied in the cosmological productions, the epics and legends of Babylonia, are no doubt as much the property of the Assyrians as of their southern cousins, just as the conceptions underlying the incantation texts and the hymns and prayers and omens, though produced in the south, are on the whole identical with those current in the north. Whatever differences we have discovered between the phases of the Babylonian-Assyrian religion, as manifested in the north and in the south, are not of a character to affect the questions and views involved in the religious literature. The stamp given to the literary products in this field, taken as a whole, is distinctly Babylonian. It is the spirit of the South that breathes through almost all the religious texts that have as yet been discovered. Only in some of the prayers and oracles and omens that are inserted in the historical inscriptions of Assyrian kings, or have been transmitted independently, do we recognize the work of Assyrian literati, imbued with a spirit peculiar to Assyria. Perhaps, too, in the final shape given to the tales connected with the creation of the gods and of men we may detect an Assyrian influence on Babylonian thought, some concession made at a period of Assyrian supremacy to certain religious conceptions peculiar to the north. But such influences are of an indirect character, and we may accept the statement of Ashurbanipal as literally true that the literature collected by him is a copy of what was found in the great literary archives of the South, and not only found, but produced there. In imitation of the example set by the South, schools were of a certainty established in Nineveh, Arbela, and elsewhere for the education of priests, scribes, and judges, but we have no evidence to show that they ever developed to the point of becoming intellectually independent of Babylonian models, except perhaps in minor particulars that need not enter into our calculations. This relationship between the intellectual life of Babylonia and Assyria finds its illustration and proof, not merely in the religious literature, but in the religious art and cult which, as we shall see, like the literature, bear the distinct impress of their southern origin, though modified in passing from the south to the north. Footnotes: 339, see above, pages 72, 114, 133 seek. 340, see pages 12 to 14. Chapter 16. The Magical Texts. Turning to the first subdivision of Babylonian religious literature, we find remains sufficient to justify us in concluding that there must have been produced a vast number of texts containing formulas and directions for securing a control over the spirits which were supposed at all times to be able to exercise a certain amount of power over men. By virtue of the aim served by these productions we may group them under the head of magical texts, or incantations. We have already indicated the manner in which these incantations grew into more or less rigid temple rituals. This growth accounts for the fact that the incantations generally framed in by ceremonial directions, prayers, and reflections, were combined into a continuous series, or volume, as we would say, of varying length, covering 9, 10, a dozen, 20 tablets or more. It has been generally assumed that these incantation texts constitute the oldest division of the religious literature of the Babylonians. The assertion in an unqualified form is hardly accurate, for the incantation texts, such as they lie before us, give evidence of having been submitted to the influences of an age much later than the one in which their substance was produced. Conceptions have been carried into them that were originally absent, and a form given to them that obliges us to distinguish between the underlying concepts, and the manner in which these concepts have been combined with views that reflect a later and, in many respects, a more advanced period. The incantation texts are certainly no older than texts furnishing omens. Some of the incantation texts indeed may not be any older than portions of the creation epic, and in the latter, as in other parts of the religious literature, there are elements as ancient and as primitive as anything to be found in the omens or incantations. So much, however, is true, that the incantations represent the earliest ritual proper to the Babylonian cult, and that the conceptions underlying this ritual are the emanation of popular thought, or, if you choose, of popular fancy of a most primitive character. It is also true that, on the whole, the incantation texts retain more traces of primitive popular thought than other divisions of the religious literature with the exception of the omens. The remodeling to which they were subjected did not destroy their original character to the extent that might have been expected, a circumstance due in the first instance to the persistency of the beliefs that called these texts forth. Many of the texts containing incantations were found by the modern explorers in so mutilated a condition, that one can hardly hazard any generalizations as to the system followed in putting the incantations together. From the fact, however, that in so many instances the incantations form a series of longer or shorter extent, we may, for the present at least, conclude that the serial form was the method generally followed, and at all events, if not the general method, certainly a favorite one. Deviating from the ordinary custom of calling the series according to the opening line of the first tablet, the incantation texts were given a distinct title, which was either descriptive or chosen with reference to their general contents. So one series which covered at least 16 tablets was known by the very natural name of the evil demon, the incantations that it contained being intended as a protection against various classes of demons. Another is known as the series of head sickness, and which deals, though not exclusively, with various forms of derangements having their seat in the brain. It covered no less than 9 tablets. 2 others bear names that are almost synonymous, Sherpu and Maklu, both signifying burning, and so called from the chief topic dealt with in them, the burning of images of the sorcerers, and the incantations to be recited in connection with this symbolical act. The Maklu series embraced 8 tablets and contained, according to Tolkvist's calculations, 341, originally about 1,550 lines, or upwards of 9,000 words. The Sherpu series, although embracing 9 tablets, appears to have been somewhat shorter. In view of the extensive character of these series, we are justified in speaking of incantation rituals. The texts were evidently prepared with a practical purpose in view. The efficacy of certain formulas having been demonstrated, it was obviously of importance that their exact form should be preserved for future reference. But a given formula was effective only for a given case, or at most for certain correlated cases, and accordingly it became necessary to collect as many formulas as possible to cover all emergencies. The priests, acting as exorcisers, would be the ones interested in making such collections, and we may assume, as already suggested, that each temple would develop a collection of its own, an incantation code that served as a guide for its priests. The natural tendency would be for these codes to increase from generation to generation, perhaps not rapidly, but steadily. New cases not as yet provided for would arise, and new formulas with new instructions would be produced, or the exorcisers at a certain temple would learn of remedies tried elsewhere, and would embody them in their own special code. In short, The growth of these incantation rituals was probably similar to the manner in which, on the basis of actual practice, religious codes grew up around the sanctuaries of ancient Israel, a process that terminated in the production of the various codes and rituals constituting the legal documents embodied in the Pentateuch. The prominence given to Ea and to his favorite seat, the city of Eridu, in the incantation suggests the theory that many of our texts are to be ultimately traced to the temple of Ea, that once stood at Eridu. In that case an additional proof would be furnished of the great antiquity of the use of incantations in Babylonia. We must sharply distinguish, however, as already emphasized, between the origin and the present form of the rituals. Again, those parts of a ritual in which Jibal, or Nusku, appears prominently would most naturally be produced by priests connected with a temple sacred to the one or the other of these gods. The practice of incantation, however, being common to all parts of Babylonia, we can hardly suppose that any temple should have existed which did not have its exorcising formulas. In the combination of these formulas into a ritual, due consideration would naturally be had to the special gods invoked, the obvious result of which would be to produce the long lists of deities that are often embodied in a single incantation. The details of this process can of course no longer be discerned, but the inevitable tendency would be towards increasing complications. The effort would be made to collect everything, and from all known quarters. Hence the heterogeneous elements to be detected in the texts, and which, while adding to their interest, also increased the difficulty of their interpretation. In consequence of the presence of such heterogeneous elements, it is difficult to determine within an incantation series any guiding principles that prompted the collectors. Still we can often distinguish large groups in a series that belong together. So we have whole series of addresses to the fire god ending with incantations, and again a series of descriptions of the group of 7 spirits serving a similar purpose as introductions to incantations, but we cannot see on what grounds the transition from one subject to the other takes place. Indeed, the transitions are generally marked by their abruptness. The only legitimate inference is that the main purpose of the collectors of incantation texts was to exhaust the subject so far as lay in their power. They included in their codes as much as possible. The exorciser would have no difficulty in threading his way through the complicated mass. He would select the division appropriate to the case before him without much concern of what preceded or followed in the text. Moreover, these divisions in the texts were clearly marked by dividing lines, still to be seen on the clay tablets. These divisions correspond so completely to divisions in the subject matter that the purely practical purpose they served can hardly be called into question, while at the same time they furnish additional proof for the compiled character of the texts. As for the date of the composition of the texts, the union of the Babylonian states under Hammurabi, with its necessary result, the supremacy of Marduk, that finds its reflection in the texts, furnishes us with a terminus a quo beyond which we need not proceed for final editing. On the other hand, there are indications in the language which warrant us in not passing below 2000 BC as the period when many of the incantation texts received their present form, and the editions were completed from which many centuries afterwards the Assyrian scribes prepared their copies for their royal masters. There is, of course, no reason for assuming that all our texts should be of one age, or that the copying and, in part, the editing should not have gone on continually. Necessity for further copies would arise with the steady growth of the temples. Priests would be engaged in making copies for themselves, either for their edification as a pious work, or for real use, and accordingly, in fixing upon any date for the texts, one can hardly do more than assign certain broad limits within which the texts, so far as their present contents are concerned, may have been completed. The copies themselves may of course belong to a much later period without, for that reason, being more recent productions. Attention must also be directed to the so-called bilingual form, in which many of the incantation texts are edited, each line being first written in the ideographic style, and then followed by a transliteration into the phonetic style. 342. The use of the ideographic style is a survival of the ancient period when all texts were written in this manner, and the conservatism attaching to all things religious accounts for the continuation of the ideographic style in the religious rituals down to the latest period, beyond the time when, even according to those who see in the ideographic style a language distinct from Babylonian, this supposed non-Semitic tongue was no longer spoken by the people, and merely artificially maintained. Like the Latin of the Middle Ages. The frequent lack of correspondence in minor points between the ideographic style and the phonetic transliteration shows that the latter was intended merely as a version, as a guide and aid to the understanding of the conservative method of writing. It was not necessary for a transliteration to be accurate, whereas, in the case of a translation, the greatest care would naturally be taken to preserve the original sacred text with all nicety and accuracy, since upon accuracy and nicety the whole efficacy of the formulas rested. The redaction of the incantation texts in the double style must not be regarded as a necessary indication of high antiquity, but only as a proof that the oldest incantation texts were written in the ideographic style, and that for this reason the custom was continued down to the latest period. On the other hand, the addition of the transliteration points to a period when the old style could no longer be read by the priests with facility without some guide, and incidentally proves again that the texts have gone through an editing process. But in the course of time, additions to the ritual were made, written in the phonetic style, and then it would happen, as a concession to religious conservatism, that the text would be translated back into the ideographic form. We would then have a bilingual text, consisting of Babylonian and an artificial, Sumero-Akkadian. That incantations were also composed in pure Babylonian without reference to any Sumero-Akkadian original is conclusively shown by the metrical traits frequently introduced. Many of the sections, by no means all, can be divided into regular stanzas of 4, 6, or 8 lines, and frequently to the stanza is added a line which forms what Professor D. H. Muller, 343, calls the response. The same metrical traits being found in other parts of the Babylonian literature, so, e.g., in the creation epic, their occurrence in the incantation texts is of course not accidental. When, therefore, we come across a ritual as the Maklu series, written exclusively in the phonetic style, and giving evidence of being in part a metrical composition, we are justified in assuming this to have been the original form. Again, in the case of another series, the Sherpu, in part Babylonian, in part bilingual, 344, since the Babylonian section shows the metrical form, it is likely that the ideographic style represents a transliteration of a phonetic, or pure Babylonian, original. The chief value of the incantation texts lies, naturally, in the insight they afford into the popular beliefs. As among other nations, so among the Babylonians, the use of certain formulas to secure release from ills, pains, and evils of any kind, either actual or portending, rests upon the theory that the accidents and misfortunes to which man is heir are due largely to the influence of more or less powerful spirits or demons, acting independently or at the command of higher powers, the gods. Through the incantation rituals we are enabled to specify the traits popularly ascribed to these demons and the means employed to rid oneself of their baneful grasp. Demons. The demons were of various kinds and of various grades of power. The names of many of them, as Ituku, Shidu, Alu, Galu, point to strength and greatness as their main attribute. Other names, as Lilu, night spirit, and the feminine form Lilitu, are indicative of the moment chosen by them for their work, while again, names like Akimu, the Caesar, Akazu, the capturer, Rabasu, the one that lies in wait, Labartu, the oppressor, and Labesu, the overthrower, show the aim that the demons have in view. Putting these names together, we may form a general idea of the conceptions connected with the demons. They lurk in hidden or remote places, in graves, in the shadow of ruins, on the tops of mountains, in the wilderness. Their favorite time of activity is at dead of night. They glide noiselessly like serpents, entering houses through holes and crevices. They are powerful, but their power is directed solely towards evil. They take firm hold of their victims and torture them mercilessly. To these demons all manner of evil is ascribed. Their presence was felt in the destructive winds that swept the land. The pestilent fevers that rise out of the marshes of the Euphrates Valley and the diseases bred by the humid heat of summer were alike traced to demons lurking in the soil. Some of these diseases, moreover, were personified, as Namtar, the demon of plague, and Ashaku, the demon of wasting disease. But the petty annoyances that disturb the peace of man, a sudden fall, an unlucky word, a headache, petty quarrels, and the like, were also due to the instigation of the demons, while insanity and the stirring up of the passions, love, hatred, and jealousy, were in a special sense indicative of the presence and power of the demons. Men and women stood in constant danger of them. Even the animals were not safe from their attacks. They drive the birds out of their nests, strike down lambs and bulls. It was impossible to forestall their attacks. They enter a man's dwelling, they wander through the streets, they make their way into food and drink. There is no place, however small, which they cannot invade, and none, however large, that they cannot fill. In a text which furnishes the sacred formulas by means of which one can get rid of the demoniac influence, a description is given of the demons which may serve as an illustration of what has just been said. The incantation is directed against a variety of the demons frowny face 345, the Utaku, 346, of the field and the Utaku of the mountain, the Utaku of the sea and the one that lurks in graves, the evil Shidu, the shining Alu. The evil wind, the terrible wind, that sets one's hair on end. Against these the spirits of heaven and earth are invoked. The text proceeds, the Utaku that seizes hold of a man, the Akimu that seizes hold of a man, the Akimu that works evil, the Utaku that works evil. And after invoking against these demons, likewise, the spirits of heaven and earth, the text passes on to an enumeration of a long list of physical ills, sickness of the entrails, of the heart, of the head, of the stomach, of the kidneys, of the limbs and muscles, of the skin, and of the senses, which are all ascribed to the influence of the demons. Apart from the demons that are not but the personification of certain diseases, it does not appear that the demons were limited in their power to one specific kind of action. In other words, sharp distinctions between the demons do not appear to have been drawn. As appears from the extracts above translated, the Utaku, Shidu, Alu, and Akimu were grouped together, and hardly regarded as anything more than descriptive epithets of a general class of demons. At the same time it appears likely that at one time they were differentiated with a greater degree of preciseness. So the Akimu appears to be the shadowy demon that hovers around graves, a species of ghost or vampire that attacks people in the dead of night and lays them prostrate. Lilu and Lilitu are the spirits that flit by in the night. Of a specific character likewise are the conceptions connected with a demon known as Ardent Lily, maid of the night, a strange female will-o'-the-wisp, who approaches men, arouses their passions, but does not permit a satisfaction of them. Great importance being attached by the Babylonians to dreams, the belief in a maid of the night was probably due to the unchecked play of the imagination during the hours of sleep. Bad dreams came at the instigation of the demons, and such a demon as the Rabasu or the Labartu appears to have been especially associated with the horrible sensations aroused by a nightmare. 347, again the Utaku is represented at times as attacking the neck of man, the Galu attacks the hand, the Akimu the loins, the Alu the breast. But these distinctions count for little in the texts. Utaku becomes a general name for demon, and Galu, Alu, and Shidu are either used synonymously with Utaku or thrown together with the latter in a manner that clearly shows the general identity of the conceptions ultimately connected with them. The same is the case with the Rabasu and Galu, with the Labartu, Kazu, and Akimu. The demons were always given some shape, animal or human, for it was a necessary corollary of the stage of religious thought to which the belief in demons belongs, that the demon must not only be somewhere, though invisible to mankind, but also in something that manifests life. Among animals, those calculated to inspire terror by their mysterious movements were chosen, as serpents appearing and disappearing with startling suddenness, or ugly scorpions, against whom it was difficult to protect oneself, or the fabulous monsters with which graves and pestiferous spots were peopled. Regions difficult of access, the desert, the deep waters, the high mountains, were the favorite haunts of the demons. Some of these demons were frequently pictured in the boundary stones between fields, in order to emphasize the curses hurled upon the head of him who should trespass on the lawful rights of the owner of the land. 348. It is to such demons embodied in living form that epithets such as the Caesar, the one that lurks, and the like apply with peculiar aptness. In a tablet belonging to a long series of incantations, 349, we find references to various animals, the serpent, the scorpion, monsters, that are regarded as the embodiment of demons. In the distinctively religious art, the evil spirits are often pictured as ugly monsters that were to inspire terror by their very aspect. Depicted on the monuments, singly or in groups, 350, the shape of wild animals was given to the head, while the remainder of the body was suggestive of a human form. With gaping mouths and armed with some weapon, they stand ready to make an attack. The Assyrian kings, up to the latest period, acknowledged the power of the demons by making huge representations of them, which they placed at the approaches, entrances, and divisions of their temples and palaces, in the hope of thus securing their protection. The great bulls and lions with human heads, so familiar to every one, are but another form of the same idea. These colossal statues were actually known by the name Shidu, which we have seen is one of the general terms for demon. But as a general thing, this personal phase of the demon's existence is lost sight of. Even though embodied in animal form, the demons could make themselves invisible to man, and since most of their actions were performed in secret, so that people were totally at their mercy, the differentiation of the demons became a factor of minor importance. With so large a quantity of demons at command, it was difficult to hit upon the one who was manifesting himself by some evil at any given moment. Accordingly, instead of a single mention, a number or a group were enumerated, and the magic formulas pronounced against them in concert. We have one such group of 7 to whom quite a number of references are found in the incantation texts. A section in one of these texts gives a vivid description of them. Frowny face 351, 7 are they are 7, in the subterranean deep, they are 7, perched, in the sky, they are 7, in a section of the subterranean deep they were reared, they are neither male nor are they female, they are destructive whirlwinds, they have no wife, nor do they beget offspring. Compassion and mercy they do not know, prayer and supplication they do not hear, horses bred on the mountains, are they hostile to Ea, 352, are they, powerful ones among the gods are they. To work mischief in the street they settle themselves in the highway. Evil are they are evil, 7 are they are 7, 7, and again 7, 353, are they. These 7 spirits, who are elsewhere compared to various animals, have power even to bewitch the gods. The eclipse of the moon was attributed to their baneful influence. The number 7 is probably not to be taken literally. As among so many nations, 354, 7 had a sacred significance for the Babylonians, but largely, if not solely, for the reason, as I venture to think, because 7 was a large number. In the Old Testament 7 is similarly used to designate a large number. A group of 7 spirits, accordingly, meant no more than a miscellaneous mass of spirits, and we may therefore regard this Song of the 7 as a general characterization of the demons who, according to this view, appear to move together in groups rather than singly. Elsewhere, 355, we are told of this same group of spirits that they were begotten in the mountain of sunset, i.e., in the west, and were reared in the mountain of sunrise, i.e., the east, that they dwell in the hollow of the earth, and that they are proclaimed on the mountain tops. Evidently a description of this kind is intended to emphasize the universal presence of the spirits. There is no place where they are not found, and when we are furthermore told, apparently in contradiction to what has just been said, that neither in heaven nor earth is their name pronounced, i.e., are they known to be, that among the gods of the earth, i.e., the pantheon, they are not recognized, that neither in heaven nor earth do they exist, this is but the reverse of the picture intended to illustrate the capability of the spirits to disappear without leaving any trace of their presence. They are everywhere and yet invisible. They come and they go, and no one knows their place. Nothing is proof against their approach. Of all the demons it is true, as of this group, that they slip through bolts and doorposts and sockets, gliding, as we are told, like snakes. Such are the demons against whom man must seek to protect himself. The relationship of the demons or spirits to the gods of the pantheon has been touched upon in a previous chapter. 356. It is sufficient here to emphasize the fact that the dividing line between the two becomes at times exceedingly faint. A deity, we have seen, is a spirit writ large, but often the demon assumes dimensions and is clothed with power that makes him little short of divine. Strength is the attribute of the demons as it is the chief feature of the gods. Both classes of powers influence man's career. The names of the demons are preceded by the same determinative that is used for the gods. As a matter of fact, many of the spirits were originally worshipped as local deities in some restricted territory, which, losing its importance, bequeaths the name of its protective genius to posterity. In the realm of religious belief, as in the domain of nature, absolute loss of something that once had existence does not take place. Something remains. Hundreds of old local gods of Babylonia thus survived in the literature as spirits or demons. The tendency towards making a selection out of the great mass of gods goes hand in hand with the multiplication of spirits that might, as occasion presented itself, be invoked. In general, the larger affairs of life were consigned into the hands of the gods, the petty annoyances, accidents, pains, ill luck, and the like, were put down to the account of the spirits. The gods were, on the whole, favorably disposed towards man. They were angry at times, they sent punishments, but they could be appeased. The spirits were, on the whole, hostile, and although the Babylonians also invoked favorable and kind spirits, when a spirit was hostile there was only one method of ridding oneself of the pernicious influence, to drive it out by means of formulas, and with the help of a priest acting as exorciser. Sorcerers and sorceresses. A widespread and apparently very ancient belief among the Babylonians and Assyrians was that certain human beings possessed demoniac power, and could exercise it for evil purposes over whomsoever they pleased. This belief may have originated in the abnormal appearance presented by certain individuals in consequence of physical deformities or peculiarities. The uncanny impression made by dwarfs, persons with misshapen limbs, with a strange look in their eyes, and, above all, the insane would give rise to the view that some people, for the very reason of their variation from the normal type, possessed peculiar powers. But by the side of such as were distinguished by bodily defects, those who outranked their fellows by virtue of their prowess or of natural gifts, by keenness of intellect or cunning, would also be supposed to have received their power through some demoniac source. With the giant and the artificer there would thus be associated ideas of sorcery and witchcraft, as with dwarfs, the deformed, and insane. The sorcerers might be either male or female, but, for reasons which are hard to fathom, the preference was given to females. Accordingly, it happens that among the Babylonians, as in the Middle Ages, the witch appears more frequently than the male sorcerer. The witches have all the powers of the demons, and in the incantation texts the two are often thrown together. Just as the demons, so the witches take away the breath of man, defile his food and drink, or close up his mouth. They are able to penetrate into the body of men, and thus produce similar physical and mental disturbances as the animalic demons. In view of this close relationship between witches and demons, we are justified in regarding the two as varying aspects of one and the same belief. The witch appears to be merely the person through whom the hitherto invisible demon has chosen to manifest itself. From being identical in character with the demons, the witches reached a stage which made them superior to the former. They could not only do everything that the demons did, but they could also control the latter, whereas the demons had no power over witches. Witches could invoke the demons at their will and bring such persons as they chose within the demon's power. Various means were at their disposal for bringing this about. The glance of a witch's evil eye was supposed to have great power. 357. Terrible were the sufferings of the one on whom a witch threw the glance that kept the person under her spell. The evil word, as it was called, and by which the use of certain magic formulas was meant, was another effective means at her command for inflicting all manner of evil. Magical potions, too, compounded of poisonous weeds, appear to have been prepared by them, and which, entering the body of those whom they desired to punish, had a disastrous effect. Such means might be denominated as direct. There were others indirect which were even more effective, and which rested upon the principle commonly known as sympathetic magic. 358. Under the notion that the symbolical acts of the sorcerers would have their effect upon the one to be bewitched, the male sorcerer or the witch, as the case might be, would tie knots in a rope. Repeating certain formulas with each fresh knot, the witch would in this way symbolically strangle the victim, seal his mouth, rack his limbs, tear his entrails, and the like. Still more popular was the making of an image of the desired victim of clay or pitch, honey, fat, or other soft material, 359, and either by burning it inflict physical tortures upon the person represented, or by undertaking various symbolical acts with it, such as burying it among the dead, placing it in a coffin, casting it into a pit or into a fountain, hiding it in an inaccessible place, placing it in spots that had a peculiar significance, as the doorposts, the threshold, under the arch of gates, would prognosticate in this way a fate corresponding to one of these acts for the unfortunate victim. The exorcisers. As a protection against the demons and witches, small images of some of the protecting deities were placed at the entrances to houses, and amulets of various kinds were carried about the person. Tablets, too, were hung up in the house, probably at the entrance, on which extracts from the religious texts were inscribed. These texts by virtue of their sacred character assured protection against the entrance of demons. 360. But when once a person had come under the baneful power of the demons, recourse was had to a professional class of exorcisers, who acted as mediators between the victims and the gods to whom the ultimate appeal for help was made. These exorcisers were of course priests, and at an early period of Babylonian culture it must have been one of the main functions of priests to combat the influence of evil spirits. It was for this purpose chiefly that the people came to the temples, and in so far we are justified in regarding incantation formulas as belonging to the oldest portion of the Babylonian temple rituals. In the course of time, as the temples in the great religious centers developed into large establishments, the priests were divided into classes, each with special functions assigned to them. Some were concerned with the sacrifices, others presided over the oracles, others were set aside for the night and day watches which were observed in the temple, and it is likely that the scribes formed a class by themselves. To this age of differentiation in priestly functions belongs the special class who may be regarded as the forerunners of the Eastern magi or magicians, and who by powers and methods peculiar to them could ward off the dangerous attacks of the demons and witches. The means employed by them may in general be described as forming the complement to those used by the witches, the reverse side of the picture, only that they were supposed to be effective against sorcerers, witches, and demons alike. Against the incantation formulas of the witches, incantations of superior force were prescribed that might serve to overcome the baneful influence of the former. The symbolical tying of knots was offset by symbolical loosening, accompanied by formulas that might effect the gradual release of the victim from the meshes of both the witches and the demons, or the hoped-for release was symbolized by the peeling of the several skins of an onion. Corresponding to the images made by the witches, the exorcising priests advised the making of counter-images of the witches, and by a symbolical burning, accompanied by certain ceremonies and conciliatory gifts to the gods, hoped to destroy the witches themselves. Since, moreover, the favorite time chosen by the demons and witches for their manifestations was the night, the three divisions of the nights, evening, midnight, and dawn, that correspond to the temple watches were frequently selected as the time for the incantations and the symbolical acts. The address was often made to the gods of night. A series of incantation formulas begins, I call upon you, gods of the night, with you I call upon the night, the veiled bride, 361, I call at evening, midnight, and at dawn. The formulas themselves, as we shall see, are characterized by their large number rather than by any elements that they have in common. At times they constitute a direct appeal to some god or gods, to some particular spirit, or to the associated spirits of heaven and earth, together with a direct indication of what is desired. An incantation addressed to Nusku, the god of fire, closes, Fire God, mighty and lofty one of the gods, who dost overpower the wicked and the hostile, overpower them, the witches, so that I be not destroyed. Let me thy servant live, let me unharmed stand before thee, thou art my God, thou art my Lord, thou art my judge, thou art my helper, thou art my avenger. Preceding the direct appeal, there is usually a recital more or less detailed of the woes with which one is afflicted. The victim tells of the pains which torture him. Says one bewitched, I stand upright and cannot lie down, neither night nor day. The witches have filled my mouth with their knots. With the aid of a puntu weed, 362, they have stuffed up my mouth. The water that I drink have they diminished, my joy is changed to pain, my pleasure to sorrow. This recital, which is often wearisome by its length, may or may not end in a direct appeal to some god or gods. The narrative of woes, however, is merely introductory to the incantation itself. To prescribe the formula to be used to the one appealing for help, is the special function of the priest acting as exorciser. He recites the formula, which is then repeated by the communicant. Instead of an appeal to the gods for help, the incantation often embodies threats hurled in the name of the gods at the demons or witches in case they do not release their victim. Such incantations appear to derive their power chiefly through the personage of the exorciser, who believes himself to be able to control the evil spirits. So in one case, after the sufferer has poured out his troubles, the exorciser replies, threatening the witches with the same evils that they have inflicted. Frowny face 363, they have used all kinds of charms to entwine me as with ropes, to catch me as in a cage, to tie me as with cords, to overpower me as in a net, to twist me as with a sling, to tear me as a fabric, to fill me with dirty water as that which runs down a wall, to throw me down as a wall. At this point the exorciser takes up the thread and declares, but I by command of Marduk, the Lord of Charms, by Marduk, the Master of Bewitchment, both the male and female which as with ropes I will entwine, as in a cage I will catch, as with cords I will tie, as in a net I will overpower, as in a sling I will twist, as a fabric I will tear, with dirty water as from a wall I will fill, as a wall throw them down. Accompanying these threats, the actions indicated were symbolically performed by the exorciser on effigies of the witches made, in this case, of bitumen covered with pitch. Corresponding again to the potions prepared by the witches, the priests prepared draughts compounded of various weeds and herbs that were given to the victim, or concoctions that were poured over his body. This constituted the medicinal phase of the priest's labors, and marks the connection between magic and medicine. Naturally such herbs and weeds were chosen as through experience had proved effective. The gods of the incantation texts. A feature of the incantation texts is the appeal to the gods, which is seldom, if ever, wanting. Just as the king sought, by the enumeration of a large pantheon, to secure the protection of as large a number of powers as possible, so the priests endeavor to strengthen their magic formulas by including the mention of all the chief and a varying number of the minor deities. This invocation of groups of deities, as the invocation of groups of spirits, became more or less conventional, so much so that, instead of mentioning the gods individually, the scribe would content himself with an indication, at the proper point, of the number of gods to be appealed to, 6, 10, 15, as the case may be, to as many as 50. 364, precisely what gods he had in mind we are no longer in a position to know, but no doubt the chief members of the pantheon were included in the first place. Lists of these deities are often added. The superior triad, Anu, Bel, and Ea, head the list, at times accompanied by their consorts, at times standing alone. The second class of triads, Sin, Shamash, and Ram-Man, follow, and then the other great gods, Ninibe, Marduk, Nergal, Nusku, and Jibal, and finally the chief goddesses are added, notably Ishtar, Nin-Karak, or Gula, and Bau. But besides the chief deities, an exceedingly large number of minor ones are found interspersed through the incantation texts. Some are well known, as Nin-Girsu, Zamama, and Papsicle. Many of them are found in other branches of the religious literature or in invocations attached to historical texts, commemorative of some work undertaken and completed by the kings, but a large proportion of these powers, not often distinguishable from mere spirits, only appear once in the literary remains of Babylonia. It is manifestly impossible, under such circumstances, to specify their traits. In most cases, indeed, the phonetic reading is unknown or uncertain. While a considerable proportion may be put down as local gods, enjoying an independent, albeit obscure, existence, at least an equal number will turn out to be mere epithets of gods already known. In all cases where the god's name actually appears as an epithet, we may be certain that such is the case. So when a god is called simply Dainu, i.e., judge, there can be little doubt that Shamash, the sun god, is meant. A god, great mountain, is none other than Bel, and similarly, such names as merciful, hearer of prayer, conqueror of enemy are manifestly titles belonging to certain well-known deities, and used much as among the Greeks the gods were often referred to by the traits, physical or moral, that distinguished them. As for the residue, who are independent deities, while of course our knowledge of the Babylonian religion would be increased did we know more of them than their names, it is not likely that the worship of these gods, nor the conceptions connected with them, involved any new principle. A mere enumeration would of course be of little use. Moreover, such an enumeration would not be exhaustive, for new deities are found in almost every additional text that is published. Already this list counts considerably over 200. At most, such an enumeration would merely illustrate what we already know, the exceedingly large number of local cults that once existed in Babylonia and Assyria, and disappeared without leaving any trace but the more or less accidental preservation of the name of the deity, who was once regarded as the patron of the place. Lastly, it is to be noted that, besides gods, stars are invoked, as well as rivers, temples, and even towns, in short, anything that has sacred associations. On a different level from the gods enumerated in groups stand those deities who are introduced into the incantation texts at essential points individually and for a special reason. Such deities are comparatively few, hardly more than half a dozen. These gods may be called the gods of the incantation texts par excellence. Their help is essential to ensure the effectiveness of the exorciser's task. They stand in close and direct connection with the troubles from which relief is prayed for. For physical ills, they act as healers. If the evil for which the individual or the country suffers is due to some natural phenomena, an eclipse of the moon, of which people stood in great terror, or a deluge or a famine, the moon god, the storm god, some phase of the sun deity, or an agricultural god would naturally be implored, while in a general way the heads of the pantheon, Marduk in Babylonia and Ashur in Assyria, come in for a large share of attention. As already intimated in a previous chapter, 365, the god who plays perhaps the most prominent role in the incantation texts is Ye. He occupies this rank primarily by virtue of his being the god of humanity, but another factor which enters into consideration, though in an indirect fashion, is his character as a water god. Water, being one of the means of purification frequently referred to in the texts, acquires a symbolical significance among the Babylonians, as among so many other nations. Ea, therefore, as the water god of the ancient sacred town, Eridu, acquires additional popularity through this circumstance. The titles that he receives in the texts emphasize his power to heal and protect. He is the great physician who knows all secret sources whence healing can be obtained for the maladies and ills caused by the demons and sorcerers. He is therefore in a peculiar sense the lord of the fates of mankind, the chief exorciser, the all-wise magician of the gods, at whose command and under whose protection, the priest performs his symbolical acts. Not only does humanity turn to Ea, the gods, too, appeal to him in their distress. The eclipse of the moon was regarded by the popular faith as a sort of bewitchment of the great orb through the 7 evil spirits. All the heavenly bodies are affected by such an event. Anu is powerless. It is only through Ea that sin is released, just as though he were a human individual. But Ea is rarely approached directly. At his side stands his son Marduk, who acts as a mediator. Marduk listens to the petition addressed to him by the exorcising priest on behalf of the victim, and carries the word to Father Ea. The latter, after first declaring Marduk to be his equal in knowledge, proceeds to dictate the cure. Marduk, accordingly, is given the same titles as his father, Ea. He, too, is the Lord of Life, the master of the exorcising art, the chief magician among the gods. The importance thus given to Marduk is an indication of a later period, and must be taken in connection with the supremacy accorded to the god after the union of the Babylonian states. Originally, Ea is the god to whom the direct appeal was made. Marduk is an afterthought that points to the remodeling of the ancient texts after the period of Hammurabi. Damkina, the consort of Ea, is occasionally invoked, but it is significant that Sarpanidam, the consort of Marduk, is rarely mentioned. The burning of images and witches, or of other objects, being so frequently resorted to as a means of destroying baneful influences, the god of fire occupies a rank hardly secondary to Ea. Here, too, the mystical element involved in the use of fire adds to the effectiveness of the method. Water and fire are the two great sources of symbolical purification that we meet within both primitive and advanced rituals of the past. 366. The fire god appears in the texts under the double form of Jibal and Nusku. The former occurs with greater frequency than the latter, but the two are used so interchangeably as to be in every respect identical. The amalgamation of the two may indeed be due to the growth of the incantation rituals of Babylon. In some districts Jibal was worshipped as the special god of fire, in others Nusku, much as we found the sun god worshipped under the names of Shamus and Utu, and similarly in the case of other deities. On the supposition that the incantation rituals are the result of a complicated literary process, involving the collection of all known formulas, and the bringing of them into some kind of connection with one another, this existence of a twofold fire god finds a ready explanation. At Babylon we know Nusku was worshipped as the fire god. Jibal belongs therefore to another section, perhaps to one farther south. He is in all probability the older god of the two, and the preponderating occurrence of his name in the texts may be taken as a proof of the ancient origin of those parts in which it occurs. There being no special motive why he should be supplanted by Nusku, his preeminence was not interfered with through the remodeling to which the texts were subjected. While bearing in mind that Jibal and Nusku are two distinct deities, we may, for the sake of convenience, treat them together under the double designation of Jibal-Nusku. Jibal and Nusku are called sons of Anu. Jibal, indeed, is spoken of as the firstborn of heaven, and the image of his father. The conception is probably mythological, resting upon the belief in the heavenly origin of fire held by all nations. Jibal-Nusku is exalted as the lofty one among the gods, whose command is supreme. He is at once the great messenger of the gods and their chief counselor. Clothed in splendor, his light is unquenchable. A large variety of other attributes are assigned to him, all emphasizing his strength, his majesty, his brilliancy, and the terror that he is able to inspire. The importance of fire to mankind made Jibal-Nusku the founder of cities, and in general the god of civilization. As the fire god, Jibal-Nusku is more especially invoked at the symbolical burning of the images of the witches. With a raised torch in one hand, the bewitched person repeats the incantation recited by the exorciser. Frequently the instruction is added that the incantation is to be recited in a whisper, corresponding to the soft tones in which the demons, witches, and ghosts are supposed to convey their messages. The incantations in which the fire god is exalted in grandiloquent terms belong to the finest productions of this branch of the religious literature. The addresses to Jibal-Nusku are veritable hymns that are worthy of better associations. One of these addresses begins, Nusku, great god, counselor of the great gods, 367, guarding the sacrificial gifts, 368, of all the heavenly spirits, founder of cities, renewer of the sanctuaries, glorious day, whose command is supreme, messenger of Anu, carrying out the decrees of Bel, obedient to Bel, counselor, mountain, 369. Of the earthly spirits, mighty in battle, whose attack is powerful, without thee no table is spread in the temple. Without thee, Shamash, the judge executes no judgment. I, thy servant so and so, the son of so and so, 370, whose God is so and whose goddess so and so, 371, I turn to thee, I seek thee, I raise my hands to thee, I prostrate myself before thee. Burn the sorcerer and sorceress, may the life of my sorcerer and sorceress be destroyed. Let me live that I may exalt thee and proudly pay homage to thee. This incantation, we are told, is to be recited in a whisper, in the presence of an image of wax. The image is burnt as the words are spoken, and as it is consumed the power of the witch is supposed to wane. The reference to the indispensable presence of the fire god in the temple is rather interesting. Sacrifice always entailed the use of fire. To whatever deity the offering was made, Jibble-Nusku could not in any case be overlooked. The fire constituted the medium, as it were, between the worshipper and the deity addressed. The fire god is in truth the messenger who carries the sacrifice into the presence of the god worshipped. Even Shamash, though himself personifying fire, is forced to acknowledge the power of Jibble-Nusku, who, we are told elsewhere, is invoked, even when sacrifices are made to the sun god. Besides being the son of Anu, Jibble-Nusku is brought into association with the two other members of the triad, Bel and Ea. He is the messenger of Bel and the son of Ea. The former conception is again mythical. Fire is also the instrument of the gods, and Nusku is particularly called the messenger of Bel because Bel is one of the highest gods. In reality he is the messenger of all the gods, and is frequently so designated. His connection with Ea, on the other hand, seems to be the result of the systematizing efforts of the schoolmen. Ea occupying the chief rank in the incantations, the subsidiary role of Jibble-Nusku is indicated by making him, just as Marduk, the son of Ea. In this way, too, the two great means of purification, water and fire, are combined under a single aspect. The combination was all the more appropriate since the fire god, as the promoter of culture, shared with Ea the protection of humanity. Accordingly, all the titles of Ea are bestowed in one place or the other upon Jibble-Nusku. But, after all, Jibble-Nusku is merely a phase of the solar deity, 372, and hence by the side of this fire god, Shamash and the other solar deities, though in a measure subsidiary to Jibble-Nusku, are frequently invoked. Shamash, as the great judge, was a personage especially appropriate for occasions which involved a decision in favor of the bewitched and against the witches or demons. Jibble-Nusku, like Shamash, is exalted as the great judge who comes to the aid of the oppressed. Similarly, the fire god receives the attributes belonging to Ninib, Nergal, and the various phases of the latter, such as Lugal-Adina, Lugal-Jira, and Alamu. These gods, then, and their consorts, because of their relationship to the fire god, are introduced into the incantations, and what is more to the point, the various phases of Nergal and Ninib are introduced without any trace of the distinctions that originally differentiated them from one another. 373, besides the great solar deities, minor ones, as Nin-Gish-Zida, 374, and I-Shum, are frequently added in long lists of protecting spirits to whom the appeal for help is directed. The attempt is also made to illustrate their relationship to the great fire god. So I-Shum becomes the messenger of Nusku, while Nin-Gish-Zida, though in the days of Gudea a male deity, 375, appears to be regarded, as Tolkvist has suggested, as the consort of Nusku. Night being a favorite time for the recital of the incantations, it was natural that the orb of night, the god Sin, should be added to the pantheon of the exorciser. Though playing a minor role, the moon god is never omitted when a long series of protecting spirits is invoked. But there are occasions when Sin becomes the chief deity invoked. Reference has already been made to the general terror at moon eclipses inspired. The disappearance of the moon was looked upon as a sign of the god's displeasure or as a defeat of the moon in a conflict with other planets. Disaster of some kind, war, pestilence, internal disturbances, was sure to follow upon an eclipse, unless the anger of the god could be appeased or his weakness overcome. In the case of such general troubles affecting the whole country, it is the kings themselves who seek out the priests. Rituals were prepared to meet the various contingencies. The king begins the ceremony by a prayer addressed to Sin. One of these prayers begins Frowny Face 376, O Sin, O Nanner. Mighty One. O Sin, thou who alone givest light, extending light to mankind, showing favor to the black-headed ones, 377, thy light shines in heaven. Thy torch is brilliant as fire, thy light fills the broad earth. Thy light is glorious as the sun. Before thee the great gods lie prostrate, the fate of the world rests with thee. An eclipse has taken place, portending evil to the country, and libations have been poured out on days carefully selected as favorable ones. The king continues, I have poured out to thee, with wailing, 378, a libation at night, I have offered thee a drink offering with shouts, prostrate and standing erect, 379, I implore thee. With the prayer to Sin, appeals to other gods and also goddesses are frequently combined, to Marduk, Ishtar, Tashmitum, Nabu, Ramman, and the like. The incantations themselves, consisting of fervent appeals to remove the evil, actual or pretending, are preceded by certain ceremonies, the burning of incense, the pouring out of some drink, or by symbolical acts, as the binding of cords, and the god is appealed to once more to answer the prayer. Again, just as Jibal Nusku entails the invocation of a large variety of solar deities, so Ea, as the water god, leads to the introduction of various water gods and spirits. Perhaps the most prominent of these is the god Neru, whose name, signifying river, 380, is clearly the personification of the watery element, though of the minor bodies of water. Next in order comes the goddess Ninakakadu. 381, she is invoked as goddess of purification. From her association in several passages with the great deep, and with the city of Eridu, metaphorically used for the great deep, one may be permitted to conclude that she, too, was conceived of as a water god or a water spirit. She is the Lady of Spells, who is asked to take possession of the body of the sufferer, and thus free him from the control of demons or witches. By the side of this goddess, Gula, the great physician, is often appealed to. Again, the demons being in some cases the ghosts of the departed, or such as hover around graves, Ninkaigel, or Alatu, the mistress of the lower world, is an important ally, whose aid is desired in the struggle against the evil spirits. Lastly, it is interesting to note that Izdubar, or Gilgamesh, the famous hero of the great Babylonian epic, occurs also in incantations, 382, a welcome indication of the antiquity of the myth, and the proof, at the same time, that the epic is built on a foundation of myth. From the mythological side, Gilgamesh appears to be a solar deity. The connection of a solar god with fire would account for his appearance in the magical texts. However obscure some of the points connected with the gods of the incantation texts may be, so much is certain, that the two factors of water and fire, and the part played by these elements in the ceremonies, control and explain the choice of most of the gods and goddesses introduced, though, be it expressly noted, not of all occurring in the magical texts. The ritual and formulas. Coming to the incantations themselves, they can best be characterized as appeals interspersed with words of a more or less mystic character. The force and efficacy of the incantation lie not so much in the meaning of the words uttered, as in the simple fact that they are to be uttered. These incantations were combined into a ritual, and indications were given of the occasions on which the incantations were to be used. An analysis of one of these rituals will serve to illustrate this branch of the religious literature of the Babylonians. I choose for this purpose the series known as Maklu, i.e., burning, 383, the interpretation of which has been so considerably advanced by Dr. Tolkvist's admirable work. The first tablet of the series opens with an invocation to the gods of night. After complaining of his sad condition, the bewitched individual continues as follows: Arise ye great gods, hear my complaint, grant me justice, take cognizance of my condition. I have made an image of my sorcerer and sorceress, I have humbled myself before you and bring to you my cause because of the evil they, i.e., the witches, have done, of the impure things which they have handled, 384, may she, 385, die. Let me live. May her charm, her witchcraft, her sorcery, be broken. May the plucked sprig of the binu tree purify me. May it release me, may the evil odor, 386, of my mouth be scattered to the winds. May the mashtakal herb, 387, which fills the earth cleanse me. Before you let me shine like the kankal herb. Let me be as brilliant and pure as the lardu herb. The charm of the sorceress is evil, may her words return to her mouth, 388, her tongue be cut off. Because of her witchcraft, may the gods of night smite her, the 3 watches of the night, 389, break her evil charm. May her mouth be wax, 390, her tongue honey. May the word causing my misfortune that she has spoken dissolve like wax. May the charm that she has wound up melt like honey, so that her magic not be cut in twain, her work destroyed, all her words scattered across the plains by the order that the gods have given. The section closes with the ordinary request of the exorciser to the victim, recite this incantation. It will be seen how closely the principle of sympathetic magic is followed. The individual having been bewitched by means of certain herbs concocted probably into potions, other herbs are prepared by the exorciser as an antidote. The emphasis laid upon purification, too, is noteworthy. There are numerous synonyms employed for which it is difficult to find the adequate equivalent in English. The terms reach out beyond the literal to the symbolical purification. The victim wishes to become pure, cleansed of all impurities, so that he may be resplendent as the gods are pure, brilliant, and glorious, pure as the water, brilliant and glorious as the fire. The length of the formulas varies. Often they consist only of a few lines. So the one immediately following appeals to Gilgamesh in these words. Earth, 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 Gilgamesh is the master of your witchcraft. What you have done, I know, what I do, you know not. All the mischief wrought by my sorceresses is destroyed, dissolved, is gone. At times the conditions under which the witches are pictured as acting are very elaborate. They are represented as dwelling in places with which mythological conceptions are connected, they are ferried across the river separating their city from human habitations, they are protected against attacks by the walls which surround their habitations. To effect a release, the exorcisers, it would appear, made representations by means of drawings on clay of these habitations of the witches. They thereupon symbolically cut off the approaches and laid siege to the towns. This, at least, appears to be the meaning of an incantation beginning, My city is Sappan, 391, My city is Sappan, the gates of my city Sappan are 2, one toward sunrise, the other toward sunset. 392, I carry a box, a pot with mashtakal herbs, to the gods of heaven I offer water, as I for you secure your purification, so do you purify me. The victim imitates the conduct of the witch, goes about as she does, with a pot in which the potions are made, performs the symbolical act which should purify him of the evil that is in him, and hopes, in this way, to obtain his own release. The description continues, I have kept back the fairy, have shut off the wall, 393, have thus checked the enchantment from all quarters. Anu and Anadim have commissioned me. Whom shall I send to Belit of the field, 394, into the mouth of the sorcerer and sorceress cast the lock. 395, recite the incantation of the chief of gods, Marduk. 396, let them, 397, call to thee but answer them not, let them address thee, but hearken not to them. Let me call to thee, and do thou answer me, let me address thee, and do thou hearken unto me. By the command of Anu, Anadim, and Belit, recite the incantation. The hymns to the fire god, Nusku or Giru, of which the Maklub series naturally furnishes many specimens, 398, are all pretty much alike. I choose one which illustrates in greater detail the symbolical burning of the image of the witch frowny face 399, Nusku, great offspring of Anu, the likeness of his father, the firstborn of Bel, the product of the deep, sprung from Ea, 400, I raise the torch to illumine thee, thee. The sorcerer who has bewitched me, through the witchcraft by means of which he has bewitched me, do thou bewitch him. The sorceress who has bewitched me, through the witchcraft by means of which she has bewitched me, bewitch thou her. The charmer who has charmed me, through the charm with which he has charmed me, charm thou him. The witch who has charmed me, through the charm with which she has charmed me, charm thou her. Those who have made images of me, reproducing my features, who have taken away my breath, torn my hairs, who have rent my clothes, have hindered my feet from treading the dust, may the fire god, the strong one, break their charm. Just as the witches were burnt in effigy, so also the demons were supposed to be similarly dispelled. Immediately following the incantation comes one directed against the demons. I raise the torch, their images I burn, of the Utuku, the Shidu, the Rabasu, the Akimu, the Labartu, the Labasai, the Akasasu, of Lilu and Lilitu and Ardent Lily, and every evil that seizes hold of men. Tremble, melt away, and disappear. May your smoke rise to heaven, may Shamash destroy your limbs, may the son of Ea, i.e., may the fire god, the great magician, restrain your strength? The witch who has caused the evil may be unknown. For such a case one of the incantations runs Frowny Face 401, Who art thou, sorceress, who bears her evil word within her heart, through whose tongue my misfortune is produced, through whose lips I have been poisoned, in whose footsteps death follows. Sorceress, I seize thy mouth, seize thy tongue, I seize thy searching eyes, I seize thy ever-moving feet, I seize thy knees ever active, I seize thy hands ever stretched out, I tie thy hands behind thee. May sin destroy thy body, may he cast thee into an abyss of fire and water. Sorceress, as the circle of this seal ring, 402, may thy face grow pale and wan. Of the same character as this, are a variety of other incantations, all applicable to cases in which the sorceress is unknown. As the last specimen of the Vmaklu series, I choose an incantation addressed to the demons, which is interesting because of the direct character of the commands it contains: away, away, far away, for shame, fly away, roundabout face, go away, far away, out of my body, away, out of my body, far away, out of my body, away for shame, out of my body, fly away, out of my body, roundabout face, out of my body, go away, into my body, come not back, towards my body, do not approach, towards my body, draw not nigh, my body torture not. By Shamash the Mighty, be ye forsworn. By Ea, the Lord of everything, be ye forsworn. By Marduk, the chief magician of the gods, be ye forsworn. By the fire god, be ye forsworn. From my body be ye restrained. Repetition and variation in the use of certain phrases make up, as will be seen from the specimens given, a large part of the incantation. A curious illustration of the importance attributed to such repetition is furnished by the 8th and last tablet of the Vmaklu series. It consists of 7 divisions, each beginning with a repetition of the headlines of the various sections of the preceding 7 tablets, and only after the headlines of each of the tablets have been exhausted, does the real incantation begin. This 8th tablet contains therefore a kind of summary of all the others, the purpose of which is to gather together all the power and influence of the 7 others. The Vmaklu ritual deals so largely with the fire god that a specimen from another series, to illustrate the position of Ea and Marduk in the incantations, seems called for. The Sherpu series introduces Ea and Marduk more particularly. The 5th tablet of this series begins Frowny Face 403, the evil curse rests like a gallows upon the man, the pain-giving voice, 404, has settled upon him, the voice that is not good has settled upon him, the evil curse, the charm that produces insanity, the evil curse has killed that man as a sheep, his God has departed from his body, 405, his goddess has taken her place outside, 406, the pain-giving voice covers him as a garment and confuses him. Marduk sees him, and proceeds to the house of his father Ea and speaks, my father, the evil curse as a demon has settled on the man. He says it for a second time. What that man should do, I do not know, by what can he be cured? Ea answers his son Marduk, my son, can I add aught that thou dost not know? Marduk, what can I tell thee that thou dost not know? What I know, also thou knowest. My son Marduk, take him to the overseer of the house of perfect purification, dissolve his spell, release him from the charm, and from the troublesome bodily disease. Whether it be the curse of his father, or the curse of his mother, or the curse of his brother, or the curse of an unknown, 407, may the bewitchment through the charm of Ea be peeled off like an onion. May it be cut off like a date. May it be removed like a husk. O power of the Spirit of heaven, be thou invoked. O Spirit of earth, be thou invoked. The purification by water, which is here only incidentally referred to, is more fully touched upon in other incantations, where Ea tells Marduk that the victim must take glittering water, pure water, holy water, resplendent water, the water twice 7 times may he bring, may he make pure, may he make resplendent. May the evil Rabasu depart, may he betake himself outside, may the protecting Shidu, the protecting Lamasu, settle upon his body. Spirit of heaven, be thou invoked. Spirit of earth, be thou invoked. 408, still other methods of magical cure besides the use of water and of potions were in vogue. In a tablet of the same ritual to which the last extract belongs, and which is especially concerned with certain classes of diseases produced by the demons, the sick man is told to take white wool, which has been spun into thread, to attach it to his couch, 409, in front and at the top, black wool which has been spun into thread to bind at his left side. Then follows the incantation which he is to recite, the evil Uluku, Alu, Ekimu, the evil Galu, the evil god, Rabasu, Labartu, Labesu, Akazu, Lilu and Lilith in Ardit Lily, sorcery, charm, bewitchment, the sickness, the cruel artifice, their head against his head, their hand against his hand, their foot against his foot, may they not place, may they never draw nigh. Spirit of heaven, be thou forsworn. Spirit of earth, be thou forsworn. It is interesting to note the introduction of ethical ideas into these texts, despite the primitive character of the beliefs upon which the incantations repose. The possibility was considered that the attack of the demons was a punishment sent in some way for committed sins. The incantation series Sherpu furnishes us with a long list of wrongs for which a person may be held enthralled in the power of the demons or sorcerers. The exorciser, in petitioning that the ban may be relieved, enumerates at length the various causes for which the evil may have been sent. Frowny-face 410, has he sinned against a god, is his guilt against a goddess, is it a wrongful deed against his master, hatred towards his elder brother, has he despised father or mother, insulted his elder sister, has he given too little, 411, has he withheld too much, for no, said yes, for yes, said no, 412, has he used false weights? Has he taken an incorrect amount, not taken the correct sum, has he fixed a false boundary, not fixed a just boundary, has he removed a boundary, a limit, or a territory, has he possessed himself of his neighbor's house, has he approached his neighbor's wife, has he shed the blood of his neighbor, robbed his neighbor's dress? Was he frank in speaking, but false in heart, was it, yes, with his mouth, but no, in his heart? 413, in this way the exorciser proceeds to enumerate an exceedingly long list of sins, no less than 100, most of which are ethical misdemeanors, while others are merely ceremonial transgressions. In the third tablet of this series, 414, there is even a longer list of causes for the ban which Marduk, the chief exorciser, among the gods, is called upon to loosen. Here again we find an equal proportion of moral transgressions placed on a par with errors in performing religious rites or unwillful offenses in neglecting conventional methods of doing things. The ethical features of the texts can, without much question, be put down as the work of the later editors. They belong to a period when already an advanced conception not only of right and wrong, but also of sin had arisen among the religious leaders of the people, and perhaps had made its way already among the masses, without, however, disturbing the confidence in the traditional superstitions. The strange combination of primitive and advanced religious beliefs is characteristic, as we shall have occasion to see, of various divisions of the Babylonian religious literature. The lapse from the ethical strain to the incantation refrain is as sudden as it is common. The priest, having exhausted the category of possible sins or mishaps that have caused the suffering of the petitioner, proceeds to invoke the gods, goddesses, and the powerful spirits to loosen the ban. There is no question of retribution for actual acts of injustice or violence, any more than there is a question of genuine contrition. The enumeration of the causes for the suffering constitutes in fact a part of the incantation. The mention of the real cause in the long list, and the list aims to be exhaustive, so that the exorciser may strike the real cause, goes a long way towards ensuring the departure of the evil spirit. And if, besides striking the real cause, the exorciser is fortunate enough in his enumeration of the various gods, goddesses, and spirits to call by name upon the right god or spirit, the one who has the power over the demon in question, his object is achieved. Speaking the right words and pronouncing the right name, constitute, together with the performance of the correct ceremony in the bringing of the right sacrifice, the conditions upon which depends the success of the priest in the incantation ritual. Hence the striking features of these texts, the enumeration of long lists of causes for misfortune, long lists of powers invoked, and a variety of ceremonies prescribed, in the hope that the priest will hit it at one time or the other. Incantations and prayers. The incantations accordingly lead us to the next division in the religious literature of the Babylonians, the prayers and hymns. Footnotes: 341, Die Assyrische Beschwörungsserie, Maklu, page 14. 342, there are some preserved solely in the ideographic style, and others of which we have only the phonetic transliteration. 343, Die Propheten in ihrer ursprünglichen Form, pages 1, 6. This work is a valuable investigation of the oldest form of the poetic compositions of the Semites. 344, the fifth and sixth tablets of the series. It is probable that several editions were prepared, some wholly Babylonian, others bilingual. 345, Haupt, Akkadisch und Summerisch Kiel Schrifttext, page 83. Colonel I, LL 1-10. 346, wherever feasible, the Babylonian name of the demon will be used in the translations. 347, our word nightmare still embodies the same ancient view of the cause of bad dreams as that found among the Babylonians. 348, see above, page 182. 349, for our, PL 5. 350, see Perot and Chiples, History of Art in Chaldea and Assyria, I, 61, 62, 2. 81 for illustrations. 351, 4R, 2, Colonel V. LL 30-60. 352, the God of Humanity. The phrase is equivalent to saying that the spirits are hostile to mankind. 353, literally, to their second time, i.e., repeat, 7 are they. 354, see Hopkins, The Holy Numbers in the Rig Veda, Oriental Studies, pages 144-147. 355, 4R, 15, Colonel LL 21 Sikh. 356, see Chapter 11. 357, for the general views connected with the evil eye among all nations, see Elworthy's recent volume, The Evil Eye. London, 1896. 358, for illustrations taken from various nations, see Fraser, The Golden Bough, 2. 9-12, 2. 85-89, 359, see for illustrations of similar practices among Egyptians and Greeks, Budge, Life and Exploits of Alexander the Great, London, 1896, pages 12-17. 360, Mr. L. W. King describes, Zeitz. Fura Sir. XL, 50-62, interesting fragments of the Dabara, or Plague God, legend found on tablets which were evidently intended to be hung up. Mr. King suggests that such tablets were hung up in the houses of the Babylonians whenever a plague broke out. One is reminded of the mezuzot, the metallic or wooden cases, attached to the doorposts of their houses by the Jews, and which originally served a similar purpose. 361, Talkvist, Assur. Beschwörungsserie Maklu, page 115, suggests that the veiled bride may be a name of some goddess of the night. This is improbable. It sounds more like a direct personification of the night, for which an epithet as veiled bride seems appropriate. The name may have arisen in consequence of mythological conceptions affecting the relationship between day and night. 362, a magic potion compounded of this plant. Maklu, series, I, LL 8-12. 363, Maklu, series, 2. LL 148-168. 364, C. Relsner, Summerisch Babylonisch Hymnen, Berlin, 1896, page 15. 365, see page 137. 366, Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, page 352. Grimm, Deutsche Mythology, I, 508-596. Tyler, Primitive Culture, 2. 383 Seek. See also the article Hestia, in Roscher's Ausführliches Lexikon der griechischen und römischen Mythologie. 367, Maklu, series, 2. LL 1-17. 368, a reference to the sacred action of the fire in the burnt offerings. 369, a favorite title of several gods, Bel, Sin, etc., that emphasizes their strength. 370, here the seeker for help inserts his name. 371, here the names of special deities are to be inserted. 372, see above, Nusku, page 220. 373, see page 67. 374, a form of Nusku, according to Tolkvist, Asur. Beshwer. Page 146. It would be more accurate to say a form of Ninib. See page 92. 375, CP. 91, 376, King, Babylonian Magic, page 3. 377, Humanity. 378, the reference is to the formal lamentations on the occasion of the death of any one. The moon god, having disappeared, is bewailed as though dead. 379, i.e., under all conditions and at all times. 380, the reading Neru is not altogether certain, but probable. See Tolkvist, Asur. Beshwer. Pages 131, 132, whose suggestion, however, that Neru may be a female deity, is not acceptable. Elidi is probably a scribal error. 381, see above page 103. 382, Tolkvist, I.L. 38. 383, see above, page 254. 384, To Bewitch Me. 385, The Witch. 386, From which he suffers through the witches. 387, The identification of the many herbs mentioned in the texts is as yet impossible. The subject awaits investigation at the hands of one versed in botanical lore. 388, i.e., be ineffective. 389, i.e., the gods presiding over the watches. 390, her words dissolve like wax and honey. 391, supposed to be situated at the northern point of the heavens. 392, the vault of heaven was pictured as having two gates. 393, so that the witch cannot leave her habitation. 394, with the order, to cast the lock, etc., 395, to prevent her from uttering her charms. 396, the following four lines constitute the incantation. 397, i.e., the witches. 398, see above, page 278, where one has been given. 399, Maklu, I, 122-143. 400, the fiery element belongs to all three divisions of the universe, to heaven, earth, and water. 401, Maklu, 3. LL 89-103. 402, many of the seals used by the Babylonians were of white stone or bone. 403, Zimmern's edition, pages 25 to 29. 404, i.e., the evil word. 405, his protecting deity has deserted him. 406, of his body. 407, i.e., whoever may have invoked the evil demon to settle upon him. 408, the translation of these lines follows in all but some minor passages the correct one given by Sayce, Hibbert Lectures, page 446. 409, of the sick man. 410, Zimmern, Die Beschwörungsstaffeln Sherpu, pages 5, 6. 411, in mercantile transactions. 412, i.e., lied. 413, i.e., did he say one thing, but mean the contrary? 414, Zimmern, IB pages 13 to 20. 415, for details as to the manner in which this editing was done, see King's admirable remarks in the introduction to his Babylonian Magic and Sorcery, pages XX24. Chapter 17. The Prayers and Hymns. From what has just been said, it follows that the step from magical formulas to prayers and hymns is but a small one, and does not, indeed, carry with it the implication of changed or higher religious conceptions. While the incantation texts in their entirety may be regarded as the oldest fixed ritual of the Babylonian-Assyrian religion, there were occasions even in the oldest period of Babylonian history when the gods were approached in prayer without the accompaniment of magic formulas. Such occasions were the celebration of festivals in honor of the gods, the dedication of temples or of sacred statues, and the completion of such purely secular undertakings as the building of a canal. Gudea, we are told, upon completing a statue to his god Nin-Girsu, prayed, O king, whose great strength the land cannot endure, Nin-Girsu. Grant to Gudea, who has built this house, a good fate. 416, as in the earliest, so in the latest, period, the Babylonian kings approached the gods in prayer upon completing their great sacred edifices. The prayers of Nebuchadnezzar are particularly fine, remarkable, indeed, for their diction and elevation of thought. Upon completing the restoration of a temple to Nin-Karak or Gula in Sippar, he prays Frowny-Face 417, Nin-Karak, lofty goddess, look with favor upon the work of my hands, mercy towards me be the command of thy lips, long life, abundance of strength, health, and joy, grant to me as a gift. In the presence of Shamash and Marduk cause my deeds to be regarded with favor, command grace for me. A prayer of the same king addressed to Shamash, upon restoring the great temple at Sippar, Ibabara, runs Frowny-Face 418, O Shamash, great Lord, upon entering joyfully into thy glorious temple Ibabara, look with favor upon my precious handiwork, mercy towards me be thy command, through thy righteous order, may I have abundance of strength. Long life, and a firm throne, grant to me. May my rule last forever. With a righteous scepter of blissful rulership, with a legitimate staff, bringing salvation to mankind, adorn my sovereignty forever. With strong weapons for the fray, protect my soldiers, then, O Shamash, by oracle and dream, answer me correctly. By thy supreme command, which is unchangeable, may my weapons advance, and strike and overthrow the weapons of the enemies. Nebuchadnezzar's inscriptions are characterized by the prayer with which they almost invariably close. Whether erecting a sanctuary or building a canal or improving the walls of Babylon, he does not fail to add to the description of his achievements a prayer to some deity, in which he asks for divine grace and the blessings of long life and prosperity. There were other occasions, too, in which, both in ancient times and in more modern periods, prayers were sent up to the gods. Audiobook, of the second dynasty of Ur, informs us that he built a temple, Enunmak, to sin in gratitude to the god for having hearkened to his prayer. The Assyrian kings pray to Ashur or Ishtar before the battle, and offer thanks after the victory has been gained. O goddess of Arbela, says Ashurbanabal, 419, I am Ashurbanabal, the king of Assyria, the product of thy hands, created by thee in the house of my father. To renew the sanctuaries of Assyria, and to enlarge the cities of Babylonia. Have I devoted myself to thy dwelling places, and have steadfastly worshipped thy sovereignty. Hearken unto me. O thou mistress of mistresses, supreme in battle, mistress of the fray, queen of the gods. Who speakest good things in the presence of Ashur, the father, that produced thee. Tuman, king of Elam, has arrayed his army and fixed upon battle, brandishes his weapons to proceed against Assyria. Do thou now, O warrior, like. Drive him into the midst of the fray, pursue him with a storm, with an evil wind. Ishtar, the narrative tells us, hearken to the fervent words of the king. Be not afraid, says the goddess to her royal subject. Elsewhere the same king prays more briefly to Ashur and Ishtar. May his corpse, viz., of a certain enemy, be cast before his enemy, i.e., before Ashurbanabal, and his remains be carried off. 420, upon ascending the throne, we find Nebuchadnezzar addressing a fervent prayer to the great god Marduk, O eternal ruler, Lord of the universe. Grant that the name, 421, of the king whom thou lovest, whose name thou hast mentioned, 422, may flourish as seems good to thee. Guide him on the right path. I am the ruler who obeys thee, the creation of thy hand. It is thou who hast created me, and thou hast entrusted to me sovereignty over mankind. According to thy mercy, O Lord, which thou bestowest upon all, cause me to love thy supreme rule. Implant the fear of thy divinity in my heart, grant to me whatsoever may seem good before thee, since it is thou that dost control my life. The curses also with which so many of the historical texts of Babylonia and Assyria close may be regarded as prayers. We are also justified in assuming that the offering of sacrifices, which formed at all times an essential feature of the cult, both in Babylonia and Assyria, was always accompanied by some form of prayer addressed to some deity or to a group of deities. In view of all this, no sharp chronological line, any more than a logical one, can be drawn marking off the incantation formulas from the hymns and prayers pure and simple. The conceptions formed of the gods in the incantation texts are precisely those which we have found to be characteristic of them in the period when this phase of the religion reached its highest development. Ea is the protector of humanity, Shamash the Lord of justice, and, if certain ideas that in the prayers are attached to the gods, as wisdom to sin, are absent from the incantations, it may be regarded rather as an accident than as an indication of any difference of conception. The pantheon too, barring the omission of certain gods, is the same that we find it to be in the historical texts, and the order in which the gods are enumerated corresponds quite closely with the rank accorded to them in the inscriptions of the kings. What variations there are not sufficiently pronounced to warrant any conclusions. All this points, as has been emphasized several times, to the subsequent remodeling of the texts in question. It is true that we find more traces of earlier and purely mythological notions in the incantations than in the hymns and prayers, but such notions are by no means foreign to the latter. Even in those religious productions of Babylonia which represent the flower of religious thought, we meet with views that reflect a most primitive mode of thought. The proper view, therefore, to take of the prayers and hymns is to regard them as twin productions to the magical texts, due to the same conceptions of the power of the gods, an emanation of the same religious spirit, and produced at the same time that the incantation rituals enjoyed popular favor and esteem, and without in any way interfering with the practice of the rites that these rituals involved. This position does not of course preclude that among the prayers and hymns that have been preserved there are some betraying a loftier spirit, a higher level of religious thought, and more pronounced ethical tendencies than others. Indeed, the one important result of the dissociation of the address to the gods from the purely practical magic rites was to produce the conditions favorable to a development of higher religious thought. An offering of praise to the gods, whether it was for victory granted or for a favor shown, called forth the best and purest sentiments of which the individual was capable. Freed from all lower associations, such an act proved an incentive to view the deity addressed from his most favorable side, to emphasize those phases which illustrated his affection for his worshippers, his concern for their needs, his discrimination, and not merely his power and strength. In short, the softer and the more humane aspects of the religion would thus be brought out. The individual would address his God in terms betraying his affection, and would couple with him attributes that would reflect the worshippers rather than the God's view of the purpose and aim of existence. Whatever powers of idealization there lay in the worshipper's nature would be brought into the foreground by the intellectual effort involved in giving expression to his best thoughts, when aiming to come into close communion with a power upon which he felt himself dependent. For an understanding, therefore, of the ethical tendencies of the Babylonian religion, an appreciation of the prayers and hymns is of prime importance, and we shall presently see that, as a matter of fact, the highest level of ethical and religious thought is reached in some of these hymns. The prayers of Nebuchadnezzar represent, perhaps, the best that has been attained in this branch of religious literature. Returning, for a moment, to the dedication prayer to Marduk, addressed by the king on the occasion of his mounting the throne, 423, one cannot fail to be struck by the high sense of the importance of his station with which the king is inspired. Sovereignty is not a right that he can claim, it is a trust granted to him by Marduk. He holds his great office not for purposes of self-glorification, but for the benefit of his subjects. In profound humility he confesses that what he has he owes entirely to Marduk. He asks to be guided so that he may follow the path of righteousness. Neither riches nor power constitute his ambition, but to have the fear of his Lord in his heart. Such a plane of thought is never reached in the incantation texts. For all that, the original dependence of the prayers and hymns upon incantation formulas tinges even the best productions. Some of the finest hymns, in which elevated thoughts are elaborated with considerable skill, reveal their origin by having incantations attached to them. Again, others which are entirely independent productions are full of allusions to sickness, demons, and sorcerers, that show the outgrowth of the hymns from the incantations, and none are entirely free from traces of the conceptions that are characteristic of the incantation texts. The essential difference between these two classes of closely related texts may be summed up in the proposition that the religious thought which produced them both is carried to a higher point of elaboration in the hymns. The prayers and hymns represent the attempt of the Babylonian mind to free itself from a superstitious view of the relationship of man to the powers around him, an attempt, but, it must be added, an unsuccessful one. It is rather unfortunate that many of the hymns found in the library of Ashurbanabal are in so fragmentary a condition. As a consequence we are frequently unable to determine more than their general contents. The colophons generally are missing, at least in those hymns hitherto published, 424, so that we are left in the dark as to the special occasion for which the hymn was composed. Without this knowledge it is quite impossible to assign to it any definite date except upon internal evidence. In the course of time, the hymnal literature of the great temples of Babylonia must have grown to large proportions, and, in collecting them, some system was certainly followed by the priests engaged in this work. There is evidence of a collection having been made at some time of hymns addressed to Shamash. Some of these were intended as a salute upon the sun's rising, others celebrated his setting. These hymns convey the impression of having been composed for the worship of the god in one of his great temples, perhaps in Ibabara, at Sippar. We have several hymns also addressed to Marduk, and one can well suppose that at the great temple Esagila, in Babylon, a collection of Marduk hymns must have been prepared, and so for others of the great gods. But, again, many of the hymns convey the impression of being merely sporadic productions, composed for certain occasions, and without any reference to a possible position in a ritual. Of the hymns so far published, those to Shamash are probably the finest. The conception of the sun god as the judge of mankind lent itself readily to an ethical elaboration. Accordingly, we find in these hymns justice and righteousness as the two prominent themes. A striking passage in one of these hymns reads Frownyface 425, The law of mankind dost thou direct, eternally just in the heavens art thou, of faithful judgment towards all the world art thou. Thou knowest what is right, thou knowest what is wrong. O Shamash! Righteousness has lifted up its neck, O Shamash! Wrong like a, has been cut, O Shamash! The support of Anu and Bel art thou, O Shamash! Supreme Judge of heaven and earth art thou. After a break in the tablet, the hymn continues, O Shamash! Supreme Judge, great Lord of all the world art thou, Lord of creation, merciful one of the world art thou. The following lines now reveal the purpose of the hymn. It is a prayer for the life of the king, O Shamash. On this day purify and cleanse the king, the son of his God. Whatever is evil within him, let it be taken out. The next few lines are a distinct echo of the incantation formulas, and show how readily prayer passes from a higher to a lower stage of thought. Cleanse him like a vessel, 426, illumine him like a vessel of, 426, like the copper of a polished tablet, 427, let him be bright. Release him from the ban. The same incantation occurs at the close of another hymn to Shamash, addressed to the sun upon his rising. 428, the colophon furnishes the opening line of the next tablet, which also begins with an address to Shamash. We have here a clear indication of a kind of Shamash ritual extending, perhaps, over a number of tablets, and to which, in all probability, the hymn just quoted also belongs. The opening lines of the second hymn read, O Shamash. Out of the horizon of heaven thou issuest forth, the bolt of the bright heavens thou openest, the door of heaven thou dost open. O Shamash. Over the world dost thou raise thy head. O Shamash. With the glory of heaven thou coverest the world. It would be difficult to believe, but for the express testimony furnished by the hymn itself, that a production giving evidence of such a lofty view of the sun god should, after all, be no more than an incantation. The same is the case, however, with all the Shamash hymns so far published. They either expressly or by implication form part of an incantation ritual. Evidently, then, such addresses to Shamash are to be viewed in no other light than the exaltation of Nusku in the Hamaklu series, 429, and which we have found were in many cases elaborate, beautiful in diction, and elevated in thought. So, to give one more example, a hymn addressed to the sun god at the setting, and which is especially interesting because of the metaphors chosen to describe the sun's course, is proved by the colophon to be again an incantation. It belongs to a series, perhaps, indeed, to the same as the specimens furnished Frowny Face 430, O sun god in the midst, 431, of heaven at thy setting, may the enclosure of the pure heaven greet thee, 432, may the gate of heaven approach thee, may the directing God, the messenger who loves thee, direct thy way. In Ibabara, the seat of thy sovereignty, thy supremacy rises like the dawn. May the wife whom thou lovest, come before thee with joy, may thy heart be at rest, 433, may the glory of thy divinity be established for thee. O Shamash. Warrior hero, mayest thou be exalted, O Lord of Ibabara, as thou marchest, may thy course be directed, direct thy path, march along the path fixed for thy course. O Shamash. Judge of the world, director of its laws art thou. In the previous chapter, the hymns addressed to the moon god in connection with eclipses have been referred to and short specimens given. A more elaborate hymn to Sin will further illustrate the conceptions current about this deity. Frowny Face 434, O Lord, chief of the gods, who on earth and in heaven alone is exalted. Father Nanner, 435, Lord of increase, chief of the gods, Father Nanner, heavenly Lord, Father Nanner, moon god, chief of the gods, Father Nanner, Lord of Uar, chief of the gods, Father Nanner, Lord of Igish Shurgau, 436, chief of the gods, Father Nanner, Lord of the brilliant crescent, chief of the gods, Father Nanner, whose sovereignty is brought to perfection, chief of the gods, Father Nanner, who passes along in great majesty, O strong bull, 437, great of horns, perfect in form, with long flowing beard, 438, of the color of lapis lazuli. Powerful one, self-created, a product, beautiful to look upon, whose fullness has not been brought forth, 439, merciful one, begetter of everything, who among living things occupies a lofty seat, Father, merciful one and restorer, whose weapon, maintains the life of the whole world. Lord, thy divinity, like the distant heaven and the wide ocean, is full of fear. Ruler of the land, protector of sanctuaries, proclaimer of their name. Father, begetter of the gods and of men, establishing dwellings and granting gifts, calling to sovereignty, giving the scepter, who decreased destinies for distant days. Strong chief, whose wide heart embraces in mercy all that exists. Beautiful, whose knees do not grow weary, who opens the road, for the gods, his brothers. Who, from the foundation of heaven till the zenith, passes along in brilliancy, opening the door of heaven, preparing the fate of humanity. Father, begetter of everything. Lord, proclaiming the decisions of heaven and earth, whose command is not set aside. And granting water, 440, for all that has life. No God reaches to thy fullness. In heaven who is exalted? Thou alone art exalted. On earth who is exalted? Thou alone art exalted. Thy strong command is proclaimed in heaven, and the Igigi prostrate themselves. Thy strong command is proclaimed on earth, and the Anunnaki kiss the ground. Thy strong command on high, like a storm in the darkness, passes along, and nourishment streams forth. When thy strong command is established on the earth, vegetation sprouts forth. Thy strong command stretches over meadows and heights, and life is increased. Thy strong command produces right and proclaims justice to mankind. Thy strong command, through the distant heavens and the wide earth, extends to whatever there is. Thy strong command, who can grasp it? Who can rival it? Lord, in heaven is thy sovereignty, on earth is thy sovereignty. Among the gods, thy brothers, there is none like thee. O King of kings, who has no judge superior to him, whose divinity is not surpassed by any other, 441, a more perfect idealization of the mythological notions connected with the moon god can hardly be imagined. The old metaphors are retained, but interpreted in a manner that reflects higher spiritual tendencies. The moon is still figured as a bull, but it is the idea of strength that is extracted from the picture and dwelt upon. The writer still thinks of the moon as an old man with flowing beard, but he uses the figure to convey the impression of the brilliancy of the great orb. The influence of the moon upon the change of seasons, upon vegetation, a belief which the Babylonians shared with other nations, leads the writer to extol the benign feelings of the god towards mankind. The sun god, through the glowing heat that he develops, becomes, as we have seen, the warrior and even the destroyer, the consuming force. The moon god is the benefactor of mankind who restores the energies of man weakened from the heat of the day. Nanarsin becomes the giver of life, whose mercies are extended to all. The gods and the spirits follow the example of mankind in prostrating themselves before the great orb of night. The independence of the course that he pursues in the heavens places him beyond the control of the great judge of the world, the mighty Shamash. There is no one superior to sin, no one to whose command he must bend. With all this, there is a total absence of any allusion to his power of removing the influence of demons and witches. We have here a hymn purified from all association with the incantation texts, and there is every reason to believe that it was composed for use in the great temple at Ur, which is mentioned in the opening lines. In the alternating question and answer we have also a valuable indication of the manner in which the hymn was to be recited or sung. The whole production appears to be arranged in a dialogue form, the lines to be alternately read by the reciting priest and the chorus of priests or worshippers. The same method is followed in other productions, while in some, as we shall see, the dialogue does not proceed in alternate lines, but is distributed among a varying number of sections. We may see in this style of composition one of the natural outcomes of the method pursued in the incantation texts, where, as will be remembered, the priest first recites the formulas, and then calls upon the individual before him to repeat it once, twice, or oftener, as the case may be. Such a custom leads to recital and responses in the hymns. Not many of the hymns rise to such a height as the one just quoted. There were certain gods only, and after all not many, whose nature was such as to make an ethical development of the conceptions formed of them possible. Besides Shamash and Sin, Ea as the god of humanity and Nebo as the god of wisdom belong to this class. Of Ea, however, no hymns have as yet been found. This may of course be accidental, and still, if one bears in mind that in the later periods of Babylonian history Ea enjoyed a theoretical popularity rather than a practical one, the absence of Ea hymns might be explained as due to the lack of a fixed ritual in the Ea temples outside of the incantation texts. 442, Ea's position, like that of Nusku, was too marked in the magical texts to encourage a conception of them entirely independent of their power to release victims from the grasp of the demons. A hymn to Nebo, which unfortunately is preserved only in part, illustrates the extent to which polytheistic conceptions may be spiritualized. Frowny face 443. Lord of Borsippa. Son of Esagila. 444, O Lord. To thy power there is no rival power, O Nebo. To thy power, there is no rival, to thy house, Ezida, there is no rival, to thy city, Borsippa, there is no rival, to thy district, Babylon, there is no rival. Thy weapon is Usumgalu, 445, from whose mouth the breath does not issue, blood does not flow. 446, thy command is unchangeable like the heavens. In heaven thou art supreme. There are still plenty of mythological allusions in this hymn that take us back to a primitive period of thought, but it is a hymn prompted by the love and reverence that Nebo inspired. Its direct connection with the Nebo cult is shown again by the complementary character of each two lines. The whole hymn was probably adapted in this way to public worship. Marduk, by virtue of his relationship to Ea, and by his independent position as the supreme god of Babylon, occupies a middle ground between Shamash, Ea, and Nusku on the one side, and such gods as Sin and Nebo on the other. Some of the hymns addressed to him end in incantations, others form part of the cult arranged for solemn occasions, when the praises of the god were sung in connection with sacrificial offerings. In confirmation of the theory as to the relationship between magical texts and hymns above advanced, we find scarcely any difference in the grade of religious thought between these two classes of Marduk hymns. Both are equally distinguished by their fine diction. A hymn which celebrates Marduk as the restorer of the dead to life, and yet forms part of an incantation text, reads Frowny face 447, O merciful one among the gods. O merciful one who loveth to give life to the dead. Marduk, king of heaven and earth, king of Babylon, lord of Esagila, king of Ezida, lord of Emachila, heaven and earth are thine. The whole of heaven and earth are thine, the spell affording life is thine, the breath of life is thine, the pure incantation of the ocean, 448, is thine, mankind, the black-headed race, 449, the living creatures, as many as there are, and exist on earth, as many as there are in the four quarters, the Igigi of the legions of heaven and earth, as many as there are, to thee do they incline. Thou art the Shidu, thou art the Lamassu. Thou restorest the dead to life, thou bringest things to completeness. O merciful one among the gods! One scarcely detects any difference between such a hymn and those to Sin and Nebo. The lines are adapted, like the other specimens, for recitation by two parties. The last line forms a solemn close to a section of this hymn. In the section that follows, the same character is maintained till we approach the close, when the exorciser steps in and asks Marduk to expel the disease of the sick man, the plague, the wasting disease. And the various classes of demons, Utaku, Alu, etc., are introduced. Compare this now with some passages in a prayer addressed to Marduk. Frowny face 450, a resting place for the Lord, of Esagila, is thy house. A resting place for the Lord of Emachila is thy house. Esagila, the house of thy sovereignty, is thy house. May the city speak, rest, 451, to thee, thy house. May Babylon speak peace to thee, 452, thy house. May the great Anu, the father of the gods, tell thee when there will be rest. May the great mountain, the father of the gods, 453, tell thee when there will be rest. Look favorably upon thy house, look favorably upon the city, O Lord of rest. May he restore to his place the bolt Babylon, the enclosure Esagila, the edifice Ezida, 454, may the gods of heaven and earth speak to thee, O Lord of rest. Here we have specific references to Marduk. Everything about the city of Babylon is associated with the god. The great gods pay homage to Marduk. The whole hymn, conceived as a royal prayer to the god, clearly formed part of the ritual prepared for the great Marduk temple at Babylon. The hymn closes, as so many others, with a prayer on behalf of the king. The god is asked to establish firmly the foundation of the throne of his sovereignty, so that he may nourish mankind to distant days. Rest, in the liturgical language, implied cessation of anger. Marduk, as the Lord of Rest, was the pacified deity, and since it was a necessary condition in obtaining an answer to petitions that the god should be free from anger, the city, the temple, and the gods are represented as unitedly speaking to him, appealing to him to be at rest. The production might, therefore, be called a pacification hymn. The god has shown his anger by bringing on misfortune of some shape. His divine associates are no less anxious than his human subjects to pacify the mighty god. Passing on to another god, a hymn to the storm god, Ram Man, enables us to specify the great terror that the god, as the general source of disturbances in the heavenly phenomena, inspired. The god is addressed, 455, as the Lord who in his anger holds the heavens in his control, Ram Man in his wrath the earth has shaken. The mighty mountain, thou dost overturn it. At his anger, at his wrath, the gods of heaven mount up to heaven, 456, the gods of earth enter the earth. Into the foundation of heaven Shamash, 457, enters. The illustrations adduced will suffice to show the manner in which the Babylonians conceived the relationship between mankind and the gods. The element of fear alternated with that of love, and no matter how near the gods were felt to be, one was never certain of their goodwill. Another feature of some of these hymns which calls for special mention is the introduction of the deity as himself or herself taking part in the dialogue. A hymn addressed to Ishtar, as the morning and evening star, 458, belongs to this class. 459, it begins with a glorification of the goddess as the source of light, of being, and of earthly blessings. The worshipper speaks, O light of heaven who arises like fire over the earth, who art fixed in the earth, thou art exalted in strength like the earth. As for thee, a just path be graciously granted to thee when thou enterest the house of man. A hyena on the hunt for a young lamb art thou, a restless lion art thou. A destructive handmaid, the beauty of heaven, a handmaid is Ishtar, the beauty of heaven, who causest all being to emanate, O beauty of heaven, associate, of the sun, O beauty of heaven. At this point the goddess speaks, through the officiating priest, who acts as the mediator, for determining oracles, 460, I have been established, in perfection have I been established. For determining oracles of my father Sin, I have been established, in perfection have I been established. For determining oracles of my brother Shamash, I have been established, in perfection have I been established. Me has my father Sin fixed, to determine oracles I have been established, shining anew in heaven, for determining oracles I have been established, in perfection have I been established. From the regular repetition of the refrain at the end of each line, one is tempted to conclude that these utterances of the goddess were to be recited by an officiating priest with the assistance of a chorus of priests, to whom the refrain was assigned, or it may be that the lines were alternately recited by the priest and the chorus. In the section that follows, this alternative character of the lines is more clearly indicated, full of delight is my majesty, full of delight is my supremacy, full of delight do I as a goddess walk supreme. Ishtar, the goddess of morning am I, Ishtar, the goddess of evening am I am, Ishtar, to open the lock of heaven belongs to my supremacy. Heaven I destroy, earth I devastate, 461, such is my supremacy. The destroyer of heaven, the devastator of the earth, such is my majesty. To rise up out of the foundation of heaven, whose fame shines among the habitation of men, such is my supremacy. Queen of heaven that on high and below is invoked, such is my supremacy. The mountain I sweep away altogether, such is my supremacy. The destroyer of the mountain walls their great foundation am I, such is my supremacy. The hymn closes with a prayer that the anger of the god be appeased, may thy heart be at rest, thy liver, 462, be pacified. By the great Lord Anu, may thy heart be at rest. By the Lord, the great mountain Bel, may thy liver be pacified. O Goddess, Mistress of Heaven, may thy heart be at rest. O Supreme Mistress of Heaven, may thy liver be pacified. O Supreme Mistress of the Eanna, 463, may thy heart be at rest. O Supreme Mistress of the land of Erech, may thy liver be pacified. O Supreme Mistress of the shining Erech, may thy heart be at rest. O Supreme Mistress of the mountain of the universe, may thy liver be pacified. O Supreme Mistress, Queen of Eterkalama, 464, may thy heart be at rest. O Supreme Mistress, Queen of Babylon, may thy liver be pacified. O Supreme Mistress, whose name is Nana, may thy heart be at rest. O Mistress of the house, Lady of the gods, may thy liver be pacified. Footnotes, 416, Inscription D, Colonel V. LL 2-7. 417, Abel Winkler, Kiel Schrifttext, page 33, Colonel 3. LL 52-58. 418, Ball, Proc, SOC BIBL Arch 11. 124 Seek. 419, Annals, Cylinder B, Colonel V. LL 30-46. 420, Without proper burial, the greatest misfortune that could happen to the dead. 421, i.e., life. 422, i.e., called to the throne. 423, see page 296. 424, the prayers and hymns of the Babylonians are only beginning to receive the attention they deserve at the hands of scholars. Sayce, e.g., in the specimens attached to his Hibbert Lectures, pages 479-520, does not even distinguish properly between pure hymns and mere incantations. Now that Dr. Basalt's great catalogue of the Kajunjik collection of the British Museum is completed, the opportunity is favourable for someone to study the numerous unpublished fragments of hymns in the British Museum, and produce in connection with those that have been published a comprehensive work on the subject. Knutson's Assyrisch Gebet and Den Sonnengat may serve as a model for such a work. 425, IVR. 28, Number 1. 426, some specification of the kind of vessel meant. 427, inscriptions were written on various metals, gold, silver, antimony, lead, copper, etc. 428, IVR. 20, Number 2. 429, see above, page 286. 430, published by Bertin in the Revue d'Assyriologie, Number 4, and translated by Sayce, Hibbert Lectures, page 573. I adopt Sayce's translation, Bertin's publication being inaccessible to me. 431, probably, Horizon. 432, lit. Speak to thee of peace. 433, i.e., may thy anger depart. 434, IVR. 9, 435, the Illuminator, one of the names of sin. See above, page 75. 436, the name of sin's temple at UR. 437, a metaphor descriptive of the moon, because of the resemblance of the crescent to a horn. 438, the moon god is pictured with a long beard on the seal cylinders. See page 76. 439, i.e., unlike other products, the moon's fullness is self-created. 440, a reference perhaps to the supposed influence of the moon on the tides. 441, the rest of the hymn, some dozen lines, is too fragmentary to warrant translation. 442, we have, however, a list, IIR. 58, Number 5, giving many titles and names of EA that must have been prepared on the basis of EA hymns. 443, IVR. 20, Number 3. 444, i.e., of Marduk. 445, this weapon plays a part in some of the Babylonian myths. 446, The weapon is miraculous, it kills instantly, but without causing blood to flow. The reference is to the lightning stroke. 447, IVR. 29, number 1. 448, perhaps a reference to EA, 449, name for the inhabitants of Babylonla, and then used in general for mankind. Cf. page 281. 450, IVR. 18, number 2. Badly preserved. 451, i.e., call upon thee to be pacified. 452, i.e., salute thee. 453, Bel. 454, the strongly fortified city of Babylon is compared to a bolt and the temple to an enclosure. 455, IVR. 28, number 2. 456, i.e., fly to a safe place. 457, i.e., the sun is obscured. 458, see above, page 84. 459, Delitsk, Assyrisch Liestuk, 3D edition, pages 134 to 136. 460, the portents taken through observation of the position of Ishtar or Venus in the heavens were of a special value. 461, phrases introduced to illustrate the power, not the function, of Ishtar. 462, the liver as the seat of the emotions. 463, i.e., House of Heaven. Name of Ishtar's temple at Erech. 464, i.e., Court of the Universe. Name of one of Ishtar's temples. Chapter 18. Penitential Psalms. It will be recalled that both in the Ishtar hymn and in the one to Marduk above quoted, great stress is laid upon pacifying the deity addressed. Starting from the primitive conception that misfortunes were a manifestation of divine anger, the Babylonians never abandoned the belief that transgressions could be atoned for only by appeasing the anger of the deity. But within this limitation, an ethical spirit was developed among the Babylonians that surprises us by its loftiness and comparative purity. Instead of having recourse merely to incantation formulas, the person smitten with disease or pursued by ill fortune would turn in prayer to some god at whose instigation the evil has come and appeal for the pacification of the divine wrath. But while the origin of the so-called penitential psalms is thus closely bound up with the same order of thought that gave rise to the incantation texts, no less significant is the divorce between the two classes of compositions that begins already at an early stage of the literary period. The incantations, it is true, may be combined with compositions that belong to a higher order of religious thought. We have seen that they have been so combined, and yet the dividing line between the two is also sharply marked. Zimmern, to whom, more than to anyone else, the interpretation of these penitential psalms is due, has suggested, 465, that national misfortunes rather than private grievances may have given an impetus to this class of literary productions. It is true that historical references are found in some of the hymns, and it is also significant that not only do these psalms occasionally embody a prayer for the king, thus giving to them a national rather than a personal character, but the kings are called upon in times of distress to accompany their libations to the gods with the recitation of a lament to quiet the heart, 466, as the Babylonians called this class of hymns. One can easily see how such events as defeat in war would be ascribed to divine wrath, and not to the workings of evil spirits or witches, and while the personal tone that pervades most of the penitential psalms makes them applicable to conditions affecting the individual as well as the nation, the peculiar fitness of such psalms for occasions of national importance was a powerful factor in bringing about their sharp separation from the incantation formulas. Just as in the hymns we found that the mere contemplation of the attributes of the gods, apart from the manifestation of these attributes in any particular instance, led to a loftier interpretation of the relationship existing between the gods and mankind, so the thought that evil was due in the last instance to the anger of some god led to greater emphasis being laid upon this relationship. The anger of the god prompted both the individual and the nation to greater zeal in securing the deity's love. To an even greater extent than in the hymns is the element of love introduced into the penitential psalms, and when not directly expressed, is so clearly implied as to form the necessary complement to the conception of the divine wrath. These psalms indeed show the religious and ethical thought of Babylonia at its best. Their ethical phase manifests itself more particularly in the conception of sin which is unfolded in them. The misfortunes of life, more especially those which could not so readily be ascribed to the presence of evil spirits, filled the individual with his sense of guilt. In some way, known or unknown to him, he must have offended the deity. The thought whether the deity was justified in exercising his wrath did not trouble him any more than the investigation of the question whether the punishment was meted out in accordance with the extent of the wrong committed. It was not necessary for the deity to be just, it was sufficient that some god felt himself to be offended, whether through the omission of certain rites or through an error in the performance of rites or what not. The two facts which presented themselves with overpowering force to the penitent were the anger of the deity and the necessity of appeasing that anger. Beyond this conclusion the Babylonians and Assyrians did not go, but this reasoning also sufficed to bring the conviction home to him that his misfortunes were the result of some offense. The man afflicted was a sinner, and the corollary to this position was that misfortunes come in consequence of sin. Through the evils alone which overtook one, it became clear to an individual that he had sinned against the deity. Within this circle of ideas the penitential psalms of Babylonia move. They do not pass wholly outside of the general Semitic view that sin is a missing of the mark, a failure, whether voluntary or involuntary, to comply with what was demanded by the deity under whose protection one stood. But one became conscious of having missed the mark only when evil in some form, disease, ill luck, deluge, drought, defeat, destruction, storms, pecuniary losses, family discords, the death of dear ones, came to remind the individual or the nation of the necessity of securing the favor of the deity again. Still within this sphere there were great possibilities of ethical progress, and some of the Babylonian psalms breathe a spirit and are couched in a diction that have prompted a comparison with the biblical psalms. 467, thrown, as the sinner felt himself to be, upon the mercy of the angry deity, it mattered little what had called forth this wrath or whether the deity was conceived as acting in accordance with just ideas. The thought that would engage the entire attention of the penitent would be the appeasement of his God. To effect this, he would not stop short at exaggerating his own guilt. He would manifest a contrition of spirit that would not be the less sincere for being, perhaps, out of proportion to the character of his sin when judged by our standards. Corresponding to the humiliation of mind to which he would be brought, his longing to be reconciled to the offended deity would be intensified. He would address this deity in terms of strong endearment, magnify his or her powers, as the case may be, and belittle himself and his own worth. The result of such a mental discipline could not but react healthfully on the mind of the penitent. The penitent would arise from his prayer with a more spiritual conception of the relationship existing between himself and his God. Not appealing for any material benefits for the time being, but concerned only with appeasing the divine wrath, the single burden of his prayer, that the heart of the offended God might be at rest, would be marked by an intensity all the stronger for being at least comparatively pure of grosser associations. All these features combined served to make the penitential psalms the flower of the religious literature of Babylonia. The productions not only represent the highest stage which religious thought reached in the Euphrates Valley, but, in a certain sense, constitute the only productions in cuneiform literature that have a permanent literary value. We find these compositions marked by a third feature which, however, as we have already seen, is not peculiar to them, the dialogue form. In order to bring about a reconciliation with an angered God, three personages were necessary in the drama, the God, the penitent, and, thirdly, the priest, acting as mediator between the sinner and his deity. The deity, according to Babylonian notions, could not be approached directly, but only through his chosen messengers, the priests. This idea of mediation, as against the immediate approach, was so pronounced as to lead, as we have seen, to the frequent association with a God of a second divine personage, his son or his servant, through whom the petitions of mankind were brought to the throne of grace. 468, the priest was similarly conceived as the messenger of the god, and, by virtue of this office, endowed with a certain measure, at least, of divine power. He was, in the full sense, the god's vicar on earth, his representative, who could, as we saw in the Ishtar hymn, speak in the first person on behalf of the god. 469, the more manifest mission of the priest, however, was to intercede on behalf of the mass of mankind. Accepting the sacrifices offered by the laity, it was he that secured their gracious acceptance on the part of the deity. It was the priest, as we have seen, who instructed the individual to pronounce the magic formulas that would be appropriate to his case, and just as in the incantation texts the priest accompanied the recitation of the formulas with an appeal of his own, so in the penitential psalms, he stood at the penitent's side, instructing him what to say, and emphasizing the confessions of the penitent by an assurance to the deity of the sincerity of the penitent, coupled with a fervent request that the prayer for appeasement, which involved all that we mean by forgiveness, be graciously answered. It is unfortunate that the text of none of the penitential psalms is perfectly preserved. We must, therefore, content ourselves in our illustrations with more or less imperfect extracts. It is to be noted, too, that often the exact meaning of the lines escapes us, owing to the obscurity of terms employed or to the gaps in the texts themselves. With few exceptions the Psalms appear in the double style characteristic of so large a section of the religious literature of the Babylonians, the ideographic composition being accompanied by a phonetic transliteration. The fact, however, that we have at least one text, IVR 59, number 2, in the phonetic style alone, is sufficient to show that no special weight is to be attached to the supposed bilingual character of the others. This double style is not a feature that need be taken into account in determining the age of this class of compositions. The historical references in some of them have prompted Zimmern to give his partial assent to the opinion which would assign them, or some of them, to the age of Hammurabi. Beyond such references, which are not as clear as they might be, we have no data through which their age can be determined, but so far as the ideas which they convey and the religious spirit manifested in them are concerned, there is no reason why they should not be assigned to as early a period as some of the incantation texts. It is characteristic of the Babylonian, as, in a measure, of all religions, that the old and the new go hand in hand, that more advanced conceptions, so far from setting aside primitive ones, can live and thrive in the same atmosphere with the latter. We may, therefore, assume that penitential psalms existed as early as 2000 BC. Whether any of these that have been preserved go back to that period is another question. One gains the impression from a careful study of them that most of these, if not all, belong to a somewhat later period, nearer to the first millennium than to the second millennium before our era. The Assyrians adopted these psalms, as they did the other features of the religious literature of the Babylonians, and enriched the collection by productions of their own which, however, follow closely the Babylonian models. A particularly beautiful psalm, judging from the portion preserved, represents the penitent addressing his goddess, probably Ishtar, as follows: Frowny face 470, I, thy servant, full of sighs, call upon thee, the fervent prayer of him who has sinned do thou accept. If thou lookest upon a man, that man lives. O all-powerful mistress of mankind, merciful one, to whom it is good to turn, who hears, 471, sighs. At this point the priest takes up the thread to emphasize the appeal of the penitent by adding to it his own. He prays to the goddess, his god and goddess being angry with him, he calls upon thee, turn towards him thy countenance, take hold of his hand. The penitent continues, besides thee, there is no guiding deity. I implore thee to look upon me and hear my sighs. Proclaim pacification, 472, and may thy soul be appeased. How long, O my mistress, till thy countenance be turned towards me? Like doves, I lament, I satiate myself with sighs. The priest once more sums up the penitent's prayer, with pain and ache, his soul is full of sighs, tears he weeps, he pours forth lament. A trait which appears in many of these psalms is the anonymity beneath which the offended deity is veiled. His or her name is often not mentioned, the deity being simply referred to as God or Goddess, and at times it is left doubtful whether the sinner has sinned against the demands of a god or a goddess, or against several deities. This feature is not without significance. In some cases, no doubt, the name of the specific deity was to be added by the penitent, 473, but in others this does not appear to be indicated. The anonymity is the natural result of the conception of sin involved in these productions. The sinner, becoming conscious of his guilt only as a conclusion drawn from the fact of his suffering from some misfortune, could only surmise, but never be entirely certain, wherein his offense consisted or what deity he had offended. In the case of the recital of incantation formulas, the question as to the offended deity was a minor one, and may indeed, at an earlier stage of thought, not have entered into consideration at all. This anonymity, therefore, which characterized the penitential psalms was not due to any advance in thought, but one can easily see how it led to such an advance. What may be called the personal aspects of the gods were less accentuated. The very fact that no particular god could in many cases be specified entailed, as a consequence, that the views held of the gods gained in abstractness. The general thought of one's dependence upon these supernatural powers, without further specification, superinduced a grouping of the gods under a common aspect, as the directors of man's fate. In short, the notion of deity, not indeed as a unit, but as a collective idea, begins to dawn in Babylonia. At the same time we must beware of exaggerating the force that this notion acquired. There is not the slightest trace of any approach to real monotheism in Babylonia, nor can it even be said that the penitential psalms constitute a bridge leading to such an approach. The strong hold that astrology at all times, and up to the latest periods, had upon both the popular and the educated mind was in itself sufficient to prevent the Babylonians from passing, to any considerable degree, beyond the stage in which the powers of nature were personified and imbued with real life. The penitential psalms presuppose this belief as much as any other branch of the religious literature. They merely illustrate this belief in the purest form of which, in the course of its development, it was capable. A psalm in which this anonymity of the offended God is more strongly brought out begins as follows. 474, the penitent prays, "Oh that the wrath of my Lord's heart return to its former condition." 475, "Oh that the God who is unknown be pacified, oh that the goddess unknown be pacified, oh that the God known or unknown." 476, "Be pacified, oh that the goddess known or unknown be pacified, oh that the heart of my God be pacified, oh that the God or goddess known or unknown be pacified." The penitent, it will be seen, does not know whether it is a god or a goddess whom he has offended. He therefore appeals to both. He goes on to say that he is not even aware of the sin that he has committed. "The sin that I have committed I know not." And yet he must have sinned or he would not suffer as he does. In addition to his confession, he imposes the hardship of fasting upon himself by way of penance. "Food I have not eaten, clear water I have not drunk." The reference to fasting occurs so frequently in these psalms that one is tempted to conclude that such a bodily castigation was demanded by the ritual of the Babylonians. Frowny face 477, "An offense have I unwittingly committed against my God, a sin against my goddess unwillingly been guilty of. O Lord, my sins are many, great are my transgressions. O my God, my sins are many, great are my transgressions. O my goddess, my sins are many, great are my transgressions. Known or unknown God, my sins are many, great are my transgressions." Again the sinner protests his innocence of the wrong he has done. He only knows that the Lord has looked upon me in the rage of his heart, a God has visited me in his wrath, a goddess has become angry with me and brought me into pain, a known or unknown God has oppressed me, a known or unknown goddess has brought sorrow upon me. I seek for help, but no one takes my hand. I weep, but no one approaches me. I call aloud, but no one hears me. Full of woe, I grovel in the dust without looking up. To my merciful God I turn, speaking with sighs. The feet of my goddess I kiss imploringly. To the known or unknown God do I speak with sighs, to the known or unknown goddess do I speak with sighs. O Lord, look upon me, accept my lament, O goddess, look upon me, accept my lament, O known or unknown goddess, look upon me, accept my lament. In this strain he proceeds for some time, until he is interrupted by the priest, who briefly adds, O Lord, do not cast aside thy servant, overflowing with tears. 478, take him by the hand. The penitent closes the prayer by another and still more earnest appeal, the sin I have committed change to mercy, the wrong I have done, may the wind carry off. Tear asunder my many transgressions as a garment. My God, my sins are 7 times 7, 479, forgive me my sins. My goddess, my sins are 7 times 7, forgive me my sins, known or unknown God, my sins are 7 times 7, forgive me my sins. Known or unknown goddess, my sins are 7 times 7, forgive me my sins. Forgive me my sins and I will humble myself before thee. May thy heart be glad, 480, as the heart of the mother that has given birth, may thy heart be glad as that of a mother who has given birth, as that of a father who has begotten a child. The proportions between the parts taken by the priest and penitent vary considerably. In the one quoted, the priest is only incidentally introduced, in others, 481, it is the penitent who plays the minor part. The penitential ritual varied accordingly, but since we cannot discover here, as we could in the case of the incantation texts, the special occasions for the variations, except for those that contain historical references, one must suppose that they could be used indifferently at the choice of the penitent or the priest. It is probable that at one time a large collection of such psalms was made in Babylonia, and that those we have represent compositions made from the rituals of various temples. In one psalm we have a distinct statement from which we may conclude that it belonged to the Esagila temple at Babylon. Only a portion of it is preserved. 482, it is interesting, also, because of a reference to a dream that it contains, and which the god of Babylon is called upon to convert into a favorable sign for the petitioner. Zimmern is of the opinion that the hymn may have been an evening prayer, but it seems more satisfactory to place it merely in the general category of penitential psalms, with a request for a sign that the deity has been appeased. The sinner, after describing his woeful state, instead of food, I eat bitter tears, instead of date wine, I drink the waters of misery, for my drink I have bitter waters, instead of clothes, I am enveloped in sin, 483, proceeds to a fervent appeal, O my God who art angry with me, accept my prayer, O my goddess who art wroth with me, accept my appeal, may thy liver be at rest. My Lord in mercy and compassion, look upon me. Who guides the span of life against the encroachments of death, accept my prayer. O my goddess, look upon me, accept my appeal, may my sins be forgiven, 484, my transgressions be wiped out. May the band be loosened, the chain broken, may the 7 winds carry off my sighs. Let me tear away my iniquity, let the birds carry it to heaven, let the fish take off my misfortune, the stream carry it off. May the beasts of the field take it away from me, the flowing waters of the stream wash me clean. Let me be pure like the sheen of gold. As a ring, of precious stone, may I be precious before thee. Remove my iniquity, save my soul. Thy temple, court I will watch, thy image I will set up. 485, grant to me that I may see a favorable dream, the dream that I see, let it be favorable, the dream that I see, let it be unfailing, the dream that I see, turn it to a favorable issue. The god Makir, the god of dreams stand at my head. Let me enter into Esagila, the temple of the gods, the house of life. Commend me to Marduk, the merciful one, for favor, I will be subservient to thy greatness, I will exalt thy divinity. There follows a line from which one may further conclude that the psalm is one composed for the royal chief of Babylonia. It is evidently only a ruler who can assure the deity that the inhabitants of my city, 486, may they glorify thy power. We know from the historical texts that previous to a military engagement the kings were particularly desirous of some sign from the deity that might serve to encourage the soldiery. Such a sign was ordinarily a dream. The circumstances, therefore, seem to point to our psalm being a royal prayer for forgiveness of transgressions, uttered before some impending national crisis, in the hope of securing, with the divine pardon, the protection of the deity who, up to this point in the campaign, must have manifested his displeasure rather than his favor. More distinct references to national events are found in another royal penitential psalm, Frowny Face 487, How long, O my mistress, will the mighty foe oppress thy land? In thy great city Erech famine has settled, in Eober, the house of thy oracle, blood is poured out like water, throughout thy districts he has kindled conflagrations, and poured fire over them in columns. 488, O my mistress, I am abundantly yoked to misfortune, O my mistress, thou hast encompassed me, thou hast brought me into pain, the mighty foe has trodden me down as a reed, I have no judgment, I have no wisdom, like a dry field I am desolate night and day, I thy servant beseech thee, may thy heart be at rest, thy liver be pacified. At times specific requests are inserted into these hymns, such as release from physical ills. Sickness being, as any other evil, due to divine anger, the sick man combines with his prayer for forgiveness of the sin of which he is guilty, the hope that his disease, viewed as the result of his sin, may be removed. A hymn addressed to Ishtar of Nineveh by Ashurnasirpal, a king of Assyria, 489, is of this character. It begins by an adoration of the goddess, who is addressed as the producer, the queen of heaven, the glorious lady, to the one who dwells in Ebabara. Who hath spread my fame, to the queen of the gods to whom has been entrusted the commands of the great gods, to the lady of Nineveh. To the daughter of Sin, the twin sister of Shamash, ruling over all kingdoms, who issues decrees, the goddess of the universe, to the lady of heaven and earth, who receives prayer, who hearkens to the petition, who accepts beseeching, to the merciful goddess who loves righteousness. The king calls upon Ishtar to listen to his prayers, look upon me, O lady, so that through thy turning towards me the heart of thy servant may become strong. Ashurnasirpal appeals to the goddess on the ground of what he has done to promote the glory of the goddess in his land. He has devoted himself to the service of the goddess. He has observed the festivals in her honor. He has repaired her shrines. No less than 14 images of the goddess were set up by the king. Nay, more, he claims that before his days Ishtar was not properly worshipped. I was without understanding, and did not pray to thy ladyship, the people of Assyria also lacked judgment, and did not approach thy divinity, but thou, O Ishtar, mighty weapon of the great gods, by thy grace, 490, thou didst instruct me, and didst desire me to rule. The statement that the Ishtar cult was introduced or even reinstated by Ashurnasirpal can hardly be taken literally, but it distinctly points to a movement in the days of the dynasty to which the king belonged, that brought the worship of the goddess into great prominence. In return for all that he has done to the house of Ishtar, the king pleads, I, Ashurnasirpal, full of affliction, thy worshipper, who takes hold of thy divine staff, who prays to thy sovereignty, look upon me and let me appeal to thy power. May thy liver be appeased for that which has aroused thy anger, let thy whole heart be strong towards me. Make my disease come forth and remove my sin, let thy mouth, O lady, proclaim forgiveness. The priestly vassal who worships thee without change, grant him mercy and cut off his affliction. The historical references found in the penitential psalms are valuable indications, not only for determining the age of these compositions, but for ascertaining the occasions on which they were employed. Neither the Babylonian nor the Assyrian rulers ever reveal to us in their official annals or dispatches any check that they may have encountered in their careers or any misfortune that may have occurred to them or to the state. These psalms tell their own story. They point to seasons of distress, when recourse had to be taken to appeals to the gods, accompanied by the confession of wrongs committed. As against the incantations which are the outcome of the purely popular spirit, and which are the natural expression of popular beliefs, the penitential psalms seem to represent a more official method of appealing to the gods. The advance in religious thought which these productions signal may, therefore, be due, in part at least, to a growing importance attached to the relationship existing between the gods and the kingdom as a whole, as against the purely private pact between a god and his worshippers. The use of these psalms by Assyrian rulers, among whom the idea of the kingdom assumes a greater significance than among the Babylonians, points in this direction. It is significant, at all events, that such psalms were also produced in Assyria, and while they are entirely modeled upon the earlier Babylonian specimens, the contribution to the religious literature thus made in the north must be regarded, not as the outcome of the extension of the literary spirit prevailing in Babylonia, but as prompted by a special significance attached to the penitential ritual in removing the obstacles to the advancement of the affairs of state. Despite, therefore, the elevated thought and diction found in these psalms, there is a close bond existing between them and the next branch of the religious literature to be taken up, the oracles and omens, which similarly stand in close contact with affairs of state, and to which, likewise, additions, and indeed, considerable additions, to the stock received from Babylonia were made by the Assyrian literati. Footnotes: 465, Babylonish Bus Psalmen, pages 1, 2. 466, i.e., of the deity. 467, see an article by Francis Brown, The Religious Poetry of Babylonia, Presbyterian Review, 1888. 468, compare the relationship existing between Ea and Marduk, noted above, page 276. Similarly, Nusku was the messenger to Bel. See page 279. 469, on the wider aspects of this conception of the priest among ancient nations, see Fraser, The Golden Bough, Passim. 470, Zimmern, No. 1, IVR. 29, No. 5. 471, lit. Accepts. 472, in the original appears a phrase which signifies literally, when at last, an abbreviation for, when will there be rest, and which has become a kind of technical phrase to indicate, again, the hoped-for pacification of the deity. 473, the colophon to one of them, IVR. 10, reverse 52, declares that the production in question is a penitential psalm for any god whatsoever. 474, IVR. 10, Zimmern, No. 4. 475, i.e., be pacified. 476, i.e., whoever he may be, as we would say. 477, among many nations fasting is resorted to as a means of atonement. It must have been common among the Hebrews during the period of the Babylonian exile, perhaps through Babylonian influence. See Isaiah, 58. 3, 478, lit, rushing water. 479, i.e., very numerous. 480, be pacified. 481, e.g., IVR. 61. 482, IB 59, No. 2. 483, Delitsk, Assur. Wörterbuch, page 378. In another psalm the penitent says similarly, food I have not eaten, weeping is my nourishment, water I have not drunk, tears are my drink. 484, lit. Released. The underlying metaphor represents the individual held fast by sin, just as the demon seized hold of a man. 485, a somewhat puzzling line, but which appears to convey the promise on the part of the penitent that if forgiven he will observe the rites demanded by the deity. 486, Babylon. 487, IVR 19, No. 3, Zimmern, No. 5. 488, like a column. The metaphor is the same as in the biblical phrase, column of smoke. 489, published by Bruno, Zeitz. F. Assur. V. 66 Seek. The king mentions his father, Shamshiraman, in the hymn. If this is Shamshiraman III. The date of the hymn would be c. 1100 B.C., 490, lit. Lifting up of thy eyes. Chapter 19. Oracles and Omens. A strong element of magic, we have seen, was always present in the hymns and prayers of the Babylonians, and even in such as contained religious sentiments of an elevated and pure character. The finest prayer has almost invariably tacked on to it an incantation, or constitutes in itself an incantation. Accompanying the prayer were offerings to the deity addressed, or certain symbolical rites, or both, and the efficacy of the prayer was supposed to reside partly in the accompanying acts and partly in the mystic power of the words of the prayer as such. In large measure this indissoluble association of prayer and incantation is due to the circumstance that both Babylonians and Assyrians addressed their deities only when something was desired of the latter, the warding off of some evil or the expectation of some favor. Even in the penitential psalms, that merit the term sublime, the penitent pours out his soul at the shrine of grace in order to be released from some misfortune that has come over him or that is impending. Mere praise of the gods without any ulterior motive finds no place in the Babylonian or Assyrian ritual. The closest approach to this religious attitude may perhaps be seen in the prayers attached by the kings to their commemorative or dedicatory inscriptions. One feels that the rulers are impelled to do this from a certain sense of love and devotion to their protecting deities. Nebuchadnezzar's prayers form a conspicuous example of the strength which pure love and attachment to the gods acquired in Babylonia, but even in these specimens, request of some kind, usually for long life and prosperity, is made. The spiritualization of the Babylonian religion has in this way most definite limitations imposed upon it. There is a point beyond which it could not go without giving rise to a totally changed conception of the gods and their relationship to men. Prayer in its higher form, as the result of an irresistible prompting of the emotions, without any other purpose than the longing to come into closer communion with a superior power, involves such a change in religious conceptions, and hence is conspicuous in the Babylonian ritual by its absence. A request of some kind being thus the motive that lies behind the Babylonian prayers, it follows that the means taken to ascertain the will or intention of the gods with regard to that request formed an essential feature of the ritual. Indeed, to ascertain the will of a deity constituted one of the most important functions of the priest, perhaps the most important function. The prayer was of no use unless it was answered, and the priest alone could tell whether the answer was afforded. The efforts of the priest were accordingly directed towards this end, the prognostication of the future. What was the intention of the deity? Would the hoped for deliverance from evil be realized? Would the demon of disease leave the body? Would the symbolical acts, burning of effigies, loosening of knots, and the like, have the desired effect? Upon the success of the priest in performing this function of prognostication everything depended, both for himself and for the petitioner. The natural and indeed necessary complement to the priest as exorciser is the priest as the forecaster of the future. Since no one, not even the king, could approach a deity directly, the mediation of the priest was needed on every occasion of a religious import. The ordinary means at the disposal of the priest for ascertaining the divine will or caprice were twofold, directly through oracles or indirectly by means of omens derived from an examination of the sacrifices offered. A complete Babylonian ritual therefore required, besides the appeal made by the petitioner through the priests or with their assistants, an incantation introduced in some form, an offering, certain symbolical acts and omens. The offerings and the symbolical acts, as a matter of fact, appear to have preceded, 491, the prayer and the incantation, but in the prayers they are referred to again, and generally just before the interpretation of the omens. The omens constituted the ulterior end in view. Because of the looked-for omens the offering was brought, the symbolical acts performed, the incantations recited. All these rites formed the preparation for the grand finale. The worshipper waited anxiously for the decision of the priest. Attached, therefore, to the prayers we frequently find directions intended for the priests as to the signs to which his attention should be directed, certain peculiarities exhibited in parts of the animal sacrificed from which certain conclusions may be drawn. The observation of these signs grows to the dimensions of a science equal in extent to the observation of the heavenly bodies whose movements, as indeed the whole of the natural world, were supposed to exert an influence over the fate of mankind. It does not of course follow that in the case of every prayer an elaborate ritual was observed. Many of the prayers to the gods in their present form do not embody omens, as indeed many contain no reference to offerings or symbolical acts. While no conclusion can be drawn from this circumstance, since the omission may be due to the point of view from which in a given case a collection of prayers was made by the priest, still we may well believe that for the exorcising of evil spirits the utterance of sacred formulas was often considered quite sufficient. In the earlier stages of the Babylonian religion the priest's function may have ended when he had exorcised the demons by means of magic words. The demons were forced to yield. If they nevertheless held out, so much the worse for them or, for the priest, who, it was concluded, must have lost his power over the spirits through some error committed by him. The resort to omens has wider aspects, as will presently be shown, than the connection with prayers and offerings, and a most reasonable view is that omens were first introduced into prayers on occasions when a worshipper wished to ascertain the will of a deity for a certain purpose, and to regulate his own conduct accordingly. In petitioning the deity a sacrifice was naturally offered. Through the sacrifice, which was rendered acceptable to the deity by the mediation of the priest, the desired answer to a question was obtained. From being resorted to in such instances, omens would naturally come to form part of the ritual for almost any occasion when a deity was appealed to, both in connection with incantations and symbolical acts when the omens would form a supplement to the magic element in the ritual, as well as in cases where no specific incantations are introduced. In both cases the omens would constitute the means resorted to for ascertaining whether the petitioner might look for a favorable reply to a request proffered or, in a more general way, find out anything that it may be important for him to know. The occasions for consulting the deity would be of a public or private character. How far it became customary for the general public to secure the mediation of a priest for securing aid from the gods in matters appertaining to personal welfare we have no means of definitely determining. We find, for example, a son consulting an oracle on behalf of his father in order to ascertain what day would be favorable for undertaking some building operation, 492, and he receives the answer that the 4th of the month will be propitious, and so there are other occasions on which private individuals consult the priests, but in general it was only on occasions of real distress that an individual would come to the sanctuary, to seek relief from bodily ills, to ward off blows of adversity, to pacify a deity who has manifested his or her displeasure. The expense involved, for the worshipper was not to appear empty-handed, would of itself act as a deterrent against too frequent visits to a sanctuary. The public welfare occupied a much larger share in the Babylonian worship. In order to ensure the safety of the state, occasions constantly arose when the deities had to be consulted. It is no accident that so many of the prayers, the hymns and psalms, contain references to kings and to events that transpired during their reigns. In these references the occasions for the prayers are to be sought. Remarkable as is the expression which the consciousness of individual guilt finds in the religious literature of Babylonia, the anger of the deity against his land is much more prominently dwelt upon than the manifestation of his wrath towards an individual. It could not be otherwise, since the welfare of the state conditioned to so large an extent the happiness of the individual. The startling phenomena of nature, such as an eclipse, a flood, a storm, while affecting individuals were not aimed directly at them, but at the country viewed as the domain of a certain god or of certain gods. Blighted crops, famine, and pestilence had likewise a public as well as a private aspect. On all such occasions the rulers would proceed to the sanctuaries in order, with the assistance of the priests, to pacify the angered god. It was not sufficient at such times to pronounce sacred formulas, to make fervent appeals, but some assurances had to be given that the words and the symbolical acts would have the desired effect. Omens were sought for from the animals offered. There were other occasions besides those stated, when for the sake of the public welfare oracles were sought at the sanctuaries. If a public improvement was to be undertaken, such as the building of a palace, or of a temple, of a canal, or a dam, it was of the utmost importance to know whether the enterprise was acceptable to the deity. A day had to be carefully chosen for laying the foundations, when the god would be favorably disposed towards his subjects, the kings under whose auspices such work was carried on. Similar precautions had to be taken to select a favorable day for the dedication. This again was determined by means of omens either derived from offerings or in some other way. The Babylonians and Assyrians believed, as did the Jews upon their return from the Babylonian exile, that, unless the Lord assists, the builders work in vain. When we come to military campaigns where the individual disappears altogether in the presence of the majestic figure of the state, the will and disposition of the gods had to be consulted at every step, regarding the plans of the enemy, at the enemy's approach, before the battle, in the midst of the fray, and at its termination. The frequency with which the gods were approached in the interests of the state and the public weal, plied with questions upon which the fate of the land depended, is shown by the stereotyped form which such official solicitations in the course of time acquired. Dating from the reigns of Esarhaddon and Ashurbanabal, we have an elaborate series of prayers addressed to the sun god, all dealing with questions of a political import. These prayers, so admirably edited and analyzed by Knudsen, 493, are all arranged according to a single pattern. Each one opens with a question or series of questions which Shamash, the sun god, is asked to answer. The god is then implored not to be angry, but to lend his aid against any errors unwittingly committed in the sacrificial rites. For a second time the same question is put in a somewhat varying form. Another appeal is made, and the various omens derived from the inspection of animals are interpreted as a guide to the priests. According to the application of these omens to the sacrifice before the priest, a decision is rendered. It will be sufficient for our purposes to present a single specimen of such a fixed ritual. 494, Esarhaddon, being hard-pressed by a group of nations to the northeast of Assyria, led by a certain Kashtaridi, and among whose followers the Gimarites, the Medes, and Manians are the most prominent, asks for an oracle from Shamash as to the outcome of the situation. The priest, acting as mediator, addresses, 495, the god, O Shamash. Great Lord! As I ask thee, do thou in true mercy answer me. In other prayers, still more are mentioned. A definite answer is required, and care is taken not to leave any loophole open by means of which the deity may escape from the obligation imposed upon him to manifest his intention. Shamash might answer that the city will not be captured, with the mental reservation that it will surrender, or he might throw Esarhaddon off his guard by announcing that, not by might nor by strength, will the city be taken, and the king may be surprised some morning to learn that the catastrophe has been brought about through the power residing in the word. These precautions were taken, not so much because it was supposed that the gods and priests were tricky, but because all conditions had to be carefully fulfilled in order to ensure an answer, and, if at all possible, of course a favorable answer. To the same end, great care had to be taken that in the preparation of the offering which accompanied the prayer no mistake should be made. The sacrificial animal, in the case before us a lamb, had to be guarded against all imperfections, impurities, and contaminations. The priest had to be careful to put on the proper dress, to speak the proper words, and to be himself free from any ritualistic impurity. Before proceeding to the inspection of the animal, in order to forecast the future, the priest had to take care that nothing might happen to interfere with the proper observation of the rites. This section of the prayer is characterized by the word ezeb repeated at the beginning of every line, and which conveys the appeal that what follows may be precluded from happening. 504, the priest first prays to Shamash, preclude that after the specified period, the catastrophe may not come to pass, preclude whatever they, i.e., the enemies, may plan may not be carried out, preclude them from making a slaughter and from plundering. Whether the decision of this day be good or bad, ward off a stormy day with pouring rain. This last phrase, which is somewhat obscure, seems to be a request made in the contingency of an unfavorable omen being received. The sun god is asked, at all events, not to hide his countenance under clouds and rain on the decisive day of battle. Coming after these preliminary requests to the sacrifice, the priest continues, prevent anything unclean from defiling the place of inspection, 505, prevent the lamb of thy divinity, which is to be inspected, from being imperfect and unfit. Guard him who takes hold of the body of the lamb, who is clothed in the proper sacrificial dress, from having eaten, drunk, or handled anything unclean. Make his hand firm, guard the seer, thy servant, from speaking a word hastily. 506, the priest thereupon repeats his question to the sun god, I ask thee, O Shamash. Great Lord! Whether from the 3D day of this month of Iyar, up to the 11th day of the month of Above this year, Kashtariti, with his soldiers, whether the Gimarites, the Manians, the Medes, or whether any enemy whatsoever will take the said city, Kishasu, enter that said city, Kishasu, seize said city, Kishasu, with their hands, obtain it in their power. The various terms used in describing the taking of a city are once more specified, so as to fulfill all the demands of definiteness in the question. The priest is now ready to proceed with an examination of the animal before him. A varying list of omens are introduced into the prayers under consideration. That they are so introduced is a proof of the official character of these texts. The omens were not, of course, intended to be recited. They are enumerated as a guide to the priests. The various signs that may be looked for are noted, and according to what the priest finds he renders his decision. Knudsen has made the observation, 507, that in the prayers published by him, the signs found on the animal are noted but not interpreted. This rather curious omission is again naturally accounted for on the assumption that these prayers in their present form are part of a ritual compiled solely for the benefit of priests attached to a Shamash sanctuary. Full directions were not required. All that the priest needed was to know what to look for. For the rest, he depended upon tradition or his own knowledge or judgment. The omens themselves, or rather the signs, refer to the condition in which certain parts of the animal are found or to peculiarities in the composition of the animal. The priest is instructed to observe whether, at the nape on the left side, there is a slit, whether, at the bottom on the left side of the bladder some peculiarity, 508, is found or whether it is normal, whether the nape to the right side is sunk and split or whether the viscera are sound. The proportions, too, in the size of the various parts of the body appear to have been of moment, and in this way, a large number of points are given to which the priest is to direct his attention. From a combination of all peculiarities and signs in a given instance, he divines the disposition of the god addressed, whether it is favorable or not. The whole ceremony is brought to a close by another appeal to the god to send an answer to the question put to him. The priest prays, by virtue of this sacrificial lamb, arise and grant true mercy, favorable conditions of the parts of the animal, a declaration favorable and beneficial be ordained by thy great divinity. Grant that this may come to pass. To thy great divinity, O Shamash. Great Lord. May it, 509, be pleasing, 510, and may an oracle be sent in answer. In some of the prayers a second series of omen indications are given. What the oracle announced we are, of course, not told. The ritual is not concerned with results. From the analysis just given it will be seen that the consultation of a deity was often entailed with much ceremony. No doubt the priests did all in their power to add to the solemnity of such an occasion. The kings on their side showed their lavishness in furnishing victims for the sacrifice. Again and again does Esarhaddon solicit Shamash to reveal the outcome of the military campaigns in which the king was engaged. The same individual, Kashtariti, and the Gimarites, Medes, etc., are mentioned in many other prayers prepared in the course of the campaign, and elsewhere other campaigns are introduced. What Esarhaddon did, no doubt his successors also did, as he himself followed the example set by his predecessors. We are justified, then, in concluding that a regular oracle and omen ritual was developed in Babylonia and Assyria. How early it is of course impossible to say. There is every reason to believe that in some form such a ritual existed in Babylonia before the rise of Assyria, but it is also evident that in a military empire like Assyria, there would be more frequent occasion for securing oracles than in Babylonia. The ritual may therefore have been carried to a greater degree of perfection in the north. The Assyrian conquerors, if we may judge from examples, were fond of asking for an oracle at every turn in the political situation. The king intends to send an official to a foreign land, but he is uncertain as to the wisdom of his decision. Accordingly, he puts the case before the god. If this decision is taken, he asks, will the envoy carry out the orders of the king? Thy great divinity knows it. Is it commanded and ordained by thy great divinity, O Shamash? Is it to come to pass, 511, In a similar way, questions are asked with reference to the course of a campaign. Will the Assyrian king encounter the king of Ethiopia, and will the latter give battle? Will the king return alive from the campaign? Is a question frequently asked. Even for their quasi-private affairs, the king sought for an oracle. Before giving his daughter in marriage to a foreign potentate, Esarhaddon desires to know whether the one seeking this favor, Bartachua, the king of Ishkuza, 512, is to be trusted. Will he fulfill his promises? Will he observe the decrees of Esarhaddon, the king of Assyria, and execute them in good faith? Again, when the king is about to associate his son with himself in the government, he first inquires whether this is agreeable to the deity. 513, the king fears lest his son may cause trouble, may provoke dissensions. Past experience prompts him to be careful before following his inclination. Is the entrance of Sinad-Dinabal, the son of Esarhaddon, the king of Assyria, whose name is written on this tablet, into the government in accord with the command of thy great divinity? Is it to come to pass? The reference to the writing of the name is interesting. It would appear that the question is actually written by the priest and placed before the deity. The Greeks similarly put their questions to the Delphian oracle in writing. May it be that among the Babylonians the answer of the god was at times also handed down on a tablet, as the Greek and Roman oracles were communicated in writing on the leaves of a tree? If sickness entered the royal house, an oracle was likewise sought. The king is sick. Is it ordained that he will recover? We are told in one case that, 514, Nika, the mother of Esarhaddon, the king of Assyria, is sick. She sees the hand of the goddess Nana of Uruk laid heavily upon her. Is it ordained that this hand will be lifted off from the sufferer? The occasions, it is evident, were exceedingly numerous when the Assyrian rulers appealed to the priests for oracles. Naturally, this appeal was not in all cases made with the elaborate formality illustrated by Esarhaddon's petitions to Shamash. At times the monarch, as the individual, would content himself with sending to the priest for an answer to a question, and the priest would reply in an equally simple and direct manner. Quite a number of such messages, sent by priests to their master, are included in the valuable publication of Assyrian Letters, begun by Professor R. F. Harper. 515, the king's son wishes to set out on a journey. The father sends to the astrologers Balassi and Nabu Akerba, and receives the reply frowny face 516, as for Ashur-Mukanpalia, about whom the king, our lord, has sent to us, may Ashur, Bel, Nabu, Sin, Shamash and Ramman bless him. May the king, our lord, witness his welfare. Conditions are favorable for the journey. The second day is favorable, the fourth day very favorable. Similarly, the astrologers send reports regarding the appearance and position of the moon and the stars, and of various phenomena that had to be taken into account in moments where decisive action had to be taken. Before leaving the subject, it may be of interest to point out that among the literary remains of the Assyrian period there are blank formulas for oracles, the names in each instance to be filled out by the officiating priest. Such formulas were prepared, no doubt, for cases of common occurrence. Thus Esarhaddon, before appointing a person to a responsible position, took the precaution of ascertaining from some deity whether the appointment was a wise one. The name of the individual being written down, the priest asks the deity in a general way frowny face 517, will the man whose name appears on this tablet, and whom he, the king, is about to appoint to such and such a position, keep good faith, or will he manifest hostility towards the king, inciting to rebellion? Esarhaddon may have had a special reason for using precautions against his officials, and even his sons. He came to the throne during a rebellion which involved the assassination of his father. Esarhaddon's own brothers were the murderers. We may well suppose that he trembled at every step he took, but his position is after all characteristic of the Assyrian rulers in general, many of whom came to the throne by violence and maintained themselves through force. Other texts enable us to study the form of the oracles themselves. As yet, no oracle texts have been found belonging to the older Babylonian period, but we have again every reason to believe that what holds good for the days of Assyrian power applies to a much earlier period, though at the same time the greater frequency with which Assyrian rulers were wont to ply their gods with questions would increase the number of those whose special business it was to pronounce the oracles. The manifold duties of the priesthood would tend towards a differentiation of the priests into various classes. The priest, as exorciser, would become distinct from the priest as the inspector of omens, and the latter different again from the pronouncer of oracles. From the fact that Marduk was regarded as the special god of oracles by the Assyrians as well as the Babylonians, 518, we may conclude that this differentiation of the priestly classes took place already in the south, or at all events that oracle-giving as a distinct priestly function was recognized in Babylonia and carried over to the northern empire. If we may draw a general conclusion from the state of affairs in Esarhaddon's days, this function was largely in the hands of women. We know from other evidence that women were attached to the temple service from ancient times. 519, as sorceresses, too, they occupied a quasi-priestly position, since their help could be invoked in driving evil spirits into the person of one's enemy. The oracle giver and the sorcerer or sorceress are correlated personages in religion. For various reasons, in part, perhaps, because of her physical differences from man, woman was invested with a certain mystery by ancient nations. 520, hence the fact that among so many nations witchcraft is associated with woman, and similarly among many nations women perform the functions of the oracle. In a series of 8 oracles addressed to Esarhaddon, 521, 6 are given forth by women. These oracles, it so happens, all issue from the goddess Ishtar of Arbela. The cult of this goddess at Arbela stood in high favor in the 8th century B.C. An influential body of priests congregated there, and the 8 oracles in question appear to be a part of a more extensive collection made by the theologians of Arbela, of whose intellectual activity there are other traces. Arbela appears to have developed a special school of theology, marked by the attempt to accord a superior position to the great goddess Ishtar. The one who pronounces the oracle speaks on behalf of Ishtar, and therefore employs the first person. The oracles all have reference to political events. They cannot, of course, be the answers to the questions asked in the prayers analyzed above, since these were addressed to the sun god, but we may feel certain that the oracles of the Shamash priests or priestesses were much of the same order, varying only in minor particulars. The goddess invariably encourages the king. The priest, it would appear, hears the voice of the deity in the wind. Fear not. The wind which speaks to thee, comes with speech from me, withholding nothing. 522, thine enemies, like the of Sivan, 523, at thy feet will be poured out. The great mistress am I. I am Ishtar of Arbela, who forces thine enemies to submission. Is there any utterance of mine that I address to thee upon which thou couldst not rely? I am Ishtar of Arbela. Thine enemies, the Ukkites, I give to thee, even I, Ishtar of Arbela. In front and behind thee I march. Fear not. This oracle, we are told in the subscript, was pronounced by a certain Ishtar Latashiat, a son, i.e., a native, of Arbela. The dignity of the diction is very marked. The very frequent assurance, fear not, and the solemn repetition of, I am Ishtar lend impressiveness to the message. The oracle, it will be seen, deals in general phrases. This indefiniteness characterizes most of them, and the more impressive the diction, the greater vagueness in the statements made. So an oracle, coming from Ishtar and Nabu and uttered by a woman Baya, a native of Arbela, announces, Fear not, Esarhaddon, I, the Lord, to thee do I speak. The beams of thy heart I strengthen as thy mother, 524, who gave thee life. 60 great gods are with me, 525, drawn up to protect thee. The god Sin is on thy right, Shamash on thy left. 60 great gods are round about thee drawn up in battle array in the center of the citadel. On men do not rely. Lift up thine eyes to me. Look up to me. I am Ishtar of Arbela. Ashur is gracious to thee. Thy weakness I will change to strength. Fear not. Glorify me. Is not the enemy subdued who has been handed over to thee? I proclaim it aloud, what has been will be. 526, I am Nabu, the Lord of the willing tablet, glorify me. A message of this kind could hardly have been satisfactory except as a general encouragement. The popularity of the Nabu cult in Assyria, it will be recalled, is an offset against the supremacy of Marduk in the south. The Assyrian kings found it to their interest to incorporate as much of the Babylonian cult as was possible into their own religious ritual. To Shamash they assigned the role played by Marduk. There was no danger in paying homage to Nabu, the son of Marduk. Ishtar they regarded as their own goddess quite as much as Ashur. These four deities, therefore, Ishtar, Shamash, Nabu, and Ashur, are the special gods of oracles recognized by the Assyrian rulers. Marduk, who is the chief source of oracles in the south, is more rarely appealed to in the north, though of course recognized as powerful. He could not be expected to regard with favor an empire that so seriously threatened his supremacy in the pantheon. The occasion when an oracle was announced was often one of great solemnity. Just as the prayers in which the questions of the kings were embodied were carefully written out, so that the priest in reciting them might not commit any mistakes, so the answer to the prayers were transmitted to the king in writing. Among the oracles of the days of Esarhaddon, there is one coming from Ashur in which the ceremonies accompanying the deliverance are instanced. 527, the oracle deals with the Gimarites, the same people in regard to whom Esarhaddon so often consults the sun god. It is marked by the more definite character of its announcements when compared with others. The text is in the form of a communication made to the king, and, like other official documents, it begins with a salutation. The gods give Esarhaddon greeting. 528, Ashur has given him the four ends of the earth. In the house where he shines and is great, 529, the king has no rival. Like the rising sun he shines. This is the greeting from Bel-Tarbesai, 530, and the assembled gods. The god Ashur himself now addresses the king, as for those enemies that plot against thee, that force thee to march out, thou didst open thy mouth, saying, Verily I implore Ashur. I have heard thy cry. Out of the great gate of heaven I proclaim aloud, surely I will hasten to let fire devour them. Thou shalt stand among them. In front of thee I shall rise up. 531, up onto the mountain I bring them. There to rain down upon them destructive stones. Thine enemies I hew down, with their blood I fill the river. Let them behold and glorify me, for Ashur, the Lord of gods, am I. This important and striking message, coming direct from Ashur we are told, is to be formally presented and read in the presence of the king. Instructions are added to the priests to pour out a libation of precious oil. Sacrifices of animals and waving of incense are to accompany the presentation. The oracle, as the god's answer to the king's questions, thus gave rise to a ritual as elaborate as the rites connected with the preparations for the answer. The oracles were not always trustworthy, as we can well believe, and often they were not definite enough. If we may judge from an expression in one of the divine messages to Esarhaddon, the king appears to have entered a complaint against a former oracle, which was not to his liking. Ishtar accordingly sends the following message: Frowny face 532, the former word which I spoke to thee, on it thou didst not rely. Now, then, in the later one you may have confidence. Glorify me. Clearly, the Assyrian kings believed that the oracles existed to announce what they wanted to hear. They probably did not hesitate to follow their own judgment whenever they considered it superior to the advice given to them by the gods. There would, of course, be no difficulty in accounting for failures brought about through obedience to the oracles. The priests, hemmed in on every side by minute ceremonial observances, forfeited their power as mediators by the slightest failure in the observance of these rites. An error or a mishap would entail most serious consequences. A misleading oracle, therefore, and to a certain extent, unfavorable omens, would be the fault of the priests. The deity would send a lying message, 533, or bring about unfavorable omens as a sign of his or her displeasure. On the other hand, the priests in turn would not hesitate, speaking of course in the name of the gods, to accuse the kings of neglecting Ishtar or Nabu or Shamash, as the case may be. In an oracle addressed to Esarhaddon, 534, Ishtar of Arbela is represented as complaining that the king has done nothing for her, although she has done so much for him. Such a state of affairs cannot go on. Since they do nothing for me, I will not give anything to thee. The king promptly responds by copious offerings, and the goddess appears to be pacified. There is another feature connected with the oracles that must be touched upon before passing on. The oracles stand obviously in close relationship to the penitential psalms. It was, naturally, in times of political distress that the kings would be particularly zealous in maintaining themselves on good terms with the powerful gods. Without their aid success could not be expected to crown any efforts. Guiding their steps by frequent consultations of the priests, the appeals of the kings would increase in earnestness and fervor as the campaign progressed and assumed more serious aspects. When disaster stared them in the face, they would be forced to conclude that the gods were angered, and there was only one way left of averting the divine wrath, a free confession of sins, accompanied, of course, by offerings and magic rites. The Assyrian kings do not tell us in their annals of discomfitures that they encountered. The penitential psalms supply this omission. We have such a psalm written in the days of Ashurbanabal, 535, in which that proud monarch humbles himself before the great god Nabu, and has the satisfaction in return of receiving a reassuring oracle. He prays, I confess to thee, Nabu, in the presence of the great gods, many, 536, are my sins beyond endurance, 537, Lord, of Nineveh, I come before thee, the warrior among the gods, his brothers. Prolong the life of Ashurbanabal for a long period. At the feet of Nabu I prostrate myself. The god reassures the king, I will grant thee life, O Ashurbanabal, even I, Nabu, to the end of days thy feet shall not grow weary, nor thy hands weak, these lips of thine shall not cease to approach me, thy tongue shall not be removed from thy lips, for I give thee a favorable message. I will raise thy head, I will increase thy glory in the temple of Ebabara. 538, the reference to the temple of Shamash at Sippar reveals the situation. Babylonia was the cause of much trouble to Ashurbanabal, owing chiefly to the intrigues of his treacherous brother Shamash Shumukin. 539, Ashurbanabal at one time was not merely in danger of losing control over the south, but of losing his life in the rebellion organized by his faithless brother. A successful rebellion is a clear sign of a god's displeasure. Marduk, as we have seen, was not often appealed to by the Assyrian kings, but Nabu seemed always ready to help them. Hence the king confesses his sins and makes an appeal to the great Babylonian god and not to Ashur. He is encouraged by the promise that his life will be spared, and that his supremacy will be recognized in Babylonia. The great sanctuary of Sippar is here employed figuratively for the temples of Babylonia in general. To be glorified in that famous temple was equivalent to a recognition of royal authority. That these oracles served a practical purpose is definitely proved by the manner in which they are introduced by the kings in their annals. Ashurbanabal tells us that in the course of one of his campaigns against Elam, he addressed a fervent prayer to Ishtar of Arbela, and in reply the message comes, as in the texts we have been considering, fear not, and she adds, thy hands raised towards me, and thy eyes filled with tears, I look upon with favor. 540, Dreams. It is, of course, not necessary to assume that the oracles of the gods were always delivered in the same formal manner, accompanied by elaborate ceremonies. The gods at times reveal themselves in a more direct manner to their favorites. In visions of the night they appear to encourage the Assyrian army by an oracle. On one occasion, when the army of Ashurbanabal approached a rushing stream which they were afraid to cross, Ishtar makes her appearance at night and declares, I walk in front of Ashurbanabal, the king who is the creation of my hands. 541, the army, thus reassured, crosses the river in safety. On another occasion, Ashurbanabal, when threatened by the king of Elam, receives a message from Ishtar revealed to a seer in a dream at night. The seer, no doubt a priest, reports to the king frowny face 542, Ishtar, dwelling in Arbela, came with quivers hung on her right and left side, with a bow in her hand, and girded with a pointed, unsheathed sword. Before thee, i.e., the king, she stood, and like the mother that bore thee. 543, Ishtar, supreme among the gods, addressed thee, commanding, be encouraged, 544, for the fray. Wherever thou art, I am. In connection with the importance that the Babylonians and Assyrians, in common with all ancient nations, attached to dreams, divine messages thus revealed had a special significance fully on a par with the oracles that were formally delivered with an accompaniment of elaborate rites. A god appearing to one in a dream was a manifestation, the force of which could not be disputed. It mattered little to whom the dream was sent. Ashur, on one occasion, chose to reveal himself to an enemy of Ashurbanabal with a message. He appears in a dream before Gyges, the king of Lydia, and tells him, 545, pay homage to Ashurbanabal, the king of Assyria, and by the power of his name conquer thine enemies. Gyges obeys and sends a messenger to the Assyrian monarch to inform him of the dream. Occasionally in this way a deity might appear to a king, but in general it was to the professional dreamer, rather than to the laity to whom oracles were thus sent. The message was not necessarily delivered in person by the deity. Sin, the moon god, on one occasion writes his message on the moon's disk, against all who have evil designs and hostile sentiments towards Ashurbanabal, the king of Assyria, will I send a miserable death. 546, every dream was of course sent by some god, but the dreams of others than those who acted as mediators between the gods and men were of a different character. They were omens. The gods would reveal themselves indirectly by means of pictures or symbols, and it would require the services of a priest again to interpret such symbols or omens. The gods were asked to send such dreams as might receive a favorable interpretation, 547, and when a dream came unsolicited, the gods were implored to convert the dream into a favorable omen. In the case of dreams, it will be apparent, the dividing line between oracles proper and omens becomes exceedingly faint, and it is very doubtful whether the Babylonians or Assyrians recognized any essential difference between the two. The suggestion has already been thrown out that there is a wider aspect to omens in the Babylonian religion than their employment in connection with sacrificial offerings. We have reached a point when it will be proper to take up this wider aspect. Footnotes, 491, see King, Babylonian Magic, P.XXX. 492, Harper's Assyrian Letters, No. 219. 493, Assyrisch Gebiet in den Sonnengat für Stadt und Königliches Haus, Leipzig, 1893, 2 volumes. 494, Knutzen, No. 1. 495, that the priest recites the prayer and not the king is shown by the frequent introduction of the king's name in the 3D person. See, e.g., Knutzen, numbers 40-47. 496, 2D month. 497, 5th month. 498, i.e., the priest is only asked for an oracle regarding the events of the next 100 days. 499, various machines are mentioned. The precise meaning of the technical terms employed is not known. 500, by invoking the assistance of the gods. 501, peacefully, by mutual agreement and the promise of favors. 502, one is reminded of the Arabic phrase, Allah alone knows it, so frequently introduced in Mohammedan writings. 503, lit. Seen will it be seen, heard will it be heard. The emphatic construction is identical with the one frequently employed in Biblical Hebrew. 504, Knutzen, page 25, did not grasp the negative force of Ezeb. The word is a request that something might not happen. 505, where the animal is to be inspected, probably the altar itself. 506, in the Jewish ritual and many others, stress is laid upon pronouncing the words of a prayer clearly and deliberately, especially such words as have a particularly sacred value. 507, Assyrish Jabit, page 50. 508, exactly of what nature cannot be ascertained. The text, Knutson, number 29, Rev 15, is defective at this point. 509, the prayer or the lamb. 510, lit. Proceed. 511, Knutson, number 66. Other examples are furnished in George Smith's History of Ashurbanabal, pages 184, 185. 512, a district to the northeast of Assyria, Knutson, number 29. 513, IB. Number 107. 514, IB, number 101. 515, 4 volumes comprising several hundred letters have already appeared under the title, Assyrian Letters of the K, Collection, London, 1896. For a good summary of the character of the Assyrian epistolary literature, see Johnston's article in the Journal of the American Oriental Society, 18. 1, pages 125 to 134. 516, Harper, number 77. 517, E. G. Knutson, number 124. 518, Zimmern, Bus Psalmen, page 32. The popularity of the sun cult in Assyria in connection with omens and oracles is probably due also in part to the influence of Marduk, who was, as we have seen, a solar deity. 519, Lehman, Samasumyakin, page 42. 520, C. Ploss, Das Weib, pages 594 to 606, also above, page 267. 521, IVR. PL 61. 522, I.E., Ishtar sends the wind with a clear message. 523, 3D month. 524, perhaps a proverbial phrase, having the force of, I nurture thee as thy own mother did. 525, constituting the host of Ishtar, which is elsewhere referred to, e.g., IVR. 2D ed., PT.61, Colonel I, 27. 526, lit. The future or later things like the former. 527, published by S. A. Strong, Beiträge zur Assyriologie, 2. 627-33, 528, the opening lines, containing a reference to the Gimarites, are imperfectly preserved. 529, i.e., he is the greatest scion of the reigning dynasty. 530, Lord of the Court, a title of Ashur. 531, as a protection, just as Yahweh appears in a pillar of cloud to protect his people. 532, IVR. 2D ed. 61, Colonel 6. 47-52, 533, see 1 Kings, 22. 23, 534, Strong, Beiträge zur Assyriologie, 2. 628, 629. 535, published and translated by S. A. Strong, Transactions of the 9th International Oriental Congress, 1893, 2. 199-208, 536, supplied from the context, through comparison with similar compositions. 537, lit. My soul cannot overcome. 538, the composition continues in this strain, Ashurbanabal and Nabu speaking alternately. 539, C. Tiela, Babel. Assur. Geschichte, pages 371 seek. 540, George Smith, Annals of Ashurbanabal, page 121. 541, Ras Sam Cylinder, Vr. Colonel V. LL 95-103. 542, George Smith, Annals of Ashurbanabal, pages 119-121. 543, With Maternal Kindness. 544, lit. Look up. 545, Ras Sam Cylinder, Call 2. LL 98 Seek. 546, IB, Kernel 3. LL 122-124. 547, E.G., IVR. 59, Number 2, 21b. Chapter 20. Various Classes of Omens. There is a close connection between the various branches of the religious literature of Babylonia and Assyria that we have hitherto been considering. The magic incantations are, as we have seen, a form of prayer. On the other hand, prayers, whether hymns or confessions of sin with an appeal for relief from suffering or distress, or embodying the petition for a divine response to some question or questions, are never entirely dissociated from incantations, and are invariably based upon the same beliefs that give to the element of magic such a prominent place in the religion. The omens form part of this same order of beliefs. The connecting link between incantations and omens is the sense of mystery impressed upon man by two orders of phenomena, the phenomena of his own life and the phenomena of the things about him. In his own life, nothing was more mysterious to him than the power of speech. It is doubtful whether he recognized that the animals communicated with one another by means of the sounds that they emitted, but even if he did, the great gap separating such means of communication from the power residing in the combination of sounds, of which he could avail himself, must have been all the more impressive. In view of this, it is not difficult to understand that a magic force was attributed to words as such. Of course, a somewhat advanced degree of culture must have been reached before such a belief would be given a definite form of expression, but even in the simplest form of social organization the notion of authority necessarily exists, and authority is inseparable from words. The chief commands, and the conclusion is naturally drawn that the words he utters are imbued with the power to force obedience. These two factors, the mystery of speech and the practical demonstration of the power residing in words, are sufficient to account for the part played by incantations among all nations at a certain stage of their religious development, and once introduced, the conservatism attaching to religious rites would ensure their continuance even after the popular religious beliefs had passed far beyond the stage in question. The modifications introduced into the incantations would be nigh endless. There would develop a tendency to greater complications in the combination of words. At the same time their literary form would be improved. Prayers and hymns reflecting advanced religious sentiments would be produced, but the magic element connected with the words as such would not for that reason be lost sight of. The efficacy of such prayers would still depend upon their being uttered in the right manner and, what is equally to the point, by the right person. Corresponding to the chief in secular affairs, who alone can pronounce words that give evidence of their power by the results produced, is the priest in religious affairs to whom, as the mediator between the gods and men, the secret is entrusted of uttering the right words in the right way, so as to produce the desired results, to force, as it were, obedience from the gods, as a chief forces obedience from his subjects. In a more advanced stage of religious culture, the position of the priest is no less powerful and important. When incantations yield to prayers in the proper sense, or are combined with prayers, it is only the priests who can make the prayers effective by their interceding in some way with the gods, whether by adding their appeal to that of the supplicant, or by the performance of the rites accompanying prayer, or by their aid in leading the worshipper into the presence of the deity and standing with him before the throne of grace. When man turns from a contemplation of self to the things around him, there is added to the sense of the mysterious which is aroused in him, the feeling of his own weakness which is borne in upon him with overpowering force. He cannot fail to realize how dependent he is upon the sun, the moon, the rain, and the storm. At every step he takes dangers beset his path. The animal world is at times hostile, at times friendly, but whether the one or the other, it is essential for him to carefully note all that is going on around him. Every happening or sight of an unusual character arouses now his sense of fear, and again his hope. He learns to attach special importance to deviations from the normal course of things. There must be a reason for the exception from the rule. It betokens something, and, concerned as man primarily is for his own welfare, he naturally comes to connect both the regular phenomena of nature as well as the deviations, the normal traits and habits of the animal world as well as peculiar features occasionally occurring, with his own fate. To forestall the future was his only safeguard against the dangers in store for him. It was of the utmost importance to him to know what was coming or, at all events, to be on the lookout for something, in order to be in a proper frame to receive either the benefits or to meet the difficulties of the situation. His powers of observation, upon which man in a primitive state depended almost entirely for his sustenance, were thus further strengthened by the necessity of protecting himself, so far as possible, against the uncertainties of the future. Nothing would escape him. The movement of the stars and planets, their position at different seasons and periods, the appearance of the clouds, an eclipse, the conditions of the streams, an earthquake, the direction of the winds, storms, the flight of birds, the barking of dogs, the movements of snakes and serpents, peculiar marks on the bodies of children, of adults and animals, monstrosities among mankind or the brute creation, the meeting with certain persons or animals, the rustling of leaves, the change of seasons, the luster of precious stones, all attracted man's attention. Whatever he saw might portend something to him, in fact did portend something, hence the one great aim and ideal of his life was to see everything. Seeing meant foreseeing, and the man who could see everything, the seer par excellence, who could also understand what he saw, held in his hands the key that would unlock the secrets of the future. He possessed the means of forecasting events. Apart, then, from the interpretation of omens in connection with sacrifices and incantations, the individual had to be on the outlook at all times for signs and portents. To neglect them would entail serious consequences. This wider aspect of omens accounts for the extensive omen literature that arose in Babylonia and Assyria. Fully 1/4 of the portion of Ashurbanipal's library that has been discovered consists of omens, 548, tablets of various size in which explanations are afforded of all physical peculiarities to be observed in animals and men, of natural phenomena, of the position and movements of the planets and stars, of the incidents and accidents of public and private life, in short, of all possible occurrences and situations. As yet but a small proportion of this literature has been published, and a thorough understanding of it is impossible until systematic publications shall have been issued. Meanwhile it is safe to assert that, as in the case of incantations and prayers, the omens were generally combined into series by the Babylonian and Assyrian scribes. Omens from planets and stars. Hearing observes, 549, that the stars were observed by the Babylonians in the interest of navigation. While this is true, yet the chief motive in the development of astronomy in the Euphrates Valley was the belief that the movements of the heavenly bodies portended something that was important for man to know. That the stars served as guides to the mariner was only an additional reason for attaching great importance to the heavenly phenomena. Scientific observations were but means to an end, and the end was invariably the derivation of omens from the movements and position of the planets and stars. When, therefore, we find the astronomers sending reports to their royal masters apparently of a purely scientific character, we may be certain that although no omens are mentioned, both parties had omens in mind. The astronomical reports, of which quite a number have already been published, 550, may therefore be reckoned as part of the omen literature. The vernal equinox was a period of much significance. The Astronomer Royal accordingly reports frowny face 551, on the 6th day of Nisan, 552, day and night were balanced. There were 6 double hours of day, 6 double hours of night. May Nabu and Marduk be gracious to the king, my lord. On another occasion the equinox took place on the 15th of Nisan, 553, and accordingly this is reported. Again, the appearance of the new moon was anxiously looked for each month, and the king is informed whether or not it was seen on the 29th or 30th day of the month. 554, a watch we kept on the 29th day, the moon we saw. May Nabu and Marduk be gracious to the king, my lord. From Nabua of the city of Ashur. An extraordinary event, such as an eclipse, is made the subject of a more elaborate report. The Babylonian astronomers had developed their scientific attainments to the point of calculating the time when an eclipse of the sun or the moon would take place. As this period approached, they watched for the eclipse. We have an interesting specimen of a report in which the astronomer announces that an expected eclipse for which a watch was kept for 3 days did not appear. 555, another address to an official reads Frowny Face 556, to the agriculturist, 557, My lord, thy servant Nebuchadnezzar, an officer of Nineveh, may Nabu and Marduk be gracious to the agriculturist, my lord. The 14th day we kept a watch for the moon. The moon suffered an eclipse. The reports pass over into indications of omens with an ease which shows that the observations of the astronomers were made with this ulterior motive in view. A report which forms a supplement to one above translated furnishes the interpretation given to the vernal equinox Frowny Face 558, the moon and sun are balanced, the subjects will be faithful, 559, the king of the land will reign for a long time. The complement, then, to the purely scientific observations is furnished by these official communications to the kings and others, setting forth in response, no doubt, to commands or inquiries, the meaning of any particular phenomenon, or of the position of the planets, or of any of the stars at any time, or of their movements. Of such communications we have a large number. They illustrate the great attention that was paid to details in the observation of the heavenly bodies. The moon as the basis of the calendrical system occupies the first place in these reports. Its movements were more varied than those of the sun. Through its phases, its appearance and disappearance at stated intervals, a safe point of departure was obtained for time calculations. While the sun through its daily course regulated the divisions of the day, the moon by its phases fixed the division of weeks and months. The moon never appeared quite the same on 2 successive nights nor in the same part of the heavens. The more variety, the more significance, was a principle of general application in the interpretation of omens. Whether the Babylonians also recognized an influence of the moon on the tides, we have no certain means of determining, but it is eminently likely that trained as their astronomers were in careful observation, this was the case. But apart from this, there were many events in public and private affairs that appeared to them to stand in close connection with the movements of the orb of night. Nothing that occurred being regarded as accidental, the conclusion was forced upon the Babylonians that the time when something was undertaken was of significance. The fact that certain undertakings succeeded, while others failed, was most easily explained upon the theory that there were periods favorable for the action involved and periods unfavorable. The gathering of past experience thus becomes a guiding principle in the interpretation of the movements of the moon, and what applies to the moon applies, of course, to the other planets and to the stars. No doubt other factors are involved, such as association of ideas, but it is evident from a careful study of the omen literature that conclusions drawn from what appears to us as the accidental relation of past occurrences to the phenomena presented by the planets and stars constituted fully 3/4 of the wisdom of the Euphratean augurs. The same report, of which a portion has already been quoted, 560, continues after interpreting the meaning of the equinox with a diagnosis of other concurrent conditions. Frowny Face 561, sun and moon are seen apart. 562, the king of the country will manifest wisdom. 563, on the 14th day sun and moon are seen together, there will be loyalty in the land, the gods of Babylonia are favorably inclined, the soldiery will be in accord with the king's desire, the cattle of Babylonia will pasture in safety. 564, from Ishtar-Shemeresh. The same conditions appearing on another day may portend precisely the reverse. So another report informs the king Frowny Face 565, on the 15th day the sun and moon are seen together, a powerful enemy raises his weapons against the land, the enemy will smash the great gate of the city, the star Anu appears bright, the enemy will devastate. It is quite evident that such reports must have been sent in response to royal orders asking for the meaning of existing conditions or of conditions that may be observed on certain days. At times the prognostications assume a remarkable degree of definiteness which forms a striking contrast to the general vagueness of the oracles. An official, Balassi, reports, 566, on one occasion regarding the significance of the moon appearing unexpectedly, the moon is seen out of season, crops will be small. On the 12th day the moon is seen together with the sun. 567, contrary to the calculated time, the moon and sun appear together, a strong enemy will devastate the land. The king of Babylonia will be forced to submit to his enemy. On the 12th day, the moon with the sun is seen, on the 12th day is seen. Evil is in store for Babylonia. It is a favorable sign for Elam and the West Land, but surely unfavorable for Babylonia. The reports were not always concerned with political affairs. Frequently there is a reference to lions and hyenas that might be expected to make their appearance because of certain natural phenomena. Often crops are referred to, and according as the conditions are favorable or not, fertility or famine is predicted in the official reports. On other occasions the astrologers venture the very safe prognostication that male children will be born or that there will be miscarriages, though it seems likely that in such cases the forecast is intended for the affairs of the palace alone. We have seen, 568, what great importance was attached by the Babylonians to eclipses. It will be appropriate, therefore, to give a specimen of an astrologer's report in reference to such a phenomenon. Frowny face 569, the moon disappeared, 570, evil will settle in the land. The moon, contrary to calculation, disappeared. An eclipse has taken place. On the 29th day the moon disappeared and the sun on the day of the eclipse entered the circle. 571, it is an eclipse of Elam. 572, if in the month of Kislev, 573, an eclipse is observed that encircles, the sun and the moon disappears, upon the observation of the eclipse, then may the king be exalted. May the heart of the king, my lord, rejoice. From Cushiilu, the servant of the king, the eponym. Another report reads Frowny face 574, to the king, my lord, thy servant Ishtar Adinable, the chief of the astronomers of Arbela. May Nabu, Marduk, Ishtar of Arbela be gracious to the king, my lord, on the 29th day a watch we kept. At the observatory clouds, the moon we did not see. This report was sent on the 2nd day of the month of Shebat. 575, from these specimens and others, it is evident that reports regarding the appearance or non-appearance of the new moon were regularly sent. But in addition to this, the king sent to the observatory on numerous other occasions for information with reference to the significance of certain phenomena. As in the case of the moon, so also for the sun and the stars, reports were transmitted that served as guides in directing the kings in their affairs. So on one occasion Nabu-Mashizi forecasts that, 576, if the great lion star is dark, it is favorable for the country. If the king star is dark, the chamberlain, 577, of the palace dies. The official character of these reports is one of their significant features. Their great variety is an indication of the frequent occasions on which the kings consulted the astrologers. No important enterprise was undertaken without first ascertaining what phenomena might be looked for on the day fixed for any action, and what these phenomena portended. In the case of the Assyrian reports, it is natural to find many allusions to foreign nations, since war occupied so much of the time and energies of the Assyrian rulers. But we have seen that for private affairs the astrologers were also consulted, as well as for the internal affairs of the country. The reports illustrate the practical application of what became known in the ancient world as Chaldean wisdom. If, however, we would know the source whence the astrologers derived the knowledge which they furnished in their reports, we must turn to the long lists prepared by the priests, in which all possible phenomena connected with the planets and stars were noted and their meaning indicated. These compilations constitute the priestly codes of the Babylonians, and, as already intimated, they were combined just as the incantations and prayers, into series. Many such series must have existed at one time in Babylonia. A great temple was incomplete without its observatory, and we are warranted in concluding that every great religious center of the Euphrates Valley had its collection of omen tablets. The natural ambition of the priests was to make such a series as complete as possible. The larger the number of observations it contained, the greater the possibility of finding an answer to the question put to them. To these lists additions would constantly be made, and, if we may judge from the manner of literary composition that prevailed among the ancient Hebrews and later among the Arabs, the work of the compilers of Omen series consisted essentially in combining whatever material they could obtain, and adding such observations as they themselves had made. While, therefore, the Omen code of one place might differ in details from that of another, not only would the underlying principles be the same in all, but each series would represent an aggregation of experiences and observations drawn from various quarters. A large Omen series of which as yet only fragments have been published, 578, bears the title Illumination of Bel. It is estimated that this astrological code embraced more than 100 tablets. From the fragments published, the general method employed in the preparation of the series can be gathered. To the moon and to the sun, to each of the planets, and to the important stars a separate section was assigned. In this section the peculiarities, regular and irregular, connected with each of the bodies were noted, their appearance and disappearance, the conditions prevailing at rising and at setting, the relationship of the moon to the sun or to a star, of the stars to one another and to the ecliptic, were set forth. Since, however, the time when a phenomenon connected with a planet or star was as important as the phenomenon itself, observations were entered for the various months of the year and for various days in each month. The days were not arbitrarily chosen, but, as there is every reason to believe, selected on the basis of past experience. Similarly, the interpretations of the phenomena were founded on the actual occurrence of certain events at certain times when the conditions indicated actually existed. A single occurrence might suffice for predicating a connection between the event and the phenomenon. The coincidence would constitute an observation, but the omen would naturally gain additional force if it was based on a repeated observation of the same phenomenon on the same day of the same month. But such a case would be rare, and the effort of the astrologers would be directed simply towards gathering as many observations of phenomena as possible. They would rest content when they had found a single connection between the phenomenon and the event. Their success in giving an answer to a question put to them as to what might happen on a certain day, fixed for battle or for laying the foundations of an edifice, or for dedicating a temple, for setting out on an expedition, or for any undertaking whatsoever, would depend on the completeness of their lists, and correspondingly the interpretation of a phenomenon occurring on any day would entail no difficulties if in their consultation lists the phenomenon would be recorded. The 22D tablet of the series Illumination of Bel deals with the important subject of eclipses. It contains 88 lines, and furnishes us with a good specimen of the class of omens under consideration. It begins, 579, with eclipses that may take place during the first month, and runs along through the 12 months of the year. The 14th, 15th, 16th, 20th, and 21st days of the month are those set down when eclipses have been observed. The official character of the omens is indicated by their repeated references to the nations with which Babylonia, and later Assyria, came into contact, and to the fate in store for the rulers of the country. For the third month, the tablet notes, in the month of Sivan, an eclipse happening on the 14th day, proceeding from east to west, beginning with the middle watch, 580, and ending with the morning watch, the shadow being seen in the east, the side of obscuration, furnishes an omen, 581, for the king of Dilmun. 582, the king of Dilmun is slain. An eclipse happening on the 15th day, the king of Dilmun is slain, and someone seizes the throne. An eclipse happening on the 16th day, the king is deposed and slain, and a worthless person seizes the throne. An eclipse happening on the 20th day, rains descend from heaven, and the canals are flooded. An eclipse happening on the 21st day, sorrow and despair in the land. The land is full of corpses. The eclipses for the fourth month furnish omens for the king of Gudi, another district with which Babylonia and Assyria had frequent dealings. An eclipse happening in the month of Tammuz on the 14th day, proceeding from the west to the south, beginning with the first watch and ending with the middle watch, the shadow being seen in the west, the side of obscuration, furnishes an omen for the king of Gudi. Overthrow of Gudi by force, followed by complete submission. An eclipse happening on the 15th day, 583, rains descend from heaven, floods come upon the land, famine in the land. An eclipse happening on the 16th day, women have miscarriages. An eclipse happening on the 20th day, storms set in and famine, afterwards for a year storms destroy property, 584. An eclipse happening on the 21st day, the armies of the king revolt and deliver him into the hands of enemies. The eclipses of the following month deal with several countries. An eclipse in the month of Ab, 585, on the 14th day, proceeding from the south to the east, beginning with the first watch, or with the morning watch, and ending at sunrise, the shadow being seen in the south, the side of obscuration, furnishes an omen for the king of Umliash. The soldiery are engaged in severe conflicts for a year, and are slain by force of arms. An eclipse happening on the 15th day, 586, the king dies, and rains descend from heaven, and floods fill the canals. An eclipse happening on the 16th day, the king of Babylonia dies. Pestilence, 587, feeds upon the country. An eclipse happening on the 20th day, the king of the Hittites, 588, in person, seizes the throne. An eclipse happening on the 21st day, a deity strikes, the king, and fire consumes king and land. From these specimens, the general principle of the section is apparent. Since eclipses portend public and political disasters of some kind, the compiler has carefully gathered oracles given on previous occasions to some ruler, or observations of the events that occurred at the time of the recorded eclipses. The apparently restricted application of the omens was no hindrance to their practical use. In the event of an astrologer being consulted with regard to the significance of an eclipse on a certain day, his list would furnish a safe basis for further prognostications, suitable to the political conditions that prevailed. But in order to meet all contingencies, other lists furnishing further omens for eclipses were added. The 22D tablet of the Illumination of Bel series is followed by 589, which, while dealing with the same subject, approaches it somewhat differently, and is based on a different principle. It begins again with the first month, and in 12 paragraphs takes up in succession the months of the year. Choosing for comparison the same 3 months, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, which we selected in the case of the 22D tablet, it will be seen that, while the references are again to public affairs, the prognostications are of a more general character and of wider applicability. If in the 3D month an eclipse takes place on the 14th day, rains will descend and flood the canals. Storms will cause inundations. The soldiery of Babylonia will destroy the country. An eclipse on the 15th day indicates that king against king will send troops, 590. The king of legions dies. An eclipse on the 16th day signifies that the king will be slain, and that someone will seize the throne. 591, an eclipse on the 20th day means that the king will hand his throne to his son. An eclipse happening on the 21st day portends rain, 592, and an invasion of the enemy's land. For the 4th month an eclipse on the 14th day portends that rains will descend and the canals will be flooded. Rains will cause inundations. There will be famine. A large country will be reduced to a small one. An eclipse on the 15th day portends that rains will descend, canals will be flooded, and there will be famine in the land. An eclipse on the 16th day portends famine for a year. An eclipse on the 20th day portends destruction of the king and his army. An eclipse happening on the 21st day indicates that there will be a strong wind that will destroy the riches of the sea. 593, for the 5th month an eclipse on the 14th day portends rains and flooding of canals. The crops will be good and king will send peace to king. 594, an eclipse on the 15th day portends destructive war. The land will be filled with corpses. An eclipse on the 16th day indicates that pregnant women will be happily delivered of their offspring. An eclipse on the 20th day portends that lions will cause terror and that reptiles will appear. An eclipse on the 21st day that destruction will overtake the riches of the sea. 593, the vagueness of many of the prognostications is in all probabilities intentional, just as we found to be the case in most of the oracles announced to the kings. To predict rains during the rainy months was comparatively safe. The storms which visited Babylonia annually brought with them destruction of cattle. They conditioned the fertility of the country, but pestilence was often caused by the evaporation of the waters. Again, military expeditions were usually undertaken in the spring of the year before the great heat set in, and in a country like Assyria, it was safe to hazard a vague prediction that hostilities would ensue, and that some district would be diminished. What may be called the eclectic character of the omen series under consideration thus becomes apparent. The lists consisted, on the one hand, of omens obtained on certain occasions and with reference to some specific circumstance, such as a campaign against some country, and, on the other hand, of prognostications of a more general character, based on the general climatic conditions of the country, and referring to events of frequent occurrence. All that the scribes in preparing the series were concerned with, was to collect as many omens as they could, and to arrange them in some convenient order. Just as they prepared lists referring to military events, so they put together others in which some other theme was treated. The reports and omen tablets thus complement one another. The latter are based on the former, and the former were obtained by the interpretation of phenomena, furnished by the tablets and applied to the particular case submitted to the priests. We need not, of course, suppose that all prognostications found in the series, especially in those parts of it which are of a more general character, were based upon reports actually made, any more than that the official reports to the kings even in later days were always based upon a consultation of some series of tablets. Individual judgment, both in compiling a series and in interpreting phenomena, must at all times have played some part. The reports and the series also embody to some extent the results of experience not previously put to writing, but these considerations do not alter the general proposition set forth in this chapter as to the practical purpose served by the omen series as well as by the reports, and the pragmatic origin of both. The importance of eclipses gave to omens connected with such events a special significance. Eclipses, however, were after all rare events, and while because of their rarity they always portended something of great moment, still the ordinary phenomena were the ones that had to be studied by the astrologers with great care in order to obtain a rational view of the relationship between the phenomena of nature and the fate of the individual or of the state. Again, eclipses, as a general thing, pointed to a public disaster of some kind, and this recognized belief lightened the task of the priest considerably in this instance. In the case of ordinary phenomena it was much more difficult to find the connection between cause and effect, and in the vast majority of instances when kings and individuals sought the temples for omens, the heavens must have presented a normal and not an abnormal appearance. What answers were the priests to give to the questions put to them? Was it a favorable period for undertaking a military campaign? On what day should the king set out? Was the day fixed on by the council of war favorable for a battle? On what day should the foundation for the temple or palace be laid? Will the sick person recover? Should one set out on a proposed journey? Is the day fixed for a marriage auspicious? Recognizing by experience that the same thing undertaken at different times turned out differently, in the one case being brought to a successful issue, in the other followed by misfortune, the conclusion was forced upon the popular mind, as already set forth above, that the day on which something was done or was to be done was of great moment. But how did one day differ from the other? That was the question for the priests to determine. During the hours that the sun was in control, the clouds produced constant changes in the appearance of the heavens, but because of their irregular character, these changes impressed the Babylonians less forcibly than the striking changes that the nights showed. The planets and stars never appeared alike on 2 successive nights. There was always some change in the position of some of the heavenly bodies. To these changes, then, the priests directed their attention. In the variations presented by the heavens at night they saw a potent reason for the varying results produced by the same act undertaken at different times. If it made a difference at what moment something was done, that difference could only be determined by observing the variations that one night presented from the other. The astrologers observed that many of the stars were, or seemed to be, fixed in their orbits, others rose and set like the sun and moon, and appeared in different parts of the heavens at different seasons of the year. The regularity of these changes made it possible to study the course of these stars, and as knowledge progressed, to determine also in advance where a particular body would be seen at a certain time. The planets accordingly were the bodies to which the astrologers especially directed their attention. It has been conjectured with some show of probability that one of the purposes served by the lofty 7-stage towers, 595, which were attached to many of the great temples, was for the better observation of the movements of the planets. The official standing of the astrologers is indicated by the references in texts to the court astrologer. However this may be, there is no doubt that at all the large temples and at many of the smaller ones, observations of the planets were recorded. The collection of these observations formed the manuals for the priests in answering many of the questions put to them. Each of the great planets was identified, by a process of thought that we will have occasion to describe, with some deity, though this was not done until the attempt was also made to gather the astrological knowledge of the day into some kind of consistent system. Our own names of the planets, as handed down to us through the Greeks and Romans, are but the classical equivalents of the Babylonian deities. 596, Jupiter is Marduk, the head of the Babylonian pantheon. Venus is the Babylonian Ishtar. Mars is Nergal, the god of war and pestilence. Mercury is Nabu, the god of wisdom and the messenger of the gods, and Saturn is Ninib. Among the astrological texts preserved, Ishtar Venus figures more prominently than the other planets. The appearance of Ishtar during each month and for various days of the month was noted, and then interpreted, partly on the basis of past experience, but also by other factors that for the most part escape us. A tablet, furnishing omens derived from the position of the planet Venus and which may belong to the series, Illumination of Bel, deals with the periods of the disappearance of Venus as evening star, and her reappearance as morning star, and vice versa, 597. In the month of Tammuz, 4th month, Venus disappeared on the 25th day at sunset, for 7 days was hidden, 598, and on the 2d day of Ab, 5th month, was seen at sunrise. Rains in the land. Destruction of, 599. In the month of Adar, 12th month, Venus disappeared on the 25th day at sunrise. For a year, weapons are wielded, 600, gold, 599. In the month of Marcheshwan, 8th month, 10th day, Venus disappeared at sunrise, for 2 months and 6 days was hidden, and reappeared on the 16th day of Teves, 10th month. There will be abundant crops. In the month of Elul, 6th month, 26th day, Venus disappeared at sunset, for 11 days was hidden, and in the second, 601, Elul, on the 7th day, reappeared at sunset. The heart of the land is good. 602, in the month of Nisan, 1st month, on the 9th day, Venus disappeared at sunsets, 602, and for 5 months and 16 days was hidden, and reappeared in the month of Elul, 6th month, on the 25th day, at sunset. The heart of the land is good. In the month of Ab, 5th month, 10th day, Venus disappeared at sunset, 603, and for 604, months and 16 days was hidden, and reappeared on the 26th day of Marcheshwan, 8th month. Rains in the land. In the month of Nisan, 2d day, Venus appeared at sunrise. There will be distress in the land. If Venus is stationary to the 6th day of Kislev, 9th month, at sunrise, and then disappears on the 7th day of Kislev, and is hidden for 3 months to reappear on the 8th day of Adar, 12th month, at sunset, it indicates that king against king will send hostility. In the month of Kislev, 9th month, 10th day, Venus appeared at sunrise. Lack of corn and hay in the land. If she remains in position up to the 14th day of Ab, 5th month, at sunrise, and then on the 15th day disappears, and for 3 months is hidden, and on the 15th day of Marcheshwan, 8th month, rises at sunset, the crops of the land will be good. A colophon informs us that the tablet in question embodies a series of observations of the movements of Venus recorded by Babylonian scholars. It was evidently the purpose of the compilers to commit to writing as many variations in the appearance and disappearance of the planet as possible. The omens must either have been furnished at one time or they embody actual occurrences that were observed in connection with the observation recorded. In either case the omens served as guides for the priests in their replies to inquiries. An omen once furnished or an event once observed as having taken place under given conditions of a planet served for all times. The omen lists for the other planets were arranged on the same principle as the Venus list. The motions of the planets were carefully observed. It was noted whether they rose brilliantly or with a pale color. Their position towards other stars was determined, and much more the like. Besides the planets, various stars that were distinguished by their brilliancy, as Sirius, Antares, Regulus, and also comets, were included in the sphere of astronomical calculations, and furnished omens to the priests. These omens, so far as we may judge from the texts at present published, all hinge around the same series of events that are referred to in the illustrations given: rain, crops, war, distress, the country's prosperity, the king's welfare or misfortune. Another piece of evidence is thus furnished for the hypothesis that these lists are based upon reports made to royal masters, and that the reports again are obtained from the lists prepared for public and political needs. We must not, however, conclude from this fact that the observation of heavenly phenomena was of no significance at all for the private individual, but only that the position of the king and the general welfare of the country were regarded of larger moment. Just as the gods were held responsible chiefly for the larger affairs of this world, the trifles being relegated to the spirits and demons, 605, so the planets and stars, as symbols of the gods, were regarded as auguries for the chief of the country rather than for the miscellaneous population, and more for the general welfare than for individual prosperity. The individual shared in the omen furnished, in so far as his well-being was dependent upon such important contingencies as whether there was to be war or peace, good crops or bad. A population so largely engaged in agriculture as the Babylonians were, would be satisfied if they could be reassured as to the outcome of their work in the fields. Hearing has properly emphasized the strong hold that the conception of communal interests obtained in Babylonia. 606. This conception is reflected in the prominence given to public and political affairs in the omen lists and omen reports. Agriculture was the primal factor in producing this conception in the south, war which united the population, even though military service was forced upon the people, was the second factor, and in Assyria, where military expeditions occupied a much larger share of public attention than in Babylonia, war became the chief factor in keeping alive the thought of national solidarity. Omen calendars. There was still another reason why the king and with him public affairs, received such prominence in the omen texts. As the nation's ruler he was not only an important personage by virtue of his power over his subjects, but also by virtue of his close relationship to the gods. The theory of the divine right of kings was rigidly adhered to in Babylonia and Assyria. When the monarchs speak of themselves as nominated by this or that God to be the ruler of the country, this was not a mere phrase. The king was the vicar of the deity on earth, his representative who enjoyed divine favor and who was admitted into the confidence of the gods. In earlier days priestly functions were indissolubly associated with kingship. The oldest kings of Assyria call themselves the priests of Ashur, and it is only as with the growth of political power a differentiation of functions takes place that the priest, as the mediator between the deity and his subjects, becomes distinct from the secular ruler. The further development of this process led to the curious but perfectly natural anomaly that the king, from being originally identical with the priest, becomes in large measure dependent upon the latter in his relations to the gods. In the more advanced stages of the religious cult, the king requires the service of a priest to act as mediator between himself and the gods, precisely as all of his subjects need this mediatorship. The king cannot obtain an oracle directly. He must send to the temple and inquire of the priests. The priest must intercede for the king when he throws himself upon the mercy of an angered god or goddess. The royal sacrifice is not acceptable unless the priest stands by the side of the king. Still there are traces left of the old direct relationship existing between the king and his gods. A god sometimes reveals himself directly to a ruler. Ishtar appears in a dream and gives him directions. Another and more significant trace of this older relationship is to be found in the importance assigned to the religious conduct of the king. If an individual offends a deity, the individual alone suffers, or at the most his family is involved in the punishment inflicted, but if the king sins, the whole country suffers, and correspondingly the king's atonement and reconciliation with the gods is essential for dispelling some national calamity. Fraser has shown by his admirable investigations, 607, that this view of kingship is common to many nations of antiquity. While it did not lead among the Babylonians and Assyrians to that extreme which is best illustrated by Japan, where the Mikado, by virtue of his divine right, is hedged in with prescribed formalities that make him almost a prisoner, so closely is he watched by his attendants lest any mistake be made by him which is certain to entail serious consequences for the country. Still the priests had to see to it that the rulers performed their duties towards the gods in the prescribed manner and with all possible accuracy. The conduct of the king was of special significance at periods when for some reason or other, the gods were not favorably disposed. Partly on the basis of actual observation that eclipses, which were especially feared, had occurred on certain days of the month, partly as a consequence of the belief that the change in the moon's phase augured something good or evil for humanity, and in part perhaps through the coincidence that on a certain day of the month, mishaps of some kind had occurred several times. Certain months and certain days of each month were regarded as favorable, while others were unfavorable. Some months and some days were suitable for dedicating a building, others were not. On some days an oracle might be sought, on others not. Some days were days of rejoicing, on others again mourning was appropriate. Advantage had to be taken of the favorable days to keep the deity in good humor, and it was equally important on the unfavorable ones to exercise great care not to do aught which might arouse the anger of a god, ready to be incensed. It is the king who can best accomplish the one thing and avoid the other. To him, as standing nearer the deity than any private individual, the country looked for safety and protection. Calendars were prepared for each month of the year, in which the peculiar character of each day was noted and instructions added what was to be done on each day. These instructions all have reference to the king and to the king alone. A complete calendar for the intercalated month of Elul has been preserved. 608, it may serve as an example of the branch of the omen literature to which it belongs. The 30 days of each month are taken up in succession. The deity to which each day is sacred is indicated, and various sacrifices or precautions prescribed. A curious feature of this calendar was that, since it was the hope to make every day favorable, each day was called so, even when it is evident that it was not. For the first day of Elul II, 609, sacred to Anu and Bel, a favorable day. When the moon makes its appearance in this month, the king of many peoples brings his gift, a gazelle together with fruit. His gift to Shamash, lord of the countries, and to Sin, the great god, he gives. Sacrifices he offers, and his prayer to his god, 610, is acceptable. On the 2D day sacred to goddesses, a favorable day. The king brings his gift to Shamash, the lord, 611, of countries. To Sin, the great god, he offers sacrifices. His prayer to the god is acceptable. On the 3D day, a day of supplication to Marduk and Sarpanadam, a favorable day. At night, in the presence of Marduk and Ishtar, 612, the king brings his gift. Sacrifices he is to offer so that his prayer may be acceptable. On the 6th day, sacred to Ramman and Belit, 613, a favorable day. The king, with prayer and supplication, at night in the presence of Ramman, offers his gift. Sacrifices he is to bring so that his prayer may be acceptable. On the 7th day, supplication to Marduk and Sarpanadam, a favorable day, sc may it be. An evil day. The shepherd of many nations is not to eat meat roasted by the fire, or any food prepared by the fire. The clothes of his body he is not to change, fine dress, he is not to put on. Sacrifices he is not to bring, nor is the king to ride in his chariot. He is not to hold court, nor is the priest to seek an oracle for him in the Holy of Holies. 614. The physician is not to be brought to the sick room. 615. The day is not suitable for invoking curses. 616. At night, in the presence of Marduk and Ishtar, the king is to bring his gift. Then he is to offer sacrifices so that his prayer may be acceptable. This seventh day, it will be observed, is expressly called an evil day. It is evident, therefore, that the phrase, favorable day, in the first line expresses a hope and not a fact, or is added to indicate the manner in which the day can be converted into a favorable one. Just as the seventh day, so the 14th, 21st, and 28th are called evil days, and the same ceremonies are prescribed for the king on these days. These days were evidently chosen as corresponding to the phases of the moon. But besides these 4 days, a fifth, namely, the 19th, is singled out in the same fashion. The comparison with the biblical Sabbath naturally suggests itself. The choice of the seventh day and of the corresponding ones rests, of course, in both instances upon the lunar calendar, and there is also this similarity between the Sabbath of the Hebrews and the evil day of the Babylonians, that the precautions prescribed in the Pentateuchal codes, against kindling fires, against leaving one's home, against any productive labor, point to the Hebrew Sabbath as having been at its origin an inauspicious day, on which it was dangerous to show oneself or to call the deity's attention to one's existence. Despite the attempts made to change this day to one of joy, as Isaiah would have it, 617, the Hebrew Sabbath continued to retain for a long time as a trace of its origin, a rather severe and somber aspect. A striking difference, however, between the Babylonian and the Hebrew rites is the absence in the latter of the theory that the atonement of a single individual suffices for the community. The precautions prescribed for the Sabbath are binding upon everyone. Emphasis is laid in the Pentateuch upon the fact that the whole people is holy, whereas among the Babylonians the king alone is holy. He alone is to abstain from his ordinary acts, to conduct himself on the evil day with becoming humility, to put on no fineries, not to indulge in dainty food, 618, not to appear in royal state, neither to appeal to the gods, for they will not hear them, nor even to interfere with their workings by calling in human aid against the demon of disease, who may have been sent as the messenger of one of the gods. It is only at the close of the day that he can bring a sacrifice which will be acceptable. The king, by observing these precautions, ensures the welfare of his people. The gods cared little for individual piety, but they kept a jealous eye on their earthly representative. His appeals were heard if properly presented and if presented at the right time, but woe to the people whose king has aroused the divine anger. Just as his acts of penitence have a representative character, so the gifts and sacrifices and supplications mentioned in the calendar are offered by the king on behalf of the whole people. For the remaining days of Elul, the ordinances have much the same character as those instanced. The variation consists chiefly in the god or gods to whom the days are sacred. Now it is Nabu and his consort Tashmitam, on the 4th, 8th, and 17th days, to whom gifts and prayers are brought, again Ninib and his consort Gula, on the 9th, 619, or Gula alone, on the 19th. To Marduk and Sarpanidam the 16th day is assigned, besides the 3d and 7th days as above set forth, to Ramman and his consort the 6th, to the Old Bel and Belit the 5th, the 12th, the 25th, and to Nergal and Bau the 27th. At times 2 male deities are in association. So Anu and Bel for the 1st and the 30th day, Ea and Nergal for the 28th, Sin and Shamash for the 18th, 20th, 21st, and 22d, or 2 goddesses, as Tashmitam and Sarpanidam, or a god alone, as Ea for the 26th, or Sin alone for the 13th, and once, the 29th day, Sin and Shamash are combined with the miscellaneous group of Agigi and Anunnaki. All the great gods are thus represented in the calendar. The basis on which the days are assigned still escapes us. It is hard to believe that any strict uniformity existed in this respect in the cults attached to the various Babylonian temples. Preference would be shown in each center to the chief god worshipped there, while to others would be assigned a position corresponding to some theological system devised by the priests. Uniformity and consistency are two elements that must not be looked for in the omen literature of any people. The very fact that omens have some rational basis, namely, observation and experience, is the very reason why the omen lists and omen calendars of one place should differ from those of another, and precisely to the same degree that observation and experience differ. The intercalated months, by virtue of their extraordinary character, had perhaps a special significance, but every day of the year had an importance of some kind. This is shown by a Babylonian calendar, fortunately preserved in great part, 620, in which every day of the year is included, and either its character noted or some precautions prescribed. The indications in this calendar are marked by their brevity, and impress one as memoranda, intended as a guide to the priests. The calendar consists of 12 columns. At the head of each column stands the name of one of the months. One or, at the most, two lines are devoted to each day of the month, the days being ranged in succession from 1 to 30. For a series of days in the 2D month the indications are, 21st day, hostility. 22D day, judgment favorable, invoking of curses. 23D day, heart not good. 24th day, gladness of heart. 25th day, wife not to be approached, heart not good. 26th day, secret. Such indications it is evident are intelligible only to the initiated. With the help of the more complete calendars, such as the one above explained, we can in most cases determine what is meant by these memoranda. A note like hostility is an omen that the gods are unfavorably inclined on that day. The judgment referred to on the 22D day is the oracle. The day in question is suitable for obtaining a response to a question put to the deity, and a favorable occasion for invoking curses upon the enemy. It will be recalled that the seventh day of the second intercalated Elul is put down as one when it is not advisable to secure the ill will of the god against the enemy. An expression like, heart not good, is explained by the contrast, heart glad. The 23D day of the month is a day of sorrow, the 24th one on which one may be cheerful without arousing the jealousy of the gods or demons. The 25th is again an unfavorable day in which, as a precaution, sexual intercourse is prohibited. Lastly, the word rendered secret, 621, is the same one that we came across in the precautions prescribed for the seventh day of the second Elul, where we are told that the priest is not to enter the secret place. This term appears to describe the Holy of Holies in the Babylonian temples where the oracles were obtained. The single word secret was a sufficient indication for the priest that on the day in question he might enter the mysterious chamber of the temple without trepidation. Many of the days of the year are simply set down as favorable or unfavorable, while others were noted as days portending distress, trouble, tears, injury, everything favorable, darkness, moon obscured, and the like. Of special interest are the prohibitions regarding food on certain days. On the 9th day of the 2D month, fish is not to be eaten or sickness will ensue. Swine's meat is forbidden on the 30th day of the 5th month, and in this case the particular kind of sickness, disease of the joints, is specified that will ensue in case of disobedience. On another day, the 25th of the 7th month, beef as well as pork is forbidden, while on the 10th day of the 8th month and the 27th day of the 6th month, dates are forbidden as a precaution against eye disease. One is not to cross a stream, 622, on the 20th day of the 5th month, on certain days one is not to sell grain, other days are again noted as specially favorable for military movements. Some of the precautions prescribed in this calendar may have been meant for the populace in general, such as the order not to cross a stream or to strike a bargain. The belief in lucky and unlucky days has a distinct popular flavor, but it is doubtful whether the ordinary public consulted the priests, as a general thing, in order to find out what days were lucky and what not. It is more plausible to assume that the priests embodied in their official calendars some of the notions that arose among the people, and gave to them an official sanction. There are a considerable number of references to the king in the complete calendar under consideration, and we are permitted to assume, therefore, that the calendar served as a further guide for the priests in their instructions to the king. The allusion to oracles, curses, and weapons points in this same direction, and when, as in a number of instances, a day is described as one on which Shamash or some other god is angry, it is in all probabilities against the ruler rather than against private individuals that the god's displeasure has been manifested. A similar official and public character is borne by another calendar, where months alone are indicated and their significance interpreted. 623, the 12 months are arranged in as many columns. Under each column the indications favorable or not are entered, while at the right end of the tablet the specifications are added for what undertakings the month is, or is not, favorable. One of these specifications is the soldiery to make an attack upon a hostile city, and upon referring to the list of months, we learn that the 2d, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 12th months are favorable for such an undertaking, but the others are not. Again, the 1st, 3d, 4th, 6th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th are favorable for the entrance of any army upon foreign soil, but the remainder not. The other specifications refer likewise to the movements of the armies. Such a calendar was evidently drawn up on the basis of omens, for a specific purpose, and, we may add, for some specific expedition to serve as a guide to the military commander. In the same way, calendars were drawn up devoted to indications regarding crops and for other purposes of public interest. To a more limited extent, private affairs are also touched upon. To enter upon a further discussion of details is unnecessary at this point, and would carry us too far from the main purpose of this chapter, which is to point out the diverse ways in which the belief in omens is illustrated by the religious literature of the Babylonians. It is sufficient to have made clear that the oracles and dreams, the lists of omens derived from eclipses, the works on the planets and stars and the calendars, all have the same origin due to observation of coincidences, to past experience, and to a variety of combinations, some logical and some fanciful, of supposed relationships between cause and effect, and not only the same origin, but the lists and calendars served also the same main purpose of guides for the priests in replying to the questions put to them by their royal masters and in forwarding instructions to the ruler for the regulation of his own conduct so that he and his people might enjoy the protection and goodwill of the gods. But the observation of the phenomena of the heavens, while playing perhaps the most prominent part in the derivation of omens, was not the only resource at the command of the priests for prognosticating the future. Almost daily, strange signs might be observed among men and animals, and whatever was strange was of necessity fraught with some meaning. It was the business of the priest to discover that meaning. Omens from terrestrial phenomena. Monstrosities, human and animal, and all species of malformations aroused attention. The rarer their occurrence, the greater the significance attached to them. In addition to this, the movements of animals, the flight of birds, the appearance of snakes at certain places, of locusts, lions, the actions of dogs, the direction of the winds, the state of rivers, and all possible accidents and experiences that men may encounter in their house, in the street, in crossing streams, and in sleep were observed. Everything in any way unusual was important, and even common occurrences were of some significance. The extensive omen literature that was produced in Babylonia is an indication of the extent to which men's lives were hedged in by the belief in portents. Several thousand tablets in the portion of Ashurbanipal's library that has been rescued from oblivion through modern excavations, deal with omens of this general class. Several distinct series, some embracing over 100 tablets, have already been distinguished. One of these series deals with all kinds of peculiarities that occur in human infants and in the young of animals, another with the things that may happen to a man, a third with the movements of various animals, and more the like. As yet but a small portion of these tablets have been published, 624, but thanks to the indications given by Dr. Basault in his great catalogue of the Kuyunjik collection, a fair idea of the general character of the Babylonian omen literature may be formed. On what principle the omens were derived, it is again difficult to determine in detail, but that some logical principles controlled the interpretations cannot be doubted. Jevons has shown, 625, that in sympathetic magic, of which the interpretation of omens is an offshoot, the same logical methods are followed as in modern science. The famous Chaldean wisdom, which is to be looked for in this widespread omen literature, would not have created so deep an impression on the ancient world, if the theologians of the Euphrates Valley, in incorporating primitive magic in the official religion, had not been successful in giving to their interpretations of occurrences in nature and in the animal world, the appearance, at least, of a consistent science. Taking up as our first illustration the series devoted to birth portents, it is interesting to observe the system followed in presenting the various phases of the general subject. A broad distinction is drawn between significant phenomena in the case of human infants and in the case of the young of animals. About a dozen tablets are taken up with an enumeration of omens connected with newborn children, and one gains the impression from the vast number of portents included in the lists that originally every birth portended something. The fact that births were of daily occurrence did not remove the sense of mystery aroused by this sudden appearance of a new life. Every part of the body was embraced in the omens: the ears, eyes, mouth, nose, lips, arms, hands, feet, fingers, toes, breast, generatory organs. Attention was directed to the shapes of these various members and organs. The ears of a child might suggest the ears of a dog or of a lion or of a swine, and similarly the nose, mouth, lips, hands, or feet might present a peculiar appearance. A single member or the features in general might be small or abnormally large. All these peculiarities meant something, and since few if any children are born without presenting some peculiarities in some part of the body, it would seem as though the intention of the compilers of the series was to provide a complete handbook for the interpretation of signs connected with the birth of children. Naturally, the total absence of some member of the body in case of the newborn or any malformation was a sign of a special significance. Hence we are told what was portended by a child born without hands or feet or ears or lips, or with only one of these members, or with only one eye, or with no mouth or no tongue, or with 6 fingers on one or on both hands, or 6 toes on one or on both feet, or without generatory organs. 626. The rarer the phenomenon, the greater the significance is, as we have seen, a general principle in the science of augury. The birth of twins accordingly plays an important role in the series. In fact, the opening tablet is devoted in part to this phase of the subject. We are told, for example, that, 627. If a woman gives birth to twins, one male and one female, it is an unfavorable omen. The land is in favor, 628, but that house, wherein the child was born, will be reduced. And again, if a woman gives birth to twins, and both are brought out alive, 629, but the right hand of one is lacking, the ruler, will be killed by force, the land will be diminished. If a woman gives birth to twins, and both are brought out alive, but neither of them have right hands, the produce of the country will be consumed by the enemy. If a woman gives birth to twins, and both are brought out alive, but the right foot of one is missing, an enemy will for 1 year disturb the fixed order of the country. 630. It will be observed that these omens bear on public as well as private affairs. The part played by public matters in them varies, but that the king and the country are so frequently introduced is an indication again of the official character given to these omen tablets. Only priests whose chief concern was with the court and the general welfare would have been impelled to mingle in this curious way the fate of the individual with that of the country at large. The birth of twins in itself is an omen for the house where the event occurs, but twins that are monstrosities, with a foot or a hand lacking, portend something of import to the general welfare. The tablet proceeds, after finishing one phase of the subject, with omens to be derived from infants whose features resemble those of certain animals. In this case again we will see that the mind of the compiler is now directed towards the fate of the individual and again toward the ruler or the country. In the 2D tablet of the series we read that if a woman gives birth to a child with a lion's head, 631, a strong king will rule in the land. If a woman gives birth to a child with a dog's head, the city in his district, 632, will be in distress, and evil will be in the country. If a woman gives birth to a child with a swine's head, offspring and possession will increase in that house. If a woman gives birth to a child with a bird's head, that land will be destroyed. If a woman gives birth to a child with a serpent's head, for 30 days. Ningish Zeta, 633, will bring a famine in the land, and Gilgamesh, 634, will rule as king in the land. In the same tablet, 635, such monstrosities are taken up as children born with 2 heads, with a double pair of eyes, or with the eyes misplaced, with 2 mouths or more than 2 lips. The 2 heads, strange enough, generally portend good fortune, though not invariably. Thus an infant with 2 heads is an omen of strength for the country, and again if a woman gives birth to a child with 2 heads, 2 mouths, but the regular number of eyes, hands, and feet, 636, it is an omen of vigorous life, for the country, but the son, will seize the king his father and kill him. But if a woman gives birth to a child with 2 heads and 2 mouths, and the 2 hands and 2 feet are between them, 637, disease will settle upon that city, where the monstrosity was born. If the deformity consists in the misplacement of certain organs, the omen is invariably bad. If a woman gives birth to a child with 2 eyes on the left side, it is a sign that the gods are angry against the land, and the land will be destroyed. And again, if a woman gives birth to a child with 3 eyes on the left side and 1 on the right, the gods will fill the land with corpses. The third tablet proceeds with other parts of the body. It begins with a list of peculiarities observed in regard to the ears. The resemblance of certain features in children to the corresponding features of animals is an observation made by many nations. In modern times Lavater, it will be recalled, based his study of human physiognomy in part upon the resemblance of the nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, and general shape of the head to the features of such animals as the lion, jackass, dog, and swine. We may well believe, therefore, that when the Babylonians refer to a child with a lion's or a dog's ear, they had in mind merely a resemblance, but did not mean that the child actually had the ear of a lion or dog or the like. At times the connection between the omen and its interpretation is quite obvious. In a portion of this same series we are told that, 638, if a woman gives birth to a child with a lion-like ear, a mighty king will arise in the land. It will be recalled that a lion head portends the same, and it is evident that in both cases the lion suggests strength. We are in the presence of the same order of ideas that controls the belief in sympathetic magic. The corollary to like produces like is like means like. In other cases, the logic underlying the interpretation of the omen must be sought for in views connected with some accompanying feature. If a woman gives birth to a child with the right ear missing, the days of the ruler will be long. If a woman gives birth to a child with the left ear missing, distress will enter the land and weaken it. While in general the absence of any part of the body is a sign of distress for the country and individual by a perfectly natural association of ideas, yet this general principle is modified by the further consideration that right is a good omen and left a bad one. But this consideration which makes the absence of the right here a good omen may again be offset by the entrance of a third factor. So we are told that if a woman gives birth to a child with a small, 639, right ear, the house of the man, 640, will be destroyed. The omen of misfortune in this case is the deformity in the organ, and the fact that the more important right ear is deformed, so far from mitigating the force of the omen, accentuates its consequences. If a deformed right ear is disastrous, we are prepared to learn that if a woman gives birth to a child with both ears short, the house of the man will be utterly rooted out. No less than 11 varieties of deformed ears are enumerated. It must not be supposed, however, that the factors involved in this omen science are always or even generally so simple. In most cases the connection between the sign and the conclusion drawn is not clear to us because of the multiplicity of factors involved. Further publication and study of omen texts will no doubt make some points clear which are now obscure, but we cannot expect ever to find out all the factors that were taken into account by the populace and the schoolmen, in proposing and accepting certain interpretations of certain omens, any more than we can fathom the reasons for the similar superstition found among other nations. 641. Of antiquity and modern times. Recognizing certain principles in some of the omens, we are justified in concluding that whatever else determined the interpretation of omens, caprice did not enter into consideration, but rather an association of ideas that escapes us, simply because our logic differs from the logic of primitive peoples in certain important particulars. The list of peculiarities occurring in the case of babes continues as follows. If a woman gives birth to a child whose mouth is shaped like a bird's, the country will be stirred up. If a woman gives birth to a child without any mouth, the mistress of the house will die. If a woman gives birth to a child with the right nostril lacking, misfortune is portending. If a woman gives birth to a child with both nostrils lacking, the land will witness distress, and disease will destroy the house of the man. If a woman gives birth to a child whose jaw is lacking, the days of the ruler will be long, but the house of the man will be destroyed. If a woman gives birth to a child whose lower jaw is lacking, the ground will not bear fruit during the year. It will be observed that, while most of the portents are evil, the ruler of the land is here generally vouchsafed immunity. The priests had to be somewhat on their guard lest by the very terror that they aroused, the hold of the rulers over the people might be loosened. Moreover, the rulers were sufficiently hedged in by their positions, as we have seen, and were in no danger of regarding themselves as safe from the anger of the gods. Still quite frequently even the king is involved in the evil prophecy. The portion of the series dealing with portents derived from deformed hands and feet contains instances of this kind. If a woman gives birth to a child with the right hand lacking, the land advances to destruction. If a woman gives birth to a child with both hands lacking, the city will witness no more births, and the land will be utterly destroyed. If a woman gives birth to a child with the fingers of the right hand lacking, the ruler will be captured by his enemy. If a woman gives birth to a child with 6 toes on the right foot, through distress, the house of the man will perish. If a woman gives birth to a child with 6 very small toes on the left foot, distress will come to pass. If a woman gives birth to a child with 6 toes on the right foot, some disaster is portending. Altogether no less than 90 kinds of human deformities in the various parts of the body are enumerated and interpreted. The significance of the portents is naturally increased if the woman who gives birth to a monstrosity happens to belong to the royal house. In such a case, the omen has direct bearings on national affairs. The good or evil sign affects the country exclusively. From a tablet of this nature, 642, belonging to a different series than the one we have been considering, we learn that 6 toes on the right foot or 6 on the left foot mean defeat, whereas 6 toes on both feet mean victory. Royal twins were a good omen, and so also a royal child born with teeth or with hair on its face or with unusually developed features. The same desire to find some meaning in deviations from normal types led to the careful observation of deformities or peculiarities in the case of the young of domestic animals. In the 5th tablet of the series that we have chosen as an illustration, the compiler passes from babes to the offspring of domestic animals. From the opening line, which is all that has been published as yet, 643, and which reads, If in the flock, 644, a dog is born, weapons will destroy life and the king will not be triumphant. It would appear that the first subject taken up was the anomalous unions among animals, which naturally aroused attention when they occurred. A number of tablets, at least 7, follow in which monstrosities occurring among the young of sheep are noted. The series passes on to signs to be observed among colts. From this point on, the series is too defective, so far as published, to warrant any further deductions, but it is safe to suppose that, as the young of ewes and mares were considered in special sections, so the young of swine and of cows were taken up in succession. The whole series would thus aim to cover that section of the animal kingdom that concerned man most, his own offspring, and the young of those animals by which he was surrounded. In these omens derived from the young of domestic animals, we are again overwhelmed at the mass of contingencies included by the priests in their compilations. Just as in the case of omens derived from infants, so here the parts of the body are taken up one after the other. All possible, and one is inclined to add various impossible, variations from the normal types are noted. The omen varies as the female throws off 1, 2, 3, or whatever number of young ones up to 10. For example, frowny face 645, if among the sheep, 5 young ones are born, it is a sign of devastation in the land. The owner of the sheep dies, and his house is destroyed. This is the omen in the case that the litter consists of 5 young ones, all normal. But if anomalies occur, as, e.g., if 5 young ones are born, one with a bull's head, one with a lion's head, one with a dog's head, and one with a sheep's head, there will be a series of devastations in the land. Again, if 7 young are thrown off, 3 male and 4 female, that man, 646, will perish. And so if 8 are born, it is a bad sign for the king who, we are told, will be driven out of the country through sedition. The variations are nigh endless. If in the flock, young ones are thrown off with 5 legs, it is a sign of distress in the land. The house of the man will perish and his stalls will be swept away. If the young ones have 6 legs, the population will decrease and devastation will settle over the country. Having finished with litters, the series proceeds to peculiar marks found on single specimens, lambs that have a head and tail shaped like a lion or that have a lion's head and a mane like that of an ass, or a head like a bird's, or like a swine, and so through a long and rather tiresome list. Malformations in the shape or position of members of the animal, particularly the mouth, ears, tongue, tail, and eyes, or the absence of any one or of several of these parts were fraught with an importance corresponding to these symptoms among newborn babes. If a young one has its ears on one side, and its head is twisted, and it has no mouth, the ruler will cut off the supply of water from his enemy. In this instance the twisting and the absence of the mouth appear to suggest the act of turning a canal into a different direction, so as to isolate a besieged city. When the text goes on to declare that if the young one has its ears at its neck, 647, the ruler will be without judgment, it is the association of ideas between ears and judgment, 648, that supplies the link. A misplaced ear is equivalent to misdirected judgment. Consistent with this interpretation, the next line informs us that if the young one has its ears below the neck, 649, the union of the country is weakened. Such glimpses into the peculiar thought controlling these omens are perhaps all that we will be able to obtain at least for a long time to come. For the rest, comparative studies with the omens of the other nations will alone serve to determine the multitudinous factors involved in the interpretations of the signs. Before leaving the subject, however, a few more illustrations may be offered. Another portion of the same tablet, the 11th, continues the omens derived from peculiarities in the ears of lambkins. If the young one has no right ear, the rule of the king will come to an end, his palace will be uprooted, and the population of the city will be swept away, the king will lose judgment. The produce of the country will be small, the enemy will cut off the supply of water. If the left ear of the young one is missing, the deity will hear the prayer of the king will capture his enemy's land, and the palace of the enemy will be destroyed, the enemy will lack judgment, the produce of the enemy's land will be taken away and everything will be plundered. If the right ear of the young one falls off, the stall, 650, will be destroyed. If the left ear of the young one falls off, the stall will be increased, the stall, 651, of the enemy will be destroyed. If the right ear of the young one is split, that stall will be destroyed, the enemy will advance against the city. If the left ear of the young one is split, that stall will be increased, the king, 652, will advance against the enemy's land. In all these cases it will be observed that a defect in the right ear or an accident happening to it is an evil omen, whereas the same thing occurring in the case of the left is a favorable indication. The greater importance of the right side of anything evidently suggests in this case the interpretation offered, and yet this principle, as we have seen, is far from being of universal application. It depends upon what happens to the right ear. Above, we have seen that an unusually large ear betokens some good fortune, and in the tablet under consideration, illustrations are afforded of accidents to the right ear which furnish a good omen, while the same accident in the case of the left ear is regarded as a bad omen. Our text continues, "If the right ear of the young one is shrunk, the house of the owner will prosper. If the left ear is shrunk, the house of the owner will perish. If the right ear is torn off, the house of the owner will prosper. If the left ear is torn off, the house of the owner will perish." But immediately following this we have again an evil omen for the right ear and a favorable one for the left. 3 more tablets are taken up with omens associated with all manner of peculiarities in the formation of the ears, head, lips, mouth, and feet of lambkins, and it is not until the 15th tablet of the series is reached that another subject, the young of Mares, is introduced. The prognostications in the case of colts have about the same character as those in the case of lambkins. The same signs are singled out for mention, and the omens are not only, just as in the illustrations adduced, evenly divided between the fate of the country and its ruler, and of the owner of the colt or mare, but we can also observe a consistent application of the same principles, so far as these principles may be detected. A few illustrations will make this clear. Frowny face 653, if a colt has no right legs, the house, 654, will be destroyed. If a colt has no left legs, the days of the ruler will be long. If a colt has no legs, the country will be destroyed. If a colt has the right leg shortened, 655. His stall, 656, will be destroyed. If a colt has the left leg shortened, the stall, 656, will be destroyed. If a colt has no hoof on the right foreleg, the wife will cause trouble to her husband. If a colt has no hoofs at all, there will be dissensions within the country, and the enemy will enter the ruler's land. In this way, 21 omens derived from as many varieties of strange formations in the legs of colts are enumerated. As in the case of lambkins, so for colts, the appearance of twins is endowed with a special significance. If a mare gives birth to twins, male and female, and each has only one eye, the enemy triumphs and devastates Babylonia. If the male or female colt has a mane like a lion, the country will be reduced. If the male or female colt has a dog's hoof, the country will be reduced. If the male or female colt has a lion's claw, the country will be enlarged. If the male or female colt has a dog's head, the woman's, 657, life will be bad. The country will be reduced. If the male or female colt has a lion's head, the ruler will be strong. If both colts, the male and female, resemble lions, the ruler over his enemies prevails. If both colts, male and female, resemble dogs, the ruler over his enemies' country prevails. If either a male or female colt is born resembling a lion, the king will be strong. If either a male or female colt resembles a dog, herds of cattle will die, and there will be famine. If a colt is born without a head, its master will be strong. If a colt is born without eyes, the god Bel will bring about a change of dynasty. If a colt is born without feet, the king increases his army and a slaughter will ensue. If a colt is born without ears, for 3 years the gods will reduce the land. If a colt is born without a tail, the ruler will die. In conclusion, it may be observed that, apart from the unusual character of these freaks which would suffice to attribute a special import to them, the notions current among the Babylonians, as among so many people of a period when creatures existed, the various parts of which were compounded of different animals, may be regarded as an additional factor that served to add force to the class of omens we are considering. The monsters guarding the approaches to temples and palaces, 658, were but one form which this popular belief assumed, and when a colt was observed to have a lion's or a dog's claw, an ocular demonstration was afforded which at once strengthened and served to maintain a belief that at bottom is not but a crude and primitive form of a theory of evolution. In a dim way man always felt the unity of the animal world. Animals resembled one another, and man had some features in common with animals. What more natural than to conclude that at some period, the animals were composite creatures, and that even mankind and the animal world were once blended together. The prevailing religious and semi-mythological ideas, accordingly, enter as factors in the significance that was attached to infants or to the young of animals, serving as illustrations of hybrid formations. Omens from the actions of animals. The same order of ideas, only still further extended, may be detected in the sacredness attached to certain animals by so many nations of antiquity. It is now generally admitted that this sacredness has two sides. A sacred animal may be taboo, that is, so sacred that it must not be touched, much less killed or eaten, and, on the other hand, its original sanctity may lead people to regard it as unclean, something again to be avoided, because of the power to do evil involved in the primitive conception of sacredness. 659. The swine and the dog are illustrations of this double nature of sanctity among the Semites. The former was sacred to some of the inhabitants of Syria. 660. The Babylonians, as we have seen, abstained from eating it on certain days of the year, while the Hebrews and Arabs regarded it as an absolute taboo. The dog to this day is in the Orient an unclean animal, and yet it is forbidden to do dogs any injury. If, then, we find the Babylonians attaching significance to the movements of this animal, it is obvious that by them, too, the dog was regarded as, in some way, sacred. It was an animal of omen, sometimes good, at other times bad. A tablet informs us, 661, that, if a yellow dog enters a palace, it is a sign of a distressful fate for the palace. If a speckled dog enters a palace, the palace, 662, will give peace to the enemy. If a dog enters a palace and someone kills him, the peace of the palace will be disturbed. If a dog enters a palace and crouches on the couch, no one will enjoy that palace in peace. If a dog enters a palace and crouches on the throne, that palace will suffer a distressful fate. If a dog enters a palace and lies on a large bowl, the palace will secure peace from the enemy. There follow omens in case dogs enter a sacred edifice. If a dog enters a temple, the gods will not enlarge the land. If a white dog enters a temple, the foundation of that temple will be firm. If a black dog enters a temple, the foundation of that temple will not be firm. If a brown, 663, dog enters a temple, that temple will witness justice. If a yellow dog enters a temple, that temple will, 664, witness justice. If a speckled dog enters a temple, the gods will show favor to that temple. If dogs gather together and enter a temple, the city's peace will be disturbed. The juxtaposition of palace and temple is an indication that a large measure of sanctity was attached to the former as the dwelling place of one who stood near to the gods. The omens, accordingly, in the case of both palace and temple are again concerned with public affairs. But from the same tablet we learn that an equal degree of significance was attached to the actions of dogs when they entered private dwellings. Precautions must have been taken against the presence of dogs in that part of the house which was reserved for a man's family, for we are told Frownyface 665, a dog entering a man's house was an omen that the ultimate fate of that house would be destruction by fire. Care had to be taken lest dogs defile the person or any part of the house. The omens varied again according to the color of the dog. If a white dog defiles, 666, a man, destruction will seize him. If a black dog defile a man, sickness will seize him. If a brown dog defile a man, that man will perish. If a dog defile a man's couch, a severe sickness will seize that man. If a dog defile a man's chair, the man will not survive the year. If a dog defile a man's bowl, 667, a deity will show anger towards the man. On the other hand, dogs were not to be driven out of the streets. Their presence in the roads was essential to the welfare of the place. Hence an omen reads, if dogs do not enter the highway, 668, destruction from an enemy will visit the city. Through Diodorus, Jamblichus, and other ancient writers we know that the Babylonians and Assyrians attached importance to the movements of other animals, notably serpents, birds, and certain insects. The symbols on the boundary stones which have been referred to, 669, are based on this belief. The serpent figures prominently among these symbols. In the Babylonian deluge story, the dove, raven, and swallow are introduced. Of these, the swallow appears to be the bird whose flight was most carefully observed. The sign which represents this bird in the cuneiform syllabary also signifies fate. 670. The mischief wrought by swarms of insects, as grasshoppers and locusts, the danger lurking in the bites of scorpions sufficiently explain the importance attached to the actions of these animals. The mysterious appearance and disappearance of serpents and their strange twistings added an element in their case that increased the awe they inspired, while if my hearing be correct, 671, the omens derived from the flight of birds are a survival of the migratory period in the history of a nation, when birds served as a natural guide in choosing the easiest course to pass from one place to another. A large number of tablets in Ashurbanipal's library treat of the significance attached to the action of these various animals, and it is likely that these tablets form part of a large series, of which the illustrations above adduced regarding the movements of dogs form a part. In this series, the application of the omens to individuals is more strongly emphasized than in the series of birth portents. Naturally so, for it was the individual as a general thing who encountered the signs. In the case of the appearance of a serpent or snake, for example, the omen consisted in the fact that a certain person beheld it, and that person was involved in the consequences. Fine distinctions are again introduced that illustrate the intricacies of the system of interpretation perfected in Babylonia. If a snake passes from the right to the left side of a man, it means one thing, if from the left to the right, another. If the man who sees a snake does not tread upon it, the omen is different than in the case when he attempts to crush it. Again, the omen varies according to the occupation of the man who encountered a snake. If he be a gardener, the appearance of the snake means something different than in the case of his being a sailor. The place where the animal appears is also of import, whether in the street, the house, or the temple, and again, the time of its appearance, in what month or on what day. In the same way, an endless variety of omens are derived from the appearance of certain birds, the direction of their flight, their fluttering around the head of a man or entering a man's house. So, e.g., if a raven, 672, enters a man's house, that man will secure whatever he desires. And again, if a bird throws a bit of meat or anything into a man's house, that man will secure a large fortune. The omens from the appearance of flocks of birds in a town bore, as appears natural, upon public affairs rather than upon the fate of individuals, and similarly the appearance of birds in a temple was an omen for the whole country. The public or private character of the omens was thus dependent in large measure upon the question whether the phenomena appeared to an individual directly or to the population of a place in general. Meeting a snake or scorpion in the course of a walk through the fields was an individual omen, and similarly the actions of sheep in a man's stall, whereas, a mad bull rushing through the city was a general omen. So we are told that if sheep in the stalls do not bleat, that stall will be destroyed. Whereas, 673, a bull crouching at the gate of a city is an omen that the enemy will capture that gate. A bull goring an ox in the city is an unfavorable omen for the city, but if the bull enters the precincts of an individual, it is favorable for the individual. A series of omens derived from the appearance of locusts again illustrates this principle. When the insects enter private precincts, the individual and his immediate surroundings are affected. 674, if black and speckled locusts appear in a man's house, the master of the house will die. If black and yellow locusts appear in a man's house, the supports of that house will fall. If large white locusts appear in a man's house, that house will be destroyed and the owner will be in distress. If white and brown locusts appear in a man's house, that house will be destroyed. If small white and brown locusts appear in a man's house, the house will be destroyed and the owner will be in distress. If yellow locusts appear in a man's house, the supports of that house will fall and the owner of the house will be unlucky. If yellow-winged locusts appear in a man's house, the master of the house will die and that house will be overthrown. Omens from dreams. It made little difference whether one encountered something while awake or saw it in one's dream. In fact, what one saw while asleep had as a general thing more importance. A special god of dreams, Makir, is often referred to in the religious texts, and this is but another way of expressing the belief that the dreams were sent to a man as omens. An unusually wide scope was afforded to the compilers of omen series in their interpretations of dreams, for what might not a man see in visions of the night? If a lion, 675, appears to a man, it means that the man will carry out his purpose. If a jackal, it signifies that he will secure favor in the eyes of the gods. A dog portends sorrow, a mountain goat, that the man's son will die of some disease, a stag, that his daughter will die, and so through a long list. Again we are told, 676, that if, in a dream, a date appears on a man's head, 677, it means that that man will be in distress. If a fish appears on a man's head, that man will be powerful. If a mountain appears on a man's head, that man will be without a rival. If salt appears on a man's head, his house will be well protected. Similarly, interpretations are offered for the apparition of the dead or of demons, in dreams. The Book of Daniel affords an illustration of the importance attached to dreams in Babylonia, and of the science developed out of the interpretations. The sarcastic touch introduced by the compiler of the book, 678, who represents Nebuchadnezzar as demanding of his priests not merely to interpret his dream, but to tell him what he dreamed, is intended to illustrate the limitations of the far-famed Chaldean wisdom. It is also interesting to note in connection with the illustrations adduced, that the dreams of Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar, 679, in the Book of Daniel are so largely concerned with apparitions of animals. The omens taken from dreams, together with the accidents that occurred to an individual, or the phenomena occurring in a man's house, afford us an insight into the purely popular phases of the science of augury. While eclipses and the movements of planets bear chiefly and almost exclusively on public affairs, and even birth portents frequently portend something to the ruler or to the country, it was through such omens as partook of a purely personal character that the intentions of the gods towards the individual were made manifest. By means of omens, the bond between the individual and the gods was not, indeed, established, but in large measure maintained. Here was a phase of the religion that touched each individual closely. What a person saw, what he dreamed, what happened to him, what appeared in his house or among the members of his household was of significance to him. To know what every phenomenon portended was essential to his welfare, and we may feel certain that the relations of the individual to the priests, so far as these existed, consisted largely in obtaining from the latter the interpretation of the omens that he encountered. On the other hand, the power of the priests over the populace was due to the popular belief in portents, and the attention given by the theologians to the collection of exhaustive omen series is a proof that the priests knew how to use their power. These dream books must have been very numerous. The success of the priests here depended even more than in other branches of the omen literature upon exhausting, so far as possible, all contingencies. No doubt they were guided here also by two factors: association of ideas, and past experience through making of a single coincidence between a dream and some occurrence, a principle of general application. Some of the omens from dreams, however, appear to have themselves formed part of a larger series dealing in general with omens from individual experiences. If one may judge from the specimens furnished by Dr. Basault in his catalogue, this series was unusually extensive, embracing a large number of subjects connected with human activity, a man's work in the field, his actions in commercial affairs, incidents of travel on sea or land, his relations to his kindred, the dead as well as the living, disease and death, down to such apparent trifles as the conditions of the walls of his house. Cracks in the wall were an omen, meeting a snake in the highway was an omen. A fall was an omen, dropping an instrument was an omen. In short, it is difficult to say what was not an omen. The character of the omens in this series does not differ in any essential particulars from those of other series. The important feature of the series is that it affords another and perhaps the most striking illustration of that phase of the omen literature which concerns the individual directly, and, it seems safe to add, exclusively. Take, for example, omens connected with symptoms occurring in certain diseases. We are told that if the right breast is brown, it is a fatal sign. If both breasts are brown, there will be no recovery. If the left breast is green, the sickness will be severe. The symptoms affect the individual alone. Through this series we are thus enabled to determine more definitely the boundary line between omens involving the affairs of the country and king, and those involving the individual. A phenomenon affecting an individual, or appearing to him alone, or brought about through some action of his of a purely private character, carries in its train an omen of significance for himself or his immediate surroundings, but the moment that these rather narrow limits are transcended, the fate of the individual becomes more or less closely bound up with the fortunes of the population and of the ruler of the country.